got the roots, he let the beats build, bitch. And we never switch. Even if I'm rich, I'll be broke like I'm Mitch. Niggas talking down, but that's headed in the wrong direction. But I knock that shit out like the boxing section. Cause they can't touch what they can't see. All I gotta do is be the same me. All I gotta do is keep it cheap. Always be the same me. While I'm solid, boy, they can't change me. No.
What's going on? What's going on, man? We live from the boxing section, man. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Yeah, we back at it again. Another day, another dollar, another episode, another live stream. What's going on with all the homies out there, man? We got a late start, but, you know, we cooking. We had a great interview with my boy Bob, B.O.B. McRoy. Had a good time, about almost an hour spent with him on today. Now, you know, it's the late show, tonight's show. My daughter will not leave me alone. Y'all give me 1 minute. All right, we back. Yeah, man, if y'all not getting the notifications, man, hit that bell icon, man. That might do some good. A lot of people saying they're not getting my notifications, but I gotta start going live more, start doing more things like that. But yeah, man, what's going on with everybody? How y'all out there feeling? Feeling good today, man. The words of the great philosopher lyric, I'm feeling good today. It's fight week. AJ, what's going on, big dog? What's happening? Appreciate it. You know, that was more of just like homies chilling and talking. You know what I mean? That wasn't even much of an interview. That was more just like the homies having a good time, chopping it up, chilling, and things of that nature. But yeah, man, it's fight week, man. We got Joe Smith Jr. versus Arthur Beterbiev. Listen, I'm not gonna lie. The closer I'm getting to this fight, the more I'm like, it could be an upset. I'm not 100% on the upset, but I would bet on the upset just in case. Feel me? So I would bet on it just in case. Rob G Film, what's going on, big dog? What's going on? Appreciate that, big dog. I appreciate that, man, for real. You know, I interview people. I want to make it comfortable. I want to make it feel like, you know what I'm saying, we in a nice environment. We kick back, chill, chop it up. You know, we're going to disagree. We're going to ask some questions. We're going to do things of that nature. So It's gonna be a great fight. AJ, it's gonna be a great fucking fight. Dude, Joseph could pull it off. But man, I don't know, man. Arthur better be like if Arthur better be if he fall off a cliff tomorrow. Yeah. I can see it happen. Hey, 17, what's going on, man? You know the link is in the chat. You know what to do. You know the link is in the chat. Yeah, but so it's like if Better BF falls off a cliff, maybe. But I just don't see. I don't know, man. It's gonna be a good fight. It's gonna be a bloodbath for sure. Somebody's getting knocked the fuck out. You understand what I'm saying? Somebody is getting knocked the fuck out. It's gonna be a hell of a fight. That's why I'm going. You understand what I'm saying? Now, also, we got some great young fighters on that card. Troy Eisen, my man, 100 grand pots and pans. We got Shushu. That's my man, 100 grand pots and pans. We got Jalil Tucker. I can't wait to meet that dude. I like him. I like him as a fighter. He's a really good fighter, young dude. So just those three guys. I think somebody else is on that card. They just added. But for the most part, that's what I'm rocking with. That's what I'm going to see. That's what I'm waiting to see. Yeah, Better be if it's most definitely a beast. You understand? Most definitely a beast. You know, he does got them hands. You understand? Justin Jr. though, I love his story too. He don't quit. I seen him fight Jesse Hart, right? And that was a good fight. But I'm gonna be honest with you though. Now that I think about it, he curved before an interview one time. Lightweight. Lightweight. You know what I mean? Nigga act like he didn't speak no fucking English. So I might not be going for that motherfucker now that I think about it. For real. Now that I think about it, I don't think I'm rooting for that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Now that I think about it, you know. But Arthur Better be if it's a fucking monster though. As long as he don't fall off no fucking cliff, he gonna get ready to work. If you want to join the panel, link is in the chat. 817, you want to cause some problems, start some trouble, the link is in the chat. Bro, I dropped the link like 3 times, DJ. Yeah, but I'm just saying, I I know he's an American and all the shit, but I don't know. But we got a very special person that always comes to the boxing session. What's up, Felicia? What's going on? That's who made the 1 minute intro. She gotta make it bigger, but that's who made it. Shout out to my dog, Felicia Cassidy. She got her own YouTube channel. Felicia, put your link in the chat so they can subscribe to your channel. But this next dude always comes on. You understand what I'm saying? I don't got to worry about him. No shape, form, or fashion. But you better worry about him around your goddamn grandma. You better worry about him around your stepmama. You know what I'm saying? And if you got a girl that ain't got her back rubbed, best believe he got some hands waiting on him. You understand what I'm talking about? No other than the sex icon, the sex symbol, Big Nasty, the Juggernaut. You see, your grandmama's favorite grandson, your stepmama's favorite stepson. You know what I'm saying? The woman from up the block. I ain't gonna finish it. My motherfucking dog, DJ, in the motherfucking house. What's Damn.
You and these intros, man.
TK, what's going on, man?
What's going on, man? How we feeling
man?
tonight?
Cooking with the champ.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
T Kizzle in the building.
If he around your grandmama, you better watch him. Whoa,
Watch
wait.
your grandma,
Shit knocking on for grandmamas, man. Well, what's good with it, man? What we on tonight?
Oh man, you know, man, bullshit. You understand? Wait on 817 to cause some problems. I'm about to DMX right now.
Well, I tell you,
Epic show.
817 and Mex. 817 and Mex are pure entertainment, man. I love listening to them two go at it.
Listen, way better than him and Deacon, because at least him and 817 will go back and forth and answer a question.
Yeah, man. Deacon got that old man get off my lawn mentality, man. Whereas these two will have a dialogue that would absolutely be hilarious while they having it back and forth.
And the thing about Mex, man, his skin is tougher than the roughest of leathers. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I respect everybody who, you know what I'm saying, don't change their opinion. They can't be swayed until they see it. You know what I mean? So that goes for both guys, man. 817 is the same way. So, yeah, I applaud everybody who's like that, man. But let's get it started, man. Let's get it started. You want to do a little film study tonight?
Man,
I need everybody in the chat to give me their top 10 prospects and who you think out of that bunch will be the next great champion. And by prospect, I mean somebody who has less than 20 fights, who's possibly still fighting 8 rounders. Once they get up in the 10 and 12 rounders and they got more than 20 fights, I consider them a contender at that point. So you can take out guys like Brandon Lee and Boots Ennis and who else? Virgin Ortiz. You can take guys out like that. I consider them contenders at this point. And hell, even though he has less than 20 fights, you look at somebody like Gary Antoine Russell. He's a friend.
I better cut you off. Champion Heart, put your link in the chat, brother, please. Felicia, put your link in the chat, please. Okay, go ahead, my bad. DJ, we back?
Oh, I'm sorry, I walked off for a second. But yeah, like I was saying, yeah, these guys, man, like I said, it's somebody who's still fighting 8 rounders, and for the most part, most of them haven't even had 20 fights yet. But you get anomalies like a Teofimo Lopez who hadn't had 20 fights, or a Gary Antoine Russell who hadn't had 20 fights. You get or even Shakur, but these guys are already champions, so that makes a difference. But give me y'all guys' best prospects, who y'all looking out for, and I say within the next, with the way boxing is moving now, I say within the next 5 years, who's gonna be a champion? My top vote, will be Xander Zayas. Right behind him will be Shushu Carrington, and right behind him will be Troy Eisen. Those are my top 3 prospects right now.
You just messed up royally.
I just messed up royally?
Royally.
Okay. Go ahead. I'm listening. That's my top 3.
I like your top 3. It's cool for what it is. But you forgot the
I ain't forgetting nobody. I know about Keyshawn Davis and all of them. I know. Go ahead. Give me your list. Give me your top 3. Top 3. I'm gonna make it tough for people tonight. Give me your top 3.
Jared Anderson.
Okay.
Keyshawn Davis.
Okay.
Troy Eisen.
Okay. Fair enough.
Now, if you give me 5, Now, if you give me 5,
no, I want 3. I want 3 because everybody can do 5. I think everybody out here because we have a fairly intelligent fan base, and I think. See, you still get, and see, you got the Frank Martins out there in the world. See, there's plenty of people to choose from.
He a contender.
How you figure he a contender?
Because he fighting for a title eliminator. He's a contender, dog.
Okay.
He's fighting 12 rounds. You said 8s. He passed 8s.
No, okay, past 8. They not fighting 10 and 12 rounders yet.
He is though.
Okay. I could have sworn his last fight was just an 8 rounder. All right, moving forward. Who else? You said your top 3 is Troy Isley. You said Troy Isley, Keyshawn Davis, and who? And Big Baby Anderson. Solid list, but I want the chat to interact with this one. Who is y'all's top 3 prospects? Somebody who has less than 20 fights and is still fighting 8 rounds. Give me y'all top 3. I want it tough. I'm gonna make it tough. I'm gonna make you exclude somebody.
But but you know what though? Shushu got that swag, so I might have to take somebody out, man. Shushu got that swag, though. You understand?
No, you done made your list. Let's stick to it. No, you said Keyshawn, Big Baby, and who? Troy Isley. And I said Troy Isley, Xander Zayas, and Shushu. That's my 3.
Yeah, either way, Troy Isley's in there. You know what I'm saying? I got high hopes for that nigga.
Yeah. See, I fucks with all 3 of them, man. I got high hopes for all of them. That's why I put them in there. I got high hopes for all of them, man. I told you, and you was right there with me. I told you after Xander did what he did for the kids in Atlanta, he gonna always have a fan in me.
That's what I was telling you.
Yeah.
We said that together.
Yeah. We were sitting right there because we saw it together. So he gonna forever have a fan in me unless he jump off the wall and do something stupid, which I don't think this kid will. I think he's got a head on the shoulder. Unless he just jump out there and do something absolutely asinine, he will forever have a fan in me, man.
And I don't see him doing that.
Yeah. He's a real humble kid, just keeping his head. I hate that he got hurt. And especially with the way Berlanga looked in his past 3 fights. Boots is a contender. He's number 1 in the IBF he's the number 1 contender for the IBF belt. Okay.
Top 5 in every sanctioning
body. Yeah, he's top 5 or top 3 in every sanctioning body. So he's a contender, bro. He's no longer a prospect. Prospect is somebody who's still fighting 8 rounders. Somebody said Brian Norman Jr. Okay, I can dig that. I think Brian's fighting 10 rounders now. Give me your top 3. Give me your top 3.
Look, go lay down.
Kyle, we can go over hours again. My top 3 prospects as of right now: Shushu Carrington, Bruce Shushu Carrington, Xander Zayas, and Troy Isley. Those are my top 3. That's not saying that Keyshawn Davis isn't good, because he's absolutely sensational. But somebody got to be the baddest man. And I think in a few years, when Troy Isley and Xander Zayas fight each other, that's going to be absolute fireworks. Yes, sir.
Oh, hey, I gotta scratch all that, bro.
Huh?
I gotta redo mine.
You gotta redo yours? Ain't no redoing. They always say go with your first mind. Your first mind is usually the right one.
No. Omari Jones. Troy Isley. Keyshawn Davis.
You said Amari Jones?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Now listen.
Okay.
Now I know you said 3, but we're gonna say 5. We're gonna say 5 just for the sake of argument.
We're going 3. Anybody can give me 5.
I know that we got our 3. I'm saying, well, like, give me your last 2 though.
Oh, my last 2? Keyshawn and Big Baby. Keyshawn and Big Baby Anderson are my last 2.
Okay. I'm not mad at that. Cause I would put Xander and Big Baby in there. You know what the thing is? You gotta think about who all like up and coming. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And you don't want to miss nobody. That's the hardest part.
I mean, because you still got Tiger Johnson and Duke Reagan. You still got guys out there like that.
Man.
That's why I said 3. I want to make it hard on people tonight. Go through the chat, man. Let me know what people thinking.
Hey, a while back, nigga, I did an under 25 like ranking. And there was some hitters under 25.
Right. Absolutely.
Boxing is in great hands, bro.
Yeah, boxing is in great hands going in the future, man. Once we get these guys in these offices to get out of the way, you know, it's similar to politics. Once we get the old folks out the way, I think some of these fights will get made. Just like I think in politics, once these old guys get out the way, we'll get some changes made around here.
All right, I'm 33. I'm number 33 of the subscribers on Champion Heart YouTube channel. Y'all go check him out.
Somebody said, "Oh yeah, I forgot about Keyshawn cooking with the champ." Yeah.
Keyshawn Davis is just different, bro. He's different.
Kid Austin is Kid. Wait a minute. How many fights is Kid Austin not in 10 rounders already?
I don't know. I think
because I know Brandon Lee. Brandon Lee I would have put up there, but I know he's already fighting 10 rounders. 10 rounders, they grooming you for a title eliminator, and they looking to give you a boost. Just like Antoine Russell, he's got less than 20 fights, but he's already in 10 rounders about to fight for title eliminators.
That's why I put him in there. The only pushback there is they don't have that bravado, that extra machismo.
Who doesn't have that bravado?
The Russells, they don't have.
None of them really do. They just let you know their hands work.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, they gotta have. Gary got a little bit though. Gary got it more than them, but
I mean, they not soft and they not just quiet dudes, but they not they just let you know their hands work. Y'all not fucking with me. What Gary say? Anybody at $1.25 that can get it. So, I mean, it's just that's not everybody's personality, and that's kind of what I was speaking on last night. That's just not everybody's personality. They're not gonna go out of their way to talk shit, but they'll let you know what they feel about themselves and how they carry themselves and stuff. So, yeah, that's that. Well, Kyle, you got lucky. Me not so much, but you got lucky. I'm off the rest of the week.
Oh man! Oh my God!
I'm off until next Monday.
How'd you pull that off?
I got injured actually.
Oh man, good for us. Bad for you.
Bad for me. Yeah, I have a back injury, so I can't go back to work until next Monday. I let the higher ups know yesterday, I believe it was, when I finally got my diagnosis. But yeah, everything's good. What the hell? God damn.
What happened?
Nothing. I can't ever find a good light around here.
You smoke your little cancer stick, huh?
No, man. You know my cigar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, there's one. Hey, I'm gonna say this. Dudes be hitting it raw every day. Don't be giving a damn about their life. I said that to one of my little partners. He like, I don't see how you smoke, man. Well, you out here fucking raw. I don't see how you still doing that.
What'd he say? He said that.
No, he just got a good laugh out of it. Like, yeah, you out here tagging these random raw, so I don't know how you doing that. You taking chances. Yeah, man. Me and Reggie had a good discussion last night. Reggie and Pittsburgh T had a good discussion last night, man. I enjoyed that. That's the matchup we didn't know we needed.
Man, listen, it was a good one for sure.
Mm-hmm.
And then my fucking phone, and I feel like coming downstairs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. They were agreeing, but they had different point of views, man, which was amazing.
Yeah, that was the same thing with who was arguing with that nigga 817 last night before Reggie Owens was arguing with him. Somebody was saying they were saying the same shit, but just in a different way. 817 is somebody else.
I think who was it? Trying to remember. I know
they were saying the same exact shit.
Yeah. It might have been Pittsburgh. No, I think Pittsburgh was agreeing with. Yeah, I think they were agreeing. Yeah. We even had my guy DB pull up last night, man, at the 9th hour. Show us some love, man. Told him, you family, come through anytime you get ready.
You gotta love DB. Yeah.
But back to this list though, I want everybody top 3 prospects. I ain't letting y'all off the hook. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hold on, bro.
Yes, sir. Hey, Terrence Keefe, if you still in the chat, bro, I got them on your music down here in Alabama, man. They rock it with you. They enjoy it, bro. Yes, sir. But this weekend coming up, man, boxing's been on the road. I think they're going to continue it, especially with the Terminator about to get his 3rd belt this weekend. This fight is going to, in my opinion, this fight is going to last as long as Joe Smith Jr. can take the beating. And I say he gives out in about the 8th or 9th round.
I think it's going to go a little longer than that, though. He's a fucking beast.
Yeah, Champion Heart. I saw your picks. Boots is already a contender. And let me see who else you said. Xander and Troy. Everybody loves Xander and Troy. Yeah, man.
You just got no choice, man. The type of people they are. You just can't.
Oh, Taylor Bell, what I said earlier, I consider a prospect as somebody who's still fighting 8-rounders and has less than 20 fights. Both of those are both of my criteria. Now, if you over 20 fights and still fighting 8-rounders, that ought to tell you something about your career. Notice nobody said Nico.
Top 5 though.
Is he?
What's up with it?
I can't put him in my top 5 just yet, but the kid's talented. I'll give him that. I think he's got real power in his hands. He's just still green, man. It's hard to put a bead on him right now.
Man, I'm trying to get into this fucking account, man. Shit, tripping.
Yes, sir. Yeah, Keyshawn Davis, I think his last fight was a 6-rounder. So, yeah, he's still a prospect. Yes, sir. Yeah, Pittsburgh. See, I saw the Kings, the Four Kings documentary a while back. It was well done. I think those guys they gave great recounts of the situation, and what really helped me with the documentary is to see the build up to those fights. Since all those fights, most of those fights happened. Malibu Ali is trash. Yeah, Nico Ali's still green, champion heart. That's why I said it's hard to put a bead on him. But yeah, that Kings documentary was absolutely amazing, man. I loved it. I watched it twice. So, especially one of my favorite parts was Roberto Duran said he was skin up down there in that club, and somebody gave him some money. He was like, "I give you this amount of money to fight Tommy Hearns." Yeah, I'll take it. I forgot the exact amount, but it was millions. We'll give you this amount of money to fight Tommy Hearns, and he went and got knocked out in 2 rounds. I know Berlanga got a Reggie belt, but why is he fighting 10 rounders? I don't know. I didn't understand that either. I don't understand if it's a championship fight, why are you still fighting 10 rounders? You should be fighting 12s. So
it's because it's the NABO. It's not like a actual WBA.
Or actual WBO.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. We'll play. Okay, Keyshawn. You said Keyshawn, Xander, and Troy. That's a good list. But my 3, I'm staying with mine, man. I really like Shoo Carrington, man. I like the way he puts his punches together. Yeah, I like the hand speed. I like his punch placement. Yeah, man, the kid's just smooth, man, and he doesn't keep that. The biggest thing for me with him is he never keeps his head on the center line. So even when he's throwing combinations, in his last fight when he knocked Buddy out, he hit him with a right hand and then ducked. He was ready for the next shot. So he's constantly changing angles on his punches. Yeah, man, I like the hand speed. I like the skill set from him, man. A lot of people comparing him to Zab Judah, but I just think that's just a Brownsville thing. And we all know the pedigree of these fighters coming out of Brownsville, Brooklyn. You got Zab Judah. You had Shannon the Cannon, Riddick Bowe, Mike Tyson, and somebody else. Somebody else came out of Brownsville. I'm trying to think. But yeah, Brownsville, Brooklyn has produced some great champions in the past, man. So I look forward to him being the next one.
Where Danny Jacobs from?
Is he from Brownsville?
I know he's from New York. I don't know what part though.
I think he's from like Bed-Stuy or something. I don't think he's from Brownsville. I know he's from Brooklyn. AJ64, I don't necessarily see it as hate. I just think what I've noticed in this build-up between Bud and Spence is a lot of the older guys are picking Bud because he's been around longer and they've seen him longer, but a lot of the younger guys are picking Spence because that's who they're familiar with. So, I mean, at this point, I think everybody knows where they stand, and we just ready for the fight. We've reached the climax of the build-up, man. This fight is already built. I think the higher ups see that now, and I'm just waiting on the fight, man. Unfortunately, I probably won't be able to go, but I'll gladly pay for it. Let's see what 817 said. The one time Ali didn't have her morning after pill in LA, that's what happened. Oh man. 817 is champion heart, something else, man. Yeah.
817 ain't got no goddamn sense, man.
Yeah, 817 goofy, man. He an interesting cat. I fuck with it, man. You know, we got a chance to meet him finally got a chance to meet him in Dallas, man. He is everything he is online, he is in person. So, you know, I appreciate that.
Some motherfucking dog, though, man.
Yeah, man. He cool people. So, you know, other than the fight coming up this weekend, like what fights are you excited to see?
That's it.
I want to see, I'm actually interested in seeing AB coming back. I want to see what AB looks like now that, in most people's opinion, he's hit rock bottom, and even I think even in his opinion, he's hit rock bottom. I want to see how he responds and how he looks in his next fight against Omar Figueroa, which, at this point in AB's career, that's a good fight for him. That's a good fight for both guys. He just can't let Figueroa outwork him because other than the Maidana fight, AB just hadn't been beat up for real.
But even that fight he could have won.
Yeah, I mean he could have beat Pacquiao, but he just didn't.
Oh shit! Hold on. Because you said I gave him some Charlemagne's names yesterday, so I've been doing some digging. All right, the real people piss her off her. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna argue with the deacon, the devil, and the pastor. Shout to my motherfucking dog. Max, what's going on?
What's up, gang?
What's up, man?
I had to get this Matt in here real quick. I had to make this motherfucker quick, man. Shit.
You trash as shit.
Hey, check the record.
You trash as shit.
Check the record, man.
You trash as shit.
I don't know what the record is, but it's nice.
I'll beat your ass. You're lucky on PlayStation. I'll beat your ass.
I think I'm maybe 450 and 220 or some shit like that.
Yeah, but you play MUT though, so you trash as shit.
Yeah, I do. I play MUT all day.
Yeah, trash as shit.
Hey, shout out to Champ, man. I went and subscribed to his thing, man. I didn't know I see them highlights. Watch out, Champ. Oh shit. Champ over here head kicking motherfuckers and shit. I didn't know it was like that.
Yeah. Champ got hands.
No wonder why he a calm, peaceful man now. You know, he let all his violence out when he was younger and shit. You know what I'm saying? He had girls
Champ,
that domesticate your ass real quick.
Yeah, girls will calm you down, man, a lot. They either calm you down or turn you up. So having my girls really calm me down too.
Me too, unless it's certain situations. Like this past weekend, I had to turn up on family members because it was disrespectful to my fucking daughter. I don't like that shit. So
absolutely,
I had to teach my daughter a quick lesson about family. Like, it don't matter if you fucking family, you disrespect. You know what I mean? Is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, my attitude towards my daughters: if you ain't ready to kill me, leave my daughters alone.
Yeah, that's how I feel. Exactly how I feel.
You fuck with mine, you better be ready to kill me.
Man, speaking of, man, that motherfucking Father's Day coming up, man. My favorite holiday of the whole year. What we doing, boys?
Oh man, I just, I don't be too big on them, man. I ain't too big on Mother's Day, Father's Day, stuff like that. But we get the same gifts. I like draws and I like cologne, so I gladly accept them.
I'll say this is the only recognition we as men get throughout the whole fucking year from this country, bro. So you gotta enjoy that shit, man. They don't give a fuck about men any other day of the year. And Father's Day, they still try to, well, happy Father's Day to me. Like, you're not a father, bitch. You're just a really, really, really good mom. Like, you'll never be.
Yeah, you had your day. You're a great mother. You had your day. I don't like that either, Max. When
I hate that shit.
When single mothers try to take over Father's Day,
I comment on every single post of every bitch that posts anything like that. I'm like, no, you're not. No, you're not. Unless you got a dick, you're not. Like, and even if you got a dick, it doesn't make you a father just to have a kid. You actually got to put in that work, man.
Yeah. AB was never the same after my Maidana fight. True. But if you always watch, if you've been a fan of AB like I have his entire career, he's always fought the same. He's never been a volume puncher. That's why when people say he need to let his hands go, he's never been a volume puncher. That's the way he trains. He fights. He's always been a masterful counter puncher. He's always had great defense. The way he's gotten beat in the past is he lets guys outwork him. Like Mikey Garcia didn't beat him up. He just outworked him. Sean Porter didn't really beat him up. He just outworked him. Pacquiao didn't really beat him up. He just outworked him. And, the judges look at stuff like that. And when AB's only throwing, 20 punches around and the other guys throwing 30 and 40, I mean, it's easy math, man. These guys are they look at that.
Before that Maidana fight, he used to throw more punches though, bro.
I mean, but he would always
he used to be able to hurt people.
He was always a counter puncher though.
Nah,
once he stopped being able to hurt.
Before Maidana, he used to get busy. And the nigga had no business moving past 140 to get to 47.
Hey, DJ, I see your what was your 3 prospects? Y'all were doing 3 prospects, right?
Yeah. My 3 prospects were Bruce Shoo Carrington, Xander Zayas, and Troy Isley. Those are my top 3 prospects at the moment.
I'm gonna go with Xander Zayas is definitely in that mix. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna go with I don't know if does Frank Martin count as a prospect still?
He's a contender. He's about to fight for a title eliminator, and I think he's already fighting 10 rounders. You have to be under 20 fights and still fighting 8 rounders.
Under 20 fights, still fighting 8 rounds. Was it oh yeah, shit. Hey, my prospect gonna take over number 2 and 3. So I only got 2. Xander Zayas and fucking Jake Paul, baby.
See, there you go.
Big money. Big money.
He gotta fight a pro boxer first.
Hey, he's working on that. He's only 5 fights in. So
he's gotta fight an actual boxer first.
No, you mean someone with a boxing license, right? Because just all these boxers don't fight nobody.
But they fighting actual boxers. Like
no,
I get it.
They're not though.
I get it. You're giving him credit for beating up a 40-year-old Ben Askren coming off of hip surgery, who was never a striker in MMA. He was always a wrestler. So you're taking his biggest weapon away from him. That's why I don't care who it is. I don't like for these MMA fighters to fight boxers because you're taking away some of their weapons.
But here's the thing. You know about that. You know about that. When Billy Bob fights Billy Joe, who's 0-2, and that's his second fight of his career, you don't even know what that guy did before that 0-2. He could be a fucking baker on the weekend. So at least we know one guy actually fought and got kicked in the face and punched in the face for a living. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't understand the hatred when everyone's favorite boxers, no one can name their first 5 fighters or what they did or how they got there or what, like, just because they have a boxing record. Like, cool, but what does that mean? Like, I can go get licensed to be 0-5 and go fight Earl Smith right now or some shit.
He's had 4 fights strictly boxing, right? When he fought Tyron Woodley, that was his first ever boxing match, right? I'm sorry, I'm not giving Jake Paul credit for beating up YouTubers and washed up MMA fighters. I'm not giving him credit for that.
Yeah, the YouTuber was like, all right, whatever, But the other shit is like people called him out, though. People called him out. He just took the fade. Like, after he beat the YouTuber, that's when everyone's like, oh, I'll beat you up. He's all right, come get it. And then he beat him up and said, oh, you want to knock out Nate Robinson? I'll beat you up. And they said, all right, come get it. And then they got beat up. And then it just kept going. And then when Ben Askren got beat up, Tyron Woodley said, oh, but you ain't fighting a dude with real knockout power. And then he got knocked out. So now it's just like he's just taking fades. He's not like, hey, no, so
even in those fights with Tyron Woodley, he was still on Bambi legs in both fights. So
only the first one. He didn't really get. The second one was pretty boring. There wasn't much interaction till the knockout.
Yeah, and then the first one he caught him. Tyron Woodley was a late replacement. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. Man.
Said he was training.
A lot of these guys say they're training, but
either way, he got knocked out because Jake Paul set up a trap.
No, he just walked into a punch. He walked into a punch.
He feinted the body and he brought the hand down and came over the top, bro. That was beautifully placed. I was not lucky. He knew what he was doing.
Sorry, he don't get no credit for that for me.
Yeah, I do. He almost killed that man. He gets all the credit for me.
Nah,
that's exactly what Woodley looked like, Kyle. Just like that. Yup.
Get the
Tyron Woodley. Tyron Woodley impression? Was that your Tyron Woodley impression? You gotta
Yeah,
fall face down
like
first.
I said, the two fights that everybody give him the most credit for. He beat up a 40-year-old Ben Askren coming off of hip surgery, who was retired from the sport of MMA, and he beat up Tyron Woodley, who's on a 5-fight losing streak, and
like
had just gotten released from the UFC. So I'm
if
sorry.
you want to talk about the real big fish is Jake Paul, because ain't nobody pulling in pay-per-view numbers in their first 5 fights like him. Nobody in boxing.
I mean, but he's got that YouTube crowd, man. He brought fans.
No matter what crowd he got, he got it.
And credit to him.
Garcia got the Instagram crowd. He ain't selling like that.
Credit to him. He's got the YouTube crowd, and he brought his fan base over from YouTube. Credit to him. But at the same time, he's not getting credit for me for beating up washed up MMA fighters. If you really want that smoke, fight Paulo Costa, since Paulo Costa said he'd knock you out.
Just do it. Hey, Ward said he wants it. Fury said he wants it. So, I mean, I'll just worry beat the shit out of him. But
now, Tommy Fury, he would have got full credit for me because Tommy Fury is an actual boxer in his weight class, too. I think people skate over that fact, too. He's not fighting guys in his weight class.
Yeah. Well, hey, hold on. They are doing weigh-ins, though. Like, it's being agreed upon from the other fighters that that's the weight they're agreeing on, and he does have to lose weight to make the weight cut.
I get all of that, but Tyron Woodley has never fought at 200 pounds a day in his life. Ben Askren has never fought at 200 pounds a day in his life. Nate Robinson, even when he weighed in, he was 189 pounds, and Jake Paul weighed in, 190-something. So, you know,
Jake Paul
he's not fighting guys.
Fuck that away. Jake Paul ain't even fought. That fool was on a Disney show, bro. That fool don't have years of experience in a gym, day in, day out, hitting the bag and learning techniques. That motherfucker got off a Disney show, got off the couch, and started knocking dudes the fuck out.
No, he had already been training for a couple years. Amir Khan.
Years still. That's not 20 plus years, tournaments, weight cut, getting his shit. It's not none of that shit. You don't have to worry about none of that shit. That's what I'm saying. These are career athletes.
You don't have to cut weight when you're not fighting in your weight class.
Bro, I'm just saying, are you going to be scared of a Disney athlete? If before Jake Paul started knocking dudes out and they say, hey, and you and Jake Paul got into it at a bar, you going to be scared of that motherfucker? About, this guy might get me because he's a little big. No, you're going to be like, motherfucker, look at a Disney star. I'll knock this motherfucker the fuck out until you don't. And then it's like, well, I don't fight. I'm not a fighter. He trained. No. A knockout's a knockout. Whether it's in the streets or in the ring, it's a knockout. You knocked another man the fuck out. Technically, if this is prison, you can rape him if you want to. You do whatever the fuck you want. Take his pocket.
We know in the streets, Tyron Woodley would rip his fucking head off. We know that.
Probably. Unless he got caught.
Ain't no probably. He duck under one of them shots, take his ass down, and then
when was the last time? Hold on. When was the last time Tyron Woodley took anybody down? It's been like 8 years before he had a takedown because he fell in love with his right hand.
He took down Darren Till and choked him out.
But that was after he rocked him, though. He didn't just shoot on him. He rocked him, and then, like, when did he ever just, like, I can't remember the last fight he just out-wrestled somebody.
But that's part of his arsenal.
Ever since that Robbie Lawler knockout, he ain't never did wrestling again.
He didn't really wrestle Robbie Lawler like that. He just smoked him.
That's what I'm saying. Ever since he knocked him out, he fell in love with the knockout, and he just said, fuck the wrestling shit.
He took down Wonder Boy Thompson.
He did, yeah.
He took down Damian Maia.
Did he? I know Damian might have tried to take him down like 50 times.
Yeah, and he took down Damian Maia. Let me see what the chat got going on.
DJ with your ass in man every night. Salute to Big Dog Willie. I think he was being sarcastic when he said American KO Spence.
Yo, appreciate the super chat. Yeah, Meg said Jake Paul. Champion Hart agrees with me about Maidana, about AB, but he was definitely gun shy after Maidana. Yeah, absolutely. He definitely started putting his hands in his pockets because I think what's going on, and I think that's the same thing was going on with Berlanga right now. After he got dropped last October, I think it's in the back of his mind. He don't want to stand in the pocket in exchange anymore because he got dropped.
Berlanga.
You think so?
Yeah, Berlanga's trash.
I don't think he's trash. I just think they moving him too fast. They trying to.
He's not what they told us he was.
You remember because when he was 16, when he was 14, 15, and they were talking about 2 or 3 years we fighting Canelo. Yeah, do that now. Oh boy. Man, but make some that July 2nd card in the UFC is gonna be amazing, man. I can't wait.
What is that? That's the Usman.
No, Usman's not fighting until October. I mean, not
October.
Holloway
Volkanovski
August. He's fighting in August.
That's Holloway Volkanovski 3.
Holloway Volkanovski 3. They're the co-main, and Adesanya and Cannonier are fighting on that card. That's the main event.
What's the co-main?
Volkanovski and Max Holloway 3.
Hope
they're doing the third. Who else is on that card? Uriah Hall and Muniz is fighting on that card. You got Sugar Sean O'Malley fighting Pedro Munoz on that card. Let me see. I can pull it up on my laptop here in a second.
Hey, where's that fight at?
It's in Vegas. It'll be in Vegas.
Your ass ain't going.
Nah, I ain't going. July 2nd, I probably won't go.
Okay. Hey,
I need to though.
Two fights that'll get you to Vegas.
2 fights that'll get me to Vegas. Spence and Bud will get me to Vegas. It's just about timing, man. It's about time. It's just a bad time for me to be going to fights. And hold on, I'm finna change my laptop.
Would John Jones and Francis get you there? Would John Jones and Francis get you to?
Absolutely, they would. Absolutely, they would get me. I don't care if nobody say them gloves wasn't right either. If he used the same fucking, if he used the same fucking gloves, Floyd called him out on, they wasn't right. Yeah, that was a thing. That was a thing that Robert Garcia said, and Mayweather and Leonard Ellaby were right there. Oh, no wonder y'all knocking folks out. It's like the gloves ain't got no fucking padding in them. Them the same
Let
gloves.
me see if got somebody else out besides AB.
Huh? What'd you say, Kyle?
I said I'm gonna see if he knocked somebody else out besides AB.
Let me see. Sean Strickland and Alex Pereira, the guy that they brought in to fight. They brought him in just for Israel Adesanya because he beat Israel Adesanya twice in kickboxing, knocked him out cold one fight. In the second fight, he got a unanimous decision. So Alex Pereira is 5-1 right now. Dynamic striker, very good striker, strong. Against Sean Strickland, who I think is ranked number 7 or 8 in the weight class right now. And I think he's on like a 6 or 7 fight win streak. That'll be a good fight. You got Misha Tate fighting Lauren Murphy on that card. That'll be a good fight. Misha Tate's talking about after watching Talia Santos this past weekend, she's licking her chops. Looking forward to fighting Valentina. So we'll see what happens with that. Even on the prelims, you got Robbie Lawler and Bam Bam Barberina fighting. You got Jalen Turner and Brad Riddell. That's going to be a good fight. You got Macy Barber fighting Jessica Ai. That's a big step up fight for Macy Barber. You got Ian Gary, the next Irish sensation, fighting Gabe Green on that card. That's a good card. You got Jim Miller and Bobby Green on the early prelims, man. That's going to be a good fight. Brad Tavares and Duplessis. That's going to be a good card. I mean, that's going to be a good fight. And Stoliarenko and Jessica Rose Clark with her fine ass, they're going to be fighting on that card too. So, man, that is a stacked card coming up on July 2nd in the UFC, man. I can't wait.
It's cracking this weekend. What were the fights? UFC and boxing?
Oh, it's a trash card. It's a trash card.
Oh, a little fight night.
Yeah, a little fight night card, man. Let me see.
We got the Vita Reeve and Joe Smith.
You got PFL. You got PFL Friday. Let me see who's fighting on that card. You got Clay Colliard, who bounces back and forth between boxing and MMA. He's fighting Alexander Martinez, Bruce Soto, and Shoeface Carlos Jr., Antonio Carlos Jr. Shoeface. He's fighting. Hausch Manifo, he's fighting this weekend against Olivio Bon Mercier. And then you got Jeremy Stevens fighting Miles Price. That'll be a good fight.
Trash.
Man, Jeremy Stevens had a good fight last time out against Clay Collier, but he lost a split decision. I think it was a split decision or a unanimous decision. Marcin Held is fighting on that card. Victor Pesta and Robert Wilkinson is fighting on that card. That'll be a good fight. But yeah, I mean, a bunch of guys don't really know.
Oh man, I got a question because I'm figuring maybe this is a your people thing situation. What the fuck is the infatuation with AB, bro? Why do motherfuckers just refuse to give up on AB? Why can't they just let AB go? Why has AB got this part of your heart that's just like, hey, you let AB's trash, but you know what? It's because he had hard times because he's not who the fuck we thought he was. He was not the advertised goods. The moment he moved up, it was over for that guy. His career ain't never been the same.
You can't say that. You can't say that because, you have to factor in the things that went on outside the ring with him. Oh, Kevin Holland's fighting Tim Means this weekend.
Has AB ever won a top competition fight? Like, any big name he lost. Any name that could have been put on his resume to be like a good win. A Mikey, a Maidana, a fucking Jesse Vargas. Like, he beat
lost. Jesse Vargas. No, he beat Jesse Vargas. He got robbed.
Okay, but Jesse Vargas. He didn't beat him clearly. He wasn't the AB we saw before that wouldn't even let it do a close fight. The younger weight AB. So I don't know if his money got to his head, the same, his dad brushing his wave. Maybe he just didn't have the power to stop the bigger guys. Whatever the case was.
Yeah, his power just didn't come up with him. His power didn't come up.
But motherfuckers still make excuses for his ass. They just won't let AB go. They won't let AB go. Motherfuckers act like AB is like a family member, real like, damn.
Because he is. Because he is. See, you wouldn't understand, man.
Tone Brown said AB got to fight in Chicago. Yeah, he's in there. Okay, that's what's up. I think he's the headliner on that card too. I have to see exactly who's all on that card.
Back that super chat, DJ.
Huh? Hey man, we gave that super chat enough love, man.
Hey, and tell somebody to give out another super chat.
Man, come on, man. We ain't gonna keep the same super chat on the screen for 3 hours.
And tell somebody else decides to super chat, that super chat's gonna stay up there.
Yeah, if it's $100 super chat, not $2. we feel you, big dog, willing to get that bullshit off the screen.
Is it $1 per minute or what? $1 per minute?
AB. Hold on, man. Let me. Champion Hart said, DJ, I thought Misha Tate retired. She did, and she just came back late last year against Marion Renault, and then she took another fight against. I think she fought somebody else. I want to say she fought either Aldana or Ketlin Vieira, who just absolutely jobbed. Holly Holm got jobbed in that fight. There's no way Ketlin Vieira won that fight. No way in hell Ketlin Vieira won that fight. I think Holly Holm beat her in that last fight. So let me see. What's Tone Brown? Yeah, he's talking to. I think she moved up to flyweight. She came out of retirement for a minute. In fact, I think she moved. She moved down to flyweight. She moved down to flyweight now in this fight against who she's fighting. Damn, I just said her name. Lauren Murphy, who just fought for the title last year and lost to Valentina Shevchenko, like the rest of the girls lose in that weight class to Valentina. Let's see, Pittsburgh T. AB is entertaining, like him or love him. Nobody signing up to see a fighter with no personality. Yeah, we still love AB, man. We understand his flaws, and it's not like he's going out there and getting beat the fuck up. Guys are just outworking him because he's not throwing enough punches to keep up with him, and we think it's a mental block. His skills are still there. We see the skill set still there. His skills aren't deteriorating. We as boxing fans see what it is. He can still sell tickets. He can still put asses in the seats. And we see the skill set is still there. His skills are not gone, Max.
What skill? If he has skill, he'd be winning.
Yeah, but you got to actually use your skills to win.
Man, I ain't seen these many excuses made for a fighter since Earl Spence, man. This is crazy.
Man, don't start that shit.
This is crazy.
Hold on.
Don't start that
man.
shit tonight, man.
See, Max is so fucking fake. That fucking baloney, phony ass motherfucker. Listen,
Who?
the first nigga to drop Sean Porter was Adrien Broner. So you gotta shut the fuck up.
And he lost. He lost 11 rounds of that fight. And then dropped him. Yeah.
I wouldn't say he lost 11 rounds, but
it was clearly.
But
he needed that. He needed the knockout. Fuck the drop.
Appreciate you, Grave Digger. Appreciate you, man. I was just waking up, starting to drive. I'm a roof. Yeah, absolutely.
Who's the biggest name ABB?
Heart, man.
AB, the biggest win for AB was what? Paulie Malignaggi when he was like 80. That's his biggest win.
Paulie Malignaggi was a champion when he beat him. So
yeah, that's his biggest win on his whole resume.
You can poo-poo that all you want to, but Paulie Malignaggi was a champion when he beat him. So, I mean, there's that.
Paulie Malignaggi got knocked out by Amir Khan by that time in his life when he got beat,
that was
decision to Adrien Broner. So Adrien Broner couldn't even knock out Paulie, but Amir Glass Chin Khan could do it. So Amir Khan.
Hey, champion, I'm gonna have to, man. But my wife gonna have to make it because I'm too goddamn lazy to make it. Man,
Antonio DeMarco was his best performance, I'd have to say. Antonio,
yeah, but not the biggest win. I'm saying biggest name win on his resume is Paulie.
Yeah, because he's fighting, outside.
And this is the guy you talk about that can take 5 years off, come back, and you still got faith.
Couldn't crack an egg if you threw it at him. So that was a good fight for him, but he soundly beat Paulie in that fight. Moving up 2 weight classes.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you, though, Max. I'm gonna be honest with you. You forget how good that nigga was, bro.
I forget. No, I remember how good he looked. When he started fighting top comp, he was not the same. No more.
When he started,
I remember because actually
when he started fighting 2 weight classes above his natural weight, then yeah.
One of his championship wins was actually a dude that was right here from Salinas. I remember it was a dude that got caught for the coat. But that dude was out of Salinas. So I remember watching that fight. He beat a local dude. But I was on Adrien Broner early too because he looked Mayweather-ish. He had the shoulder roll, his flash. He had his dad brushing his hair all the shit. Oh yeah, okay, this dude's gonna be next up. He was not next up, and we're still hoping on. This motherfucker ain't even fought for a hell of years, and we're like, oh, he's gonna come back and do like he does move the needle. He moves the needle. He moves the needle. I get that. His name. He could sell a fight as AB, but that's on any card. He could go do bare knuckle. He could do ref and rowdy. He could do celebrity boxing. He's gonna move the needle. But other than that, skill set in the ring, he's not a top boxer. He's not a Hall of Famer.
How is he not a Hall of Famer? Hold on.
You don't give me the weight classes.
Bud's not a Hall of Famer.
Give me the weight classes.
If he's not a Hall of Famer, then Bud's not a Hall of Famer. He's a 4-division champion, Max. You can't take that off his resume.
He was never undisputed. Undisputed, automatic Hall of Famer.
What?
Undisputed, automatic.
Oh, what?
Automatic.
Man,
that's automatic.
Look, bro.
That's automatic.
Bro, Bud dropped them belts and
don't ever try to compare Adrien Broner to Bud Crawford, bro.
No, you did that. You said he's not a Hall of Famer. He's a 4-division champion, bro.
Not a Hall of Famer. All champions are the same. All champions are the same. All champions are the same.
You're right, because Julius Ndongo won shit.
He was undefeated with 2 belts.
Oh, okay.
Where's Adrien Broner's undefeated 2 belts?
All champions not the same though. All champions.
Where's it at though? Where's it at? We just said the best champion he beat was a split decision against Paulie Malignaggi after Malignaggi already got knocked out by fucking everybody. That's his biggest win of his career.
Not by everybody, but all right. Same Paulie Malignaggi that beat Zab Judah, but all right.
No, it's not the same one. That was years prior.
Okay. I'm just saying, Paulie Malignaggi.
The same Paulie Malignaggi got knocked out by Ricky Hatton, got knocked out by Amir Khan, and got split decision lost to fucking Adrien Broner.
But you remember that fight?
Don't be disrespectful. Try to put fucking Broner and Bud in the same sentence. It's not close.
I'm just saying, Adrien Broner's a 4-division
it's okay to take Spence. That's cool. But
Adrien Broner's a 4-division champion. You're not taking that away from him. I don't care how you look at it, how you try to slice it. You're not taking that away from him.
Okay, name one.
Hey, he was like the youngest to ever do that.
That's cool.
And if it wasn't for him, wouldn't be no PPC.
Won't be no what?
No PPC without Adrien Broner.
Yeah, he was essential to the movement. I'm saying he moves the needle.
Mix. So shut the fuck up.
So he's trash though. He's trash. Stop trying to put him on a fucking pedestal.
He's not trash.
How can you call
he's trash? He's trash. Y'all motherfuckers over here hating on Lomachenko, and he got a better resume and shit than Adrien Broner do, and more skills than Adrien Broner do, and less losses than Adrien Broner do.
All right,
this nigga high as a motherfucker right now. Hey, matter of fact, he ain't high. Hit the bong.
I need to fuck with y'all. You have my heart pressure going up, bro.
You're fucking crazy, man. You gonna talk about Lomachenko?
Bruh, I don't know what all. Hey, I don't know what all this agent. Hey, but hey, if that's your guy, if you ain't got a little AB tat, a little tramp stamp that said AB on the back, that's up to y'all, bro. But he can't fool me 50 times and still think come back off. He ain't even been fucking fighting. So for all this hype right now for AB's coming back. Oh my God, AB's coming back. Fuck out of here with that shit. He ain't fucking Mayweather coming back.
We ain't saying he's a
Sugar Ray Leonard coming back.
But he's still an exciting fighter. He's still somebody everybody wants to see.
He's an exciting personality. Like, I'm more interested to see the fucking press conferences than to see the fight.
Nah, press conferences only build the fight, bro.
Yeah, and that's what he's good at. He got a mouthpiece. He had one of the greatest mouthpieces probably in sports. Still easy.
Exactly, Champion Hart. He fucked up trying to jump weight classes, trying to get money. So it is.
Yeah, but why did he?
Who was Mikey Garcia's best win? Who was Mikey Garcia's best win outside of Adrien Broner? Who's Mikey Garcia's best win? You would say it's Adrien Broner.
Probably Postal, maybe. I don't know. But Mikey showed the same shit. He started fighting better comp. He wasn't what we thought he was. Wasn't as advertised.
Or did he just jump up 2 weight classes and start fighting guys outside his weight?
That's his decision. No one told him to do that shit. I can't make excuses for something someone else did. That's like making excuses. Okay. Oh, well, it's because he lost his job, so he started smoking crack. I don't give a fuck. He did the shit. Ain't nobody told him to do that shit. This motherfuckers didn't want to cut weight no more. So he said, fuck it. If I don't got to cut weight, I'll go up another weight class. I'm still nice. So you found out you weren't.
And you know you know what you get when guys keep trying to cut weight at a weight that they're not supposed to be at?
So what weight is he supposed to be at? So he's too high, but he can't cut weight to go where he was successful. So where is he supposed to be? So you got an excuse when he moved up, and then you got an excuse why he can't move down.
He was supposed to stay at 140, but he didn't. So,
and he had plenty of chances to keep staying at 140. He can't make the weight no more.
Yeah, but that tequila
you acting like hold on. You acting like the nigga is Martin when he fought Tommy Hearn. You act like he's a complete bum. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
No, but y'all acting like he's he's in the top pound for pound. He's not. He's not even
top. Nobody said he was top pound for pound, Max. We just enjoy seeing him fight. That's it. We enjoy watching him fight.
Like, hey, look. Like, I apologize in advance if I'm disrespecting a family member of your guys'. I didn't know that y'all were related to AB, so I'm not trying to talk about your cousin like that. I know he's giving it his best shot. I know it comes up, oh, well, you don't even fight. You live in your couch. You a poor man. At least you ain't. I get it. Cool. But he's not that guy. He's not the guy we all thought he was going to be when he started making
He might not be that guy anymore, but he was absolutely that guy.
He's probably a better battle rapper than he is a boxer, truth be told.
The disrespect you giving a former 4-division champion
is absolutely he beat Murder Mook. He beat Murder Mook in a 1-rounder. He beat Murder Mook in a 1-rounder. Murder Mook's all-time great battle rapper. He did it on stage at Summer Madness. That's a big place. First time. I give him credit for that. But and like it's like I'll tune in, but I'm not tuning in for a headlining AB fight. I'm not gonna be, oh shit, you know what? Because there's some fights, bro. I let my baby mama know, hey, my daughter going with you tonight. Fight tonight. Going with the boys, watching the shit, not missing it. There's certain fights. AB will never be that fight for me. Never. I will watch that shit on my phone with no service.
If you saying that now, then that means you never thought he was that guy.
I did when he was younger until he got exposed. I like this style.
He got exposed, or did he just fuck his life up?
Whatever it is, and he exposed that he fucks his life up.
I think it was more so I think it was more things outside the ring than it was in.
All I hear is excuses. Excuses. He don't even make for himself. He don't even make his own excuses for himself, bro. He got everyone else making excuses for him.
He's talked about his battle with mental healthness and everything, man. So don't do that.
Well, it might be CTE.
It might be. Then again, it might be that he just made bad decisions outside the ring.
Might be he got a lot of money and stopped really giving a fuck about the sport. It fell off.
Maybe, but in order to fall off, you have at one point have to have had that talent. Yes or no?
Yeah, he was up.
Yeah, so he's not trash, but because I don't see the skill deterioration that to say that he's trash. We just understand what he's doing to get beat, and it's up to him to fix it. That's all.
I mean, there's a reason he don't throw as much.
I don't think he's going to win another belt, if that's what you. I mean, he's never going to win another belt.
Let's see if he can win another fight. How about that? Let's see if we can win another fight.
Okay. Because he just won a fight. He just won his last fight. So
he beat Granados, right?
No, he beat Santiago. Then Santiago
he don't know shit. Don't tell him.
He beat who?
He beat what's his name? Santiago, I think his name. I think that was his name.
Yeah.
Dominican cat.
Trash.
He was undefeated.
He was undefeated. He was undefeated. No, he was undefeated.
That was a warm-up fight. That's cool.
He was undefeated.
At a catchweight, right? At a catchweight.
Oh, so that matters now.
Oh, this.
I mean, you don't make weight. Wait. So when Canelo does catchweight, that's not right. But AB does catchweight, it's cool. Anyone else does catchweight, they can't make the weight. What is AB? Bruh. We gotta be consistent, man. I get it though. Y'all love AB. That's cool.
Canelo was having title fights. He was having title fights at catchweights though, so he was making up his own weight class and having title fights there. So that's the difference.
I don't like catchweights in any situation. I didn't like it when they were talking about George and Spider having a catchweight fight. Like, pick a weight.
And I think he's only had one catchweight fight, Max, and that was his last fight.
Isn't this one a catchweight fight too?
Huh?
Or they moved it up? Wasn't this one a catchweight? The one that he's about to fight is a catchweight, or they moved it up?
It was always at 47. Last year, it was supposed to be at 40, but they saw like 2 weeks out from the fight that he wasn't gonna make weight, so they moved it to 144. He was supposed to be fighting at 144. 147.
That's what happened with this one too. It was supposed to be 140. No, and then they moved it up. I thought the same shit happened with this fight.
No, it was always scheduled at 147.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
We'll see how it goes, and if he wins, I guess we'll have to sit here and talk about how he's the greatest fucking fighter of all time, and AB this, AB that. Hey, AB versus Jake Paul, set it up. Let's go.
Let's keep Jake Paul. Let's keep Jake Paul fighting people outside his weight class.
Yeah, he's a real boxer, right? He's one of the greatest of all time. He's a Hall of Famer.
Fight somebody in your weight class, though, Max. Come on, man. Stop this cap.
Why does it matter? We're doing catchweight fights now, dog. Like, who cares?
Oh, my God. And when AB weighs in at 165 pounds and Jake Paul comes in at 205, you still going to give him fucking credit for it.
Hey, he's a real boxer.
Oh, get the fuck out of here, man.
He's a Hall of Famer. He's a Hall of Famer.
We both know that's BS, Max. No. Keep him in here. Keep him in here. We both know that's BS, so you know it. No, Kyle, no. I'm on his noggin right now. I'm on his noggin, man. No, man, bring my sparring partner back in here. Yeah, man. Come on, cuz. I'm on his melon right now.
I didn't mean to trigger y'all about AB, man, but he's not.
We ain't triggered. It's just we see the talent.
What talent, DJ?
We know the flaw, bro. Okay, so AB ain't got talent no more.
Huh?
So AB ain't got talent no more.
I mean, he has talent compared to me and you, but compared to the rest of the fighters that are active,
he has talent compared to Jake Paul.
I don't know. I haven't seen him knock out nobody in years.
Yeah. Because he's been in championship fights with some actually on the line, and he's fought people in his weight.
When was his last knockout?
At 35.
Damn. So how many years ago was that?
I mean, when you move up 2 weight classes, man, come on, dog. Your power don't always carry with you, and you know that. Stop trying to boost up Jake Paul.
Jake Paul be knocking dudes out.
Fighter, man. He ain't fought an actual professional boxer yet, bro. When he fights when he fights a cruiserweight, I'll give him credit. You beat up Tommy Fury, I'll give you credit. You go in there and you fight somebody like a Coley and you hold your own, because a Coley will beat the living shit out of him. But if he goes in there and holds his own with a Coley, I'll give him credit. But until then, you get no credit for beating up 40-year-old washed up MMA fighters. You get no credit, man. You don't get any credit for me for that. Oh man, at least he had the heart to jump in there. Yeah, if I'm dictating all the terms and I can fight guys who I outweigh by 20 and 30 pounds in every fight, then yes, I'm gonna take that fight.
Who doesn't have advantages when you're building a fighter? Every single fighter is built.
Oh, Max,
every single fighter is built. Like, if you compare Jake Paul, okay, how about this? Compare Jake Paul's first 5 fights against AB's first 5 fights. You don't even know their names.
Actual boxers, Max. He fought actual boxers. I don't give a shit.
The only thing that makes you an actual boxer is getting a boxing license. That's it.
Nah,
you don't know nothing about those dudes. Nah. You don't even know nothing about those dudes to say they're actual boxers. They just had a boxing license and hopped in the ring the same way anyone else did.
They have professional fights in their weight class, yes or no?
Maybe. I don't know, because I don't know who he fought. I don't know his first 5 fights. Let's look it up.
Okay, but you're willing to give Jake,
There you go. You're
willing to give Jake Paul credit for beating a basketball player, a former basketball player who's 5'5" and 180 pounds. You're willing to give him credit for that. You're willing to give him credit for beating up a YouTuber and 2 washed up MMA fighters who were never really dynamic strikers.
I don't care about the YouTuber
stop
fight
this shit, Max. Stop it, man.
I don't care about the YouTube fight too much. Yeah, okay, guess what? AB is the washed up fighter.
40-year-old Ben Askren who was never a striker. You took away his biggest weapon and you put him in the ring with you coming off of hip surgery. You're going to give him credit for that because he was a quote-unquote professional fighter who was never a striker. He was never a striker. You took his biggest weapon away from him. And then you fight Tyron Woodley, who was a washed-up fighter. He is a washed-up shot fighter. He was a washed-up shot fighter in his own sport. You bring him over and you fight him. You outweigh him by 20 pounds and you knock him out. Whoop-de-fucking-do. He had you on Bambi legs twice with them big-ass gloves on.
And guess what? AB is the washed-up fighter in this scenario. So,
but he still, but even if he fought Jake Paul, Jake Paul would outweigh him by 40 pounds.
But supposedly AB got all the skill. Why would it matter?
Because it matters, bro.
Man,
it would be Canelo was outweighed by 20 pounds.
What are tonight, bro? What are you on tonight?
Like Mayweather beat Canelo outweighed by 20 pounds.
Yep. That's like me.
Wilder had a draw with Fury. We don't give a fuck when it comes to heavyweights being outweighed by 20 pounds and 5 inches. We don't give a fuck.
Mayweather has actual boxing skill. Ben Askren and Tyron Woodley don't have boxing skills, bro.
But they have fighting skills. They're not just dudes off the couch.
Get out of here, man.
They're not just dudes off the couch.
You do anything to
how about
believe that shit.
I will put Tyron Woodley up against the first 5 fighters that AB has fought, and he will win those fights because they are nobody. You don't even know who those dudes are. Nobody does. I don't know who to do this. It could have been a bus driver that did 3 fights on the weekend and he's 3-0. Well, he's a real boxer though. He went to the gym. What the fuck does that mean? Like, Tyron Woodley was a champion of the world, Craig.
It ain't another sport. It ain't another sport.
Don't matter.
Look, right now, right? You can take anybody in the NFL, right, who is an absolute dynamo at basketball in fucking high school and even might have played a little college. Like, take example, Donovan McNabb, Julius Peppers were great basketball players in high school and they were good in college. That don't mean they finna go get 15 and 20 in the pros when they go to the MMA, when they go to the NBA, because it's different sports. It's play different, man. Come on, man. Come on.
No, but they're not even related sports. A better example would be rugby and football. And we've seen it. We've seen rugby players come to the NFL and they don't dominate, but the skill translates a little bit.
Not necessarily.
Like basketball and football are totally different sports.
No, but they're mainly kickers, Max. They're mainly kickers. I don't see a running back from rugby coming over and being an all-pro running back in the NFL. It does not translate like that.
No, it doesn't. But they're also just not complete trash.
Okay, so that's my point. Just
they're
because you bring somebody over from another sport, just because you bring somebody over from another sport, you take away half of what makes them great. You can't throw leg kicks. You can't.
So where's the other half?
You take away his elbows. You take away his leg kicks. You take away his head kicks. You take away his wrestling. You take away his grappling. Like when he steps in to grab Jake Paul, somebody's gonna pull him off of him. And MMA,
they agreed to it.
It's up for Jake Paul to get up.
I'm not making excuses for anything that two men signed a contract to agree on.
Right.
And they got paid to do.
But you'll give him credit though.
The same way that when Ray Mercer and James Toney came over to MMA, I was like, oh, well, they only beat him because it's not boxing and they were able to take him down and choke him out. And that's not fair. No one said that shit. But when it goes the other way,
we all knew James Toney wasn't going to win that fight.
Okay, but exactly, but no one made excuses.
Once the grappling kicked in,
and we all know that MMA dudes will lose boxing matches. So what's the reason? Who cares?
And all these boxing dudes coming over would lose. Like if we lock Canelo and Kamaru Usman in a room right now, Canelo would die. Yeah. He would die.
You talk about MMA?
You lock Devin Haney and Aljamain Sterling in a room right now, Devin Haney would die.
Yeah. And then you put him in a boxing ring and they'll get pieced up.
And Aljamain Sterling would get pieced up.
Exactly. So the thing is, they signed a contract to enter the boxing ring.
So it's two different sports, man.
Okay.
That's my point.
So we're agreeing, DJ. So at the end of the day, Tyron Woodley decided, hey, I'm going to handicap myself and just sign up to box. And that's the decision he made. He got knocked the fuck out. No excuses. No, we already. No. Because nobody had those excuses with James Toney. Nobody felt bad for him. He got choked.
I don't want MMA fighters going over to fight boxing. I don't want MMA going over to MMA fighters going over to boxing because you're handicapping yourself. But
they're choosing to handicap themselves because they think they can.
But you get no credit for fighting an MMA fighter who's giving away half his weapons to fight you. He's conceding everything to you.
No, first of all, as a man, you get credit when another man says, I will fucking fight you and beat you, and then you beat him. Period. Tyron Woodley wasn't talking that shit, and Tyron Woodley hasn't made these excuses for himself. It's crazy how fans make excuses the fighters themselves don't even make for themselves. He never said, Tyron Woodley never came out and said, I should have never signed that contract. I should have been allowed to at least kick him once. No, they know what the fuck they're signing up for. Just same way nobody felt sorry for James Toney getting choked out by Randy Couture.
Okay,
nobody said
if beating up washed MMA fighters makes Jake Paul a star to you, then fine. He don't get no fucking credit from me for that.
No, his numbers make him a star to me. The fact that he can fight these dudes on pay-per-view and get people to pay for it makes him a star. That's it. I'm not saying like he's a world beater. He's gonna win the championship. He's gonna be undisputed cruiser. I'm not saying none of that shit. I'm saying his first five fights compared to everyone else's first five fights. He's gonna
keep picking guys who he outweighs by 20 and 30 pounds. And he's gonna keep picking guys who probably ain't ever had.
Okay.
You know, he just told Eddie Hearn, give me somebody 10 fights or less, and I'll fight them. So
Mex, man, you just came over here and just.
Look at the first five fights of your favorite boxer. You can't even name who they're fighting to even know what their background was before they got popped in that ring. But that's okay. That's okay to build a fighter.
So is he a star boxer or is he just a star?
He's just a star in the sport. He's not a skillful top tier Hall of Fame boxer. No.
Is he even in the sport? Hold on. Is he even in the sport seeing as though? Hold on. Is he even in the sport seeing as though he's never fought a true professional boxer?
Yes, he has.
He's doing celebrity boxing right now. That's what he's doing.
But he's fought professional boxing. The only thing that makes you professional is getting that license. That's it.
Oh man, come on,
Mick, stop, bro.
That's it.
Mick.
Hey, Kyle, is this AB's first five fights? Go to his first opponent. His first two opponents. Tell me who they are and tell me what they did. Tell me what their background was. Tell me why they're such great boxers. Please, somebody.
Professional boxing.
We can go with Mayweather.
With any amateur background. Has he beat any professional fighters with any amateur background?
With any amateur boxing background? No. Now, did AB beat anybody with amateur background in his first five fights?
So truly, again, he has exploited a niche. He is not a star in boxing. He is a star who is performing in celebrity boxing matches.
Professional record, bro. He has a boxing break. That's all it takes.
Box rec ain't nobody. Who is box
professional
rec?
fight? Who were the first 40 people Canelo beat before he fucking came to the US? Who did
If
Devin
he's
Haney beat
a
the fuck up in
fucking
Mexico when he was
professional,
17?
why isn't there a
What the fuck?
rush from
Some dude
him
that
or
made
his
tacos on the
team
street and fought on
to
the weekend? Like,
legitimize
come
what the
on, bro.
fuck he is
Y'all be
doing
hating.
by
If he was
having him
black, you
fight
wouldn't be
a
talking like that. And you
professional
know what it is. It's because he's a
fighter?
white boy. It's because he's a white boy doing
It
it. That's
does
why y'all
not
don't like that shit.
fucking
Y'all saw me sucking
matter.
AB's dick,
It
and
does,
he ain't fucking one
Mex.
shit in 5 years,
This is
and
the
y'all fucking hate on
situation
Jake
where it
Paul.
does
That's
not
crazy.
fucking
Hey, hold on.
That's
Hey,
matter.
17.
That's
Hey,
crazy.
17.
Devin Haney
Hold
was
on.
a teenager
Hold on.
fighting
Hey,
fucking
Mex,
carne asada makers
Mex,
in fucking
question.
Mexico, and y'all like,
Question.
oh, that's
Hey,
fuck
Max,
out of
question.
here. That's crazy.
Is he ranked in the sanctioning bodies?
No.
Okay, then he's not a real professional boxer then.
So nobody that's ranked in section bodies is a real boxer.
You got to, if you can be ranked, you don't have to be ranked in the top 10. You can be ranked 100 or whatever. If he ain't ranked,
Oh well, that I don't know.
bros.
I thought you were talking like 10. My bad.
He's
I
not
misinterpreted. I don't know if he is or not. I never looked into it.
I know it.
No,
I
he
know.
ain't ranked.
But you know he
Probably
but you
not
know
though.
he a
He only
star
had 5
boxer though.
fights. Probably not.
You know he a
Why?
star boxer though. You know he fighting professionals though. You know he might
Yep.
you fighting motherfuckers with an amateur background though. You know that shit. And you know enough to be sitting up here capping with that bullshit.
And you know it
He's
ain't
a
no
star,
different than
bro.
any star boxer's first fight.
So if Tom Cruise come over and box in a few celebrity boxing matches, he's a star in boxing.
If
Shut the fuck up, man.
The licensed
Goddamn.
professional. The licensed professional, and he keeps doing it repeatedly. I mean, Jake's only gone up. I mean, I think the last fight sold less than the first Woodley fight, but I mean, he just only gone up. He's making money. He's paying boxing. He's doing all the shit. He's promoting his own shit. All I'm saying, like, okay, like, I'll use Bud. I'll use a fighter. I'm like, who the fuck was Bud's first 5 fights and what was their background? Okay, you can look up boxer and be like, oh, he fought a fighter that was 1-3 in his second fight. Okay, but what did that do?
Fought now fucking professional.
Who?
Now. Not a now. He ain't fought an amateur.
Do you know who Butterbean is?
Yeah, I know who Butterbean is.
Do you know who? Okay, then he was a sideshow boxer. He wasn't fighting for no championships, not for no sanctioning bodies. That's what you got in Jake Paul.
But he was a professional fighter with a professional record.
Butterbean fought better competition than real competition. This nigga,
he fought
his first 5 fights. His first 5 fights.
He fought some fights. He fought some fights that were ranked also.
Jake is using boxing to wash his motherfucking money, and motherfuckers like you, well, not you, because you too cheap to pay for it. You steal everything. You already told us. But it's stupid motherfuckers out here who think like you that's actually spending their money. They're actually spending his money on his gay-ass, fake-ass NFTs, like stick dicks. They spending their money there. And he bringing them over here and he washing his money through motherfucking boxing and claiming God all the while he was on Disney before. White folks pimp this motherfucking system in people's face. And ain't nobody saying shit.
There you go.
And you want to give him credit. And you want to give him, but you want to give him credibility for being a real boxer. And he ain't fought an amateur or a fucking pro. That ain't got shit to do with his skin color. But the way he pimping the system is.
All right,
but you too dumb to fucking read about that too.
I'll give you this, Mix.
You think athletes don't wash their money?
Put him in there with. Let's put him, and he outweighs David Morrell. You put him in there with David Morrell right now. What happens to Jake Paul?
He gonna get beat the fuck up.
I don't know, because David Morrell get caught.
Of course he don't know, but he know Bud gonna whoop Spence. He know two professionals. He know what's gonna happen between two professionals. But Jake Paul can beat David Morrell. Shut the fuck up, man. Why y'all give this motherfucker? Man, say Kyle love to put him up here to keep the numbers up. God damn.
That first Woodley fight, all y'all.
He don't bring no fucking substance, bro. David Morrell will beat the shit out of Jake Paul, nigga. Shut the fuck up, bro.
Run it.
With that dumb shit.
Run it. Oh, who's David? Who's David Morrell? Who do you fight? Who's the big name? Where's his big sell? What do he sell? Who's tuning in for his shit? Where's his sales? Where's his pay-per-view sales? Oh, he don't got none. Matter of fact, what boxer in the fucking
what the fuck his pay-per-view sales got to do with him putting hands on the bitch if he got in the ring? The fuck
but
up.
when it comes to
Tank
any other
pay-per-view sales ain't
situation,
gonna knock out
when it
nobody.
comes to Tank,
Tank
when it comes
pay-per-views
to
didn't knock
Spence,
out Rolly,
when it comes to
fool. He
everybody,
did.
all of a sudden, pay-per-view
God
sales matters.
damn,
But when it
man.
comes to Jake
Kyle,
Paul,
man.
pay-per-view sales
Bro,
don't
do you need
matter.
confused that
You're
bad, bro, to keep
so
an antagonist up?
inconsistent,
God
bro. Stay
damn, bro.
consistent. Pick an argument and stand by it. Pay-per-view sales either
This
matter or they
nigga
don't matter.
dumb as
Which
fuck,
one is
bro.
it? Which one
Pay-per-view
is
ain't
it?
never knocked nobody out. The
Okay,
fuck
I'll tell
up.
you that when
How
you
many eyes
argue
watching?
Spencer sales.
It don't
When you
matter.
argue Spencer
He got
sales, I'll tell
eyes
you the next
watching him
time.
fighting
Same
lesser
shit.
competition,
Same shit.
fool. He ain't fighting no
shit.
fucking professional. He
You
ain't even fighting
tell me
a
someone's an A
well-known
side because of
amateur.
pay-per-view
Shut the
sales, and
man,
now
shut
pay-per-view
up.
sales don't matter. Now they don't
God
matter.
damn, bro.
Now they
It's
don't matter.
2:05 in the fucking morning here in
Now
Texas.
they don't
And you
matter.
still up here lying
Now
and
they don't
talking about
matter.
shit you don't know
That's why you
nothing about.
delirious. You need to go to
Fuck, bro.
sleep because you don't
Figure
even know
out who
your
the
own
fuck you
argument.
are.
Man, you
How about
sit
that?
up here. You sit up here and shine cocks for all these other motherfuckers when it comes to pay-per-view sales, but when it comes to Jake, oh, that don't matter. That shit don't matter. When it comes to Earl, hey, he the one to sell the most. He the one to look at the sales. Look at the sales. When you say look at Jake Paul sales, oh, that don't matter. That don't matter. Like pick a side. It matters or it don't matter. It only matters when you want it to matter. Like, and that's fine. You're the one spending the money.
The difference is, right, we're talking
He's white.
about
The difference is he's white, and he came from Disney Channel.
we're talking about a fight between two highly skilled, accomplished professionals against somebody who is universally recognized as a sideshow. Nobody sees Jake Paul as a top prospect in the sport. They tune in. They tune in and to watch him put on a performance, even though we know he's not fighting actual boxers, right? We're putting him in there with people who, well, he's getting in there with people who he knows or he feels like I can really fuck this dude up because he's not an actual fighter or he's not an actual boxer. So, and I outweigh them. So he's got the game rigged, and kudos to him. And for some reason, these dingbats keep signing these contracts to fight him, even though they're handicapping themselves.
It's because they feel the same way.
That's all on them. But he's bringing his YouTube crowd over. He's bringing his Disney crowd over the same way that Brock Lesnar brought. The same way that Brock Lesnar brought his. Even though Brock Lesnar had amateur wrestling experience,
and he won a championship.
And he brought over that WWE audience. Before Brock Lesnar had his first fight in MMA with no amateur experience whatsoever, he was already a huge star because of WWE. He did big numbers because he brought that WWE audience over to MMA. And he lost his first fight, got knee barred when he faced the actual professional. He didn't bring, John Cena over with him to fight him like Jake Paul is doing. That's what I'm saying. That's the difference. And he got better and better over time and became a champion. But
hold on,
we all recognize that Jake Paul is not championship material. He's not even a top prospect in the sport, but he's already selling pay-per-views in European.
I'm not saying that either.
Why are we like talking about pay-per-view splits? We're not like their managers or whatever.
Man, look, we already killed that argument. We just having fun right there.
No. As fans, hold on. I just came in, so let me say my piece. I can't just say, I can't say what I have to say, but I just don't understand. Like, as fans, don't we just want the best fights? Why are we talking about who brings what to the table? Like, I don't give a fuck about that. Crawford and Spence are supposed to be the best guys. Make the fight happen. I don't care about no pay-per-view splits. That's not my fucking pockets. Why would I care? I don't understand why people get tied down in this. It just doesn't make sense. It's none of our business. Why do any of you care?
Spence and Crawford is not the topic right now, bro. They're talking about something totally different. We're talking about Jake Paul.
We're talking about Jake Paul.
Sideshow.
Yeah, we talking about
being
Jake
a prospect.
Paul, sideshow fighter.
So who is Jake Paul fighting next?
Nobody knows.
He doesn't have an opponent confirmed yet.
Wait, who's arguing validity for Jake Paul?
For him to beat up.
Who's arguing validity for Jake Paul?
I mean, Jake Paul he is one of the most popular boxers technically.
If he fights Kendall Gill and beats him, y'all gonna give him love? Does he get love for Kendall Gill or not?
Kendall Gill's like 50-some years old, man. Come on.
So he don't. So I'm just saying, like, state your claim before that fight happens, if it happens. Because after that last fight, everyone was saying, "Oh, Kendall Gill, he's professional boxer. He actually got trained." But so just saying, like, if you feel okay, Kittle gets too old, then I remember that you said that. But everyone else, because before that Willie fight, everyone thought he lose. After Willie caught him and supposedly knocked it in the second fight, they're like, "Oh, Willie gonna get him." That last fight, he knocked. And then what happened? After he lost, oh yeah, it wasn't gonna happen. Like nobody had the same energy. Like we're on video. This shit can be played back. Make your pick before the shit happens, and don't change your mind after it's over.
Well, to be fair, you can't like make a career off annoying boxing fans. And then when boxing fans hate you, turn around and be like, oh, we have to have respect for him. No, like he's purposely trying to be abrasive to us. Like, I mean, come on now. I don't think he's never gonna get the credit, and he's never gonna have the skill to ever really be a real boxer. He's never gonna be the top 30 whatever division he fights at. He's probably never even going to come close to that. So why are we even talking about this?
Yeah, but he's going to make a lot of money in the process, though. He's going to make a whole lot of money.
And he
can make a lot of money acting in Disney Channel too. That doesn't like make him a great actor or like give him validity in it.
I agree with you. I don't think he's going to be a good boxer of any kind, but he's just in it for the money. He knows his limits. That's why he's not going to fight anybody with a pulse. He knows his limits.
And that's the thing. That's the problem I have with boxing in general. I mean, that's.
And by 28, by 28 or 29, he'll be out of the sport.
Yeah,
he'll get bored with it because by that time, or way before that time, he's 24. By the time he's 26, people are going to start. And even now, you see it now. Like even with fans like me. You see people calling for him to fight actual fighters, and I think his attitude towards the sport will change at that point. That's all I'm saying. He's not fighting competition that is necessarily a real threat to him.
Or you know what I would.
But this what I would respect. Like, for people to suggest people like, "We'll fight David Broner. We'll fight like Jake Paul just started."
Fight a new way.
It's like you want him to go fight Canelo or someone to prove that he'll lose against a boxer. Like put someone like 5 fights. Find a fighter with 5 fights.
Why doesn't he fight?
And just like with no amateur background, the same. Even.
Why doesn't he fight a real fighter that's like way smaller than him? That could be interesting. Like an Inoue or somebody like that. Like fight a real boxer that's just way smaller.
And everybody started copping pleas already. I said, fuck it, put him in there with AB. AB's so good. Oh, well, he's too small. He's a professional, world champion, 4-time. You tell me he's a Hall of Famer.
I mean, AB would probably. AB should work him.
I think knocked the fuck out.
I don't know about that.
But I did not because AB got a good chin. And he ain't never really been knocked out.
No, I can't. I'm not saying
that's a big dude, man. That's a big dude.
AB would abuse that dude, man. You gotta think. AB probably beats up on dudes in sparring that are better than Jake Paul.
You thinking about
that are his size?
Like 8 years ago. We talking about 2022, possibly 2023. AB.
Man, I mean, he's supposed to be making a comeback, right?
AB's a professional, man.
I think in July, I want to say.
I don't even like Broner, but Jake Paul.
Right, there you go. Okay, there you go. There's the question. AB versus Jake Paul, if they were to fight this year or beginning of next year, as we know of them right now, who y'all got?
Man, AB, man. Come on, man. AB, man.
AB easy, bro. AB probably stops him at like 6.
Yeah. Jake. Come on, Max. You buying you drinking the Kool-Aid, man. You buying into this, man.
You right. I am. I've seen AB fight recently. AB ain't fucking one of.
Okay. Think about Woodley, bro. Woodley's like I mean, he's a lot thicker than AB as far as like muscularity, but he's like
for sure.
Like the same size than him.
Fuck no, he's probably like what 20, 30 pounds heavier.
How tall is AB? Like 5'8"?
Yeah, about 5'8".
Like 5'3". He's like 5'3", bro.
Yeah, he's like 5'5".
He's like 5'3", 5'4". Tank is taller than
he's not that small. Yeah, or Tank versus Jake Paul or something like that. Like that'd be interesting as fuck.
Man,
if you fought a good fighter,
man.
Like, bro, that would be. If Jake did that, I would respect him. Like if he fought like a real small guy.
If he beat Tommy Fury, I'd respect him.
Here's what I'm saying though. Just the fact that you want him to fight established champions means that you think
Tommy
higher of him
Fury's
than what
not
you
an
try to
established
portray.
champion.
That's it.
Tommy Fury's not an established champion.
No, I'm not talking about you, DJ. I'm talking about people bringing up AB, people bringing up Tank, people saying Canelo, people saying Andre Ward. Like, the fact that people want him to fight someone of that caliber, but supposedly so trash, it means that you subconsciously actually think more of him than what you.
Bro, let me
portray.
put it like this: I spar like every once in a while. I'll go back to my gym. I'm not in shape right now. I feel like I'll beat the shit out of Jake Paul. I will fuck Jake Paul up. Now maybe that might just be me being cocky, but even if it wasn't me, bro, I just he's not. Even just watching him fight, he's not like that, like at all. Like he's like a in shape dude off the street who watches boxing every now and then, and that's like Jake Paul's level.
I agree with that.
Yeah. I'm not sitting here putting my cape on saying he's gonna be a world champion or he's like the biggest dude. Like, no, I'm saying he sells pay-per-view. He's only have 5 professional fights. Pick your favorite fighter. You do not know their first 5 fights. You do not know the background of those first 5 people they fought to even say if they're a real boxer or not. A lot of those dudes fight on the fucking weekends to get a boxing license.
That's
like,
true, but I feel like
Devin Haney started his career in Mexico. Who the fuck did he fight his first 5 fights? Probably some fucking cab drivers, some taco makers, and then they got a license and they fight on the weekend.
But don't you think he'd probably get more respect if he didn't break into the sport in the specific way that he did?
He would get more respect if he wasn't white. It's the fact he's white and he's great.
White boxers get hella respect. Loma lost to Tio and people still got him on the pound for pound.
To do with it because if let me see a famous black YouTuber, man, if Destroying the Kicker came in, or hell, if Chad Johnson came in and was
or
doing
KSI,
you're gonna be praising him. It's like, okay, you beat up another guy on your level. Okay, cool. If you're gonna take boxing serious, like Jake Paul claims he takes boxing serious, it's time to fight actual boxers. Stop the sideshow shit. That's what I'm saying. Stop.
Yeah, like fight.
If you're gonna take the sport serious, like you claim you are, let's get in there with some actual guys who have actual amateur backgrounds. Because
not even that, just like fight regular boxing opponents.
We don't know that though. This is what I'm saying. We don't know the amateur backgrounds of the first 5 fights of your favorite fighters. You assume that those dudes are amateurs. We don't know that.
He's not even fighting the bums down in Mexico. He's fighting people with zero boxing.
Exactly, he's fighting people that have world championship experience and knocking people out with their hands. They're better than
MMA. It's not the same thing. MMA is not the
MMA
same.
Striking and boxing striking is like not even. It does not help you at all.
It's not the same thing.
Better than a bum in Mexico.
You know the rounds.
No, it's not.
Different. The rounds are different. The rules are different. The gloves are different. It's not the same thing.
It's really for real. It's really the gloves, to be honest. So like, I actually used to train MMA before I got really obsessed with boxing, and the gloves make such a big difference when you have those 4-ounce gloves on. First of all, you can't really cover anything or block anything with your hands, or at least it's like nigh impossible. It's super difficult. Not only that, the weight of the gloves on your hands, when you're not used to it, it like literally takes away your punch technique. You cannot punch the same. If you're not used to punching in boxing gloves, it's just not the same. It's way different. Or it's just so many different nuances specific to boxing that are very, very, very difficult. Like, I'm so surprised Conor did as well as he did. Like, that was incredible.
Jay, I agree with everything you said. But at the end of the day, them motherfuckers signed that contract, took that money, and agreed to do that shit. No excuses. Period.
Facts. I get what you're saying.
That's it. That's the end.
But they're still not like, okay, like how realistically
they didn't make any excuses, but we're not giving you credit until you fight an actual boxer.
Do you think Tyron's like a top 100 boxer? Do you think Tyron's a top 100 boxer in the division that they fought at?
Yeah. I don't know, because cruiserweight's pretty fucking weak, and 100 cruiserweights. I mean,
no, man. I don't know. Even the worst cruiserweights, even the worst one, the top 50, Willie wouldn't be in
right now. Hey, pull it up. Pull up top 100 cruiserweight. by ranking
Willie,
and see who number
Willie
100
wouldn't
is.
beat any of those guys. He wouldn't beat any of those guys, man. Even the worst.
Yeah, he
ones, no
probably
way.
wouldn't, bro.
He
And I
wouldn't,
loved
man.
Woodley. I was sad when that
Yeah.
happened, but he probably wouldn't. To be
But I'm
honest, I
saying, let's
really don't
look.
think he.
Let's look. Let's see who it is.
Max, these are professional fighters, man. Just like
I'm saying you're
okay,
hypothetically comparing a champion against someone that you don't even know who the fuck that man is.
Okay, check this out. Let's take Adrien Broner is a pretty good boxer. If you put Adrien Broner in UFC against the top 30
Look him up. For sure.
Exactly. That's the same thing we're saying about
Now, if
Exactly.
he signs that contract,
It's a
if he
fish out
signs
of
that
water.
contract and takes that paycheck, I'm not making no excuses for that motherfucker. He knows what he signed up for. Period. Stop making excuses for men that took the money. They're men.
I'm not making excuses for him
It's
per
just like if a
se.
man is
He's
in
a
the street and
shit
says, I'll beat
boxer.
your ass with one hand, and we're like, yeah, you're not gonna do that. And he says he tries to do it and puts his hand in his pocket and gets knocked the fuck out. I don't feel bad for him. He made that choice.
Mex,
I've never
let's
seen
have
people
Jake
like make so
Paul.
many excuses for grown men that make their own decisions, bro. This is weird to me. This is not male energy to me. Like
we're not
this
making,
is weird.
We're not making excuses for Jake Paul.
We're just saying Jake Paul can't beat any of the top any professional fighters with any kind of skill. That's what we're saying.
And if you make that statement, then that's your opinion. I was like, hey, okay, that's a good statement. But for people to detract from what he has done and say, oh, well, this person did it. Well, they knew that when they signed up for it. Every single person he fought knew exactly what they're getting into. So to give an excuse of why that person lost or why Jake Paul won, no. Those two people agreed on a rule set, went in there, fought, and got knocked the fuck out. Give him his credit for that. Now, if you're looking at that, like,
for fighting people who are worse than
Nobody's
Bones.
taking away from the fact that he knocked out Tyron Woodley. I think you misconstruing what I'm saying. Nobody's taking away from the fact that he knocked out Tyron Woodley. But it's like, yeah, you knocked out Tyron Woodley. He wasn't an actual boxer, but you knocked him out though.
After he got stopped and dominated like 4 times in a row.
Get in there with some real, actual, bona fide boxing prospects.
But
at this point, that's still what Jake Paul is. He's a prospect. He has a huge fan base that he brought over, but he's still a prospect. I want to see him fight other prospects, not guys who are washed up from another sport who you are bringing over and having them fight you for money. That's cool. I want to see.
It's not even that he's washed.
Who have Olympic pedigrees?
I mean, he's record padding. I get it. He's record padding.
Amateur pedigrees who are hungry and ready to knock you the fuck off.
DJ, you tripping? DJ, he can't fight nobody.
You don't expect that of all boxers. So why expect it of Jake Paul?
I do expect that of all boxers. If you get in the sport, I expect you to take it serious.
No, but you wouldn't expect me to fight someone with a deep amateur background because some of these guys don't go to amateurs. They just start professional early, and then their first fights are their amateur fights.
If that's the case, Max,
and they're not fighting nobody. They're fighting 0-5 dudes. They're fighting.
Max, if he asks you to sign on that line for a fight so you can get paid, and y'all fought, you lost, does he get credit for beating you?
Yes, because I agree to this shit.
No, he doesn't.
Man,
are you a professional?
No, I'm not saying that beating me. If I have a license, I'm professional. That's all it takes to be a professional. Is a license.
I understand.
So we can stop with all this professional shit.
Does that give him more accreditation as a boxer by whooping your tail?
Like at this point, can Jake Paul walk down the street and beat up a crackhead, and then we'd be like, yeah, but he knocked him out though. So
yeah,
saying that him beating you gives him as much accreditation.
I didn't say as much, and I didn't say how much. I didn't say how much or as much.
It ain't about how much.
Okay, but yes, he still gets a sliver of credit because he stepped in the ring and knocked out another man that thought he was going to do that to him. That's it. That's it.
That's a tough man contest. That ain't no boxing.
That's all boxing is to begin with.
No, it's not.
No. Hey, Max.
We're gonna get out of here.
Max.
No, not
we're gonna get out this ring alive. That's it.
Max, you see those dudes who like when they'll have those like hood videos where it'll be just like a random group of people and then they get together and box each other?
Yeah.
That's what Jake Paul's at. That's where Jake Paul is. So I don't really.
Here's my thing. Like very simply, whether it's boxing, MMA, street fights, or anything in this world, and when two men agree to say, "Hey, let's see what's cracking," no matter what the stipulations are, and they agree on them, I give the credit to whoever won that fight, no matter what kind of fight it is, because it takes a certain type of person to even agree to do some shit like that. Most of these motherfuckers avoid fights and don't try to fight nobody. So whether it's me and Canelo or me and the bum around the corner.
that credit doesn't rank the same in the
I'm not saying it does. I'm not saying it. I agree on that.
Well,
I agree. I'm
that's
not
what
saying
saying
that.
all night.
No, what I'm
I've been
saying
saying,
is
listen,
compare
I've been
his
saying
first
it all
five
night.
to other fives, bro. That's it. That's it. Compare his first five to everyone else's first five. That's it.
But think
That's it.
about that. All the other fighters you talking about first five, they're at least fighting other boxers. Jake Paul's
Like
not
Okay,
people
but
who
fighting
actually train
bruh,
boxers.
boxing
we keep
all day,
going around
every
in
day.
Yeah,
circles. What makes them the actual boxer? Because they got a professional boxing license. That's
because they
it.
No,
actually
because
train
they're
boxing.
actual trained boxing.
Okay, so
They're
Tyron Woodley
training
was not in
boxing.
a boxing gym. Tyron Woodley was not in a
What y'all,
boxing gym.
No,
what y'all
Tyron
missing?
Woodley.
What y'all
He
missing is
wasn't?
he got to get. What y'all missing is he need to get in the rankings with the rest of the boxers and get awarded for wins, because they'll set him up with mandatories and all that good stuff.
Facts. I
I'm
mean,
just saying, bro.
and then here's the worst part, Mex. Here's the worst part about
Hold on, I'm
all of
gonna look
this.
into it right now.
Mex, here's the worst part, and this is what I really don't like. You got people like Jaron Ennis, like real insane world level fighters that could probably beat the shit out of a lot of people, and they don't give the credit they deserve. Or like David Benavidez, David Morrell. There's so many fighters in the sport that are amazing that don't get any credit, and you're spending your time on Jake Paul, bro. I just don't get it.
I'm not saying Jake Paul's better than any of these people.
I know you're
I'm
not
saying
saying
he.
that.
I'm
I'm
saying he
saying,
fails. I'm saying he fails.
okay, but why are
Okay, hold
we?
on, hold
Why
on,
do
hold on,
you
hold on. I
care?
got you right here, bro. I got you right here. You say
Look,
Boots
Jake Paul
Ennis,
can be
right?
as good as
Hold
you
on,
want to
hold
be.
on, hold on, y'all. We say Boots Ennis, right? We all love Boots Ennis. Boots Ennis. First fight against a dude that was 1-9, Corey Muldrew. Now, do you know Corey Muldrew's background? Was he an amateur?
But he had 10 fights.
What was
You
what
Okay,
was
know?
Boots? What was Boots?
okay. Hold on. Hey, I got one. Listen up.
He was an
Boots.
experienced
Hold
boxer.
on. Boots second fight. Luis Ramos. 0-1-0.
What was Boots' record too? Was it 0-0?
He was 1-0. This is his second fight.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I'm
See,
going his first five. This is his first
that's when
five.
you
I'm gonna put him
once
in
you get
order.
in the rankings, they count.
Okay.
Once you get in the rankings, they count.
Beat this. These are Boots and his first five fights. 1-9, 0-1, 0-4, 3-12, 1-3-1. But all those dudes that he fought are better than Tyron Woodley.
Okay, yes.
Fuck
Yes,
out of
Because
here,
they
dog.
yes,
train
Fuck out of
boxing.
here. Nah,
We don't
fuck
know
out of
till
here.
they
Y'all
get in
don't
the
keep that
ring.
same
boxing.
energy. Y'all
yes.
don't keep that same
Okay,
energy,
I
They're,
give
bro.
it
they're
to you,
real
Mex.
boxers.
We don't.
Y'all don't
Mex.
know
We don't
none of
know.
those motherfuckers. Y'all
We
don't know
don't
Mex.
none
know.
of those
Okay,
motherfuckers.
okay,
We don't know till they
okay.
get in the ring
Who did those
together.
dudes get beat up by?
Boots Ennis,
Who did
cool,
those?
but
Okay, they got beat by Boots and probably other experienced boxers.
no,
They're
one
probably
dude.
one of those
The
people
second
who
fight
just
he
get
had, he
beat
was
up on for a
0-1.
living.
The second
But
fight he
still,
had, the dude was
those are
0-1. So who was? Let's
experienced.
see.
Okay,
But he had a professional fight though, right?
and then the guys that what's his face is fighting Jake. They are 0-0. Like none of them have fought at all ever. So
Well,
I
Woodley
mean,
was 0-1. Woodley was 0-1
They,
because he
they're
lost
not.
to
They're
Jake.
not gonna put you in there with somebody that's 20-0 and you 0-1.
That's what
I
I'm
mean,
saying. So why are we
1-0.
expecting that for
Yes.
Jake Paul?
We're not
Nah,
expecting that from
Jake
Jake
Paul.
Paul.
Hold on.
Jake Paul.
Hold on. The guy that Boots fought in the second fight that was 0-1 at the time that he fought him, he finished his career 0-7, being knocked out 7 times. So you're gonna tell me that dude is better than Tyron Woodley or anyone Jake Paul fought? Fuck
Nah, that
out of
dude
here,
got
facts.
bro.
Yes,
that dude got
That's
weeded out.
crazy.
That dude got weeded
That's
out, but
crazy.
at least he was in the
that dude.
rankings.
Hey, beat this. Anyone that he lost to, everyone he lost to, it was either their debut or they had one fight under their belt. He didn't even fight anyone with 2 fights and got knocked out by every single person. And that dude
How
is
we
better
how
than
we
Tyron Woodley.
how we gonna know what
Come on.
level Jake Paul is on and he's not even fighting professionally?
How do we know what level Luis Ramos, who's 0-7 with 7 knockout losses, is on if we don't even know who the fuck he is?
As long as
We don't know what he
And
is.
then
rankings,
Mets. Here's another thing. No, Boots doesn't get credit for beating those guys. Those guys are fucking bums. He got
nah,
credit. He gets credit for beating the shit out of
Okay,
Sergey
so
Lipinets, beating the shit out of
I
Armando
agree.
Alvarez, beating the shit out of Custio
What
Clay.
I'm saying is
See,
compare
that's where
his
y'all
first
wrong at.
5 to
That's where
Jake's
y'all
first
wrong at.
5.
That's where you're wrong at. Boots do get credit. He's in the
That's what I'm
freaking
saying.
rankings to go for a belt.
But
He's
no,
not
Mex,
like
to
fighting
answer,
outside in the streets or
Jake Paul
nothing
made
like
his own
that.
belt.
well, at
He's
least to
fighting
me,
professionally.
Boots doesn't get credit for those fights with those fucking
He
horrible
he get he
fighters.
don't he don't get credit as a this celebrity, but
No,
he
hold
gets
on. But
credit as
those
a
dudes are
professional
real
boxer.
boxers. Those dudes are real boxers. They're actually in the gym. They're hitting the heavy bag.
He,
We don't know what
he's
Luis
getting
Ramos
credit.
did on the weekend.
All
We don't
right,
know if he was
bet.
really that guy.
So, okay, I'll drop that point, right? We'll drop it. You're right. Those guys are shit too.
So now,
Bruce just doesn't get credit for it. And neither
if
does
Jake Paul
Jake.
gets 10 or 15 fights
He
under
gets
his belt and
credit.
he's still fighting nobody, then ream his ass.
Boost
If he
don't
gets
get
10
credit,
fights and
and
he ain't
neither
fought
does
no
Jake.
one.
For those dudes, Boost don't get credit, and neither does Jake. That is
He
simple
gets
as that.
Cool.
no.
Okay,
Boost get credit
then
because he
then I agree with you, bro. Then I'm just glad you stay
look.
consistent. That's all I'm saying. Everyone else ain't consistent. Everyone else says,
No,
well,
Jake.
Boots fought people. Boots fought people. Those people are different. No, they're not. They're just as bummy as
Yes,
what
they
Jake's
are.
fighting.
They are different because they're professional, and they
No,
get
they're
credit for
not.
being whoever. If you sign up as a professional boxer, that's what you are. If you don't
All that
sign up
makes you
for a
professional is
professional
a
boxer,
boxing license.
then you're a YouTuber. You don't
All
get
that makes you
credit
professional is a license, dog. That don't mean shit.
in the ring.
Hey
It
Max,
does,
can
and then
can
you
we
fighting
pick a
for a
different
belt. It
combo?
does.
This
If you're not
bitch,
ranked,
this
If
bitch
you
is tired
fight,
out, bro.
I'm saying
Please.
if you sign up and you get licensed, you pass through the commission, and now you're 0-0. You're about to have your first fight ever professionally. You're 0-0. Yeah, you're a professional. That's what you're telling me.
everything
Oh,
you
well,
do
you
from
signed
then
up.
on goes to is accredited to your career as a
Okay,
professional.
and Jake Paul is a professional. He's a professional licensed boxer, and so was everyone he
No.
fought for that one fight.
Did
They didn't have headgear, bro.
is he in the rankings? So
Let me see. I don't know.
he's not ranked. That's what I'm saying. See, like Floyd right now, Floyd is doing exhibitions, and Floyd
But
is
if
not
you're
ranked.
0-1, you're not ranked either.
why you are?
And
Floyd
then
is
Max,
not ranked,
I
but
would
he still
also
count as
argue,
wins.
Not sure if he's ranked. You shouldn't
Max, I would
argue.
also argue that people like Boots or people in general, like boxers who are just starting off, I think a lot of them, especially the talented ones, would probably fight a harder opponent if they could starting off. They just can't. Especially if you're good, no one's gonna, especially if you're 0-0 and you're good, they're like, no, I'm never gonna fight you. People with 10 fights that have 10 KOs or people with good records,
So
they're not gonna fuck with you.
it's saying that Jake Paul is ranked 676 in cruiserweight. Number 676.
Hey, you know what? Because he can go professional if he wants to, but he's doing
He
those
is professional. These aren't
His number
exhibitions.
is
That's what I'm telling
600, bro.
you.
He just
These aren't
told you. His number
exhibitions.
is 600.
Okay, so
These
say
aren't
he's professional, like you said.
Yeah.
He's not in the rankings with the for a belt.
How the fuck did they even come up with these rankings? How the
I
fuck
don't
did
know. I don't know. But y'all asked me to look.
I think they let him in to promote the sport, but then he took advantage of it.
You came in for a guy that's ranked 676. This is what it's come to.
No, hold on. Y'all say he wasn't ranked at all. I just said he was. But now it's like, okay, well, he's ranked that. We
I
know he
didn't
ain't
say
ranked
that.
high. I'm not sitting here talking like he's top 10 talent. He's not future Hall of Famer. He's not going to be undisputed. He probably's not going to ever win a major belt. All I'm saying is he sells tickets. He is a professional fighter, and his first 5 fights of his career are very comparable to the rest of these top fighters' first 5 fights.
Is Floyd ranked? Is Floyd ranked while he's doing exhibitions?
I don't think so. Floyd, those are exhibitions.
But Jake Paul is ranked.
Jake Paul actually got licenses, clearance, judges, no headgear. They're professional bouts. They're not doing drug testing, obviously, but shit, half of boxing don't do drug testing, so that ain't no different either.
But when he boxes, he's not boxing for a belt.
Some real fights. He was professional fighter.
Yeah, when he boxes, he's not boxing for a belt. Because if they put him in the rankings with everybody else, I'm talking about in the professional boxing rankings up there, where when you beat somebody that's ranked, then you get you climbing up the ladder for a belt.
Man, okay, Jake Paul is in the rankings, right? Let's just say, because Picasso and DJ, we can't really argue this, bro. I mean, the proof is in the pudding. I mean, Mex is right in the sense that Jake Paul is fighting beginner opponents. The problem is I think a lot of boxers would take harder fights, especially the good ones, if they could in the start of their careers. It's just we know how boxing is. You feel me? They're not gonna fight you if they don't have to, especially if they know you're a tough fight. So
You know what though?
it is what it
The
is.
way Jake Paul is moving is like a franchise fighter, right? Like Canelo. He don't even have a franchise belt. And another thing is that he don't have mandatories.
I want
He's
to say,
picking his
I'm
fights.
looking at Earl Spence's first 5 fights. I mean, he fought better competition for sure, but his third fight was against a dude that was 0-1 and 0. Now the rest of his fights is like 5-2, 3-3, 4-2. Obviously, a little more experience. But I'm saying these first 5 dudes, none of us know who these guys are. None of us know what they did for a day job. None of us knows if they had an extensive amateur background. None of us knows how often they went to the gym. If they were really like these dudes could have just had. A lot of these guys, especially in the Mexican fighters that they build on, they just have boxing licenses. They have regular jobs, and on the weekends they go do local fights, and it goes on their record. That's it.
Facts.
But
I
Max,
know a lot of
This
dudes like
motherfucker
that.
sold
so
out,
but
not
to
sold out. This
bring this
motherfucker was
back
on
to the
pay
original
per
point,
view
right? I
in his
think we
first
got
5
stuck on
fights.
Jake Paul.
but Max, Bernard Hopkins was the same way. Bernard Hopkins had a regular job, turned pro, and was fighting on the weekends. So
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? But he was actually a real boxer because he trained for it.
But once again, the fact that we're even bringing up Bernard Hopkins when we're talking about Jake Paul shows you like
No, I'm
don't
saying
think Jake Paul is trash as he is.
Bernard Hopkins lost his first fight as a pro. He lost his first fight.
And who did he lose to?
His name Clinton something. Forgot his name.
And what was that dude's record?
It was obviously better than his. He lost to him.
You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying, like, no one remembers. Like, I don't know Mayweather's first 5 fights. I don't know Muhammad Ali's first 5 fights. I don't know Joe Louis's first 5 fights.
I remember Mayweather's first 5 fights. I remember that. I can't tell you the name of the opponents, but there was a Tuesday night fight. The first one was on Fox, and then the other one was on Tuesday night fights because he was fighting with Fernando Vargas. They fought in the same cards. Mayweather was fighting every 2 weeks. So
Wasn't Floyd on BET too back in the day? He was on BET back in the day, right?
No, he was that was Hopkins on BET, but Mayweather was on Tuesday night fights. His first 3 fights, Fox and Tuesday night fights. I remember Mayweather when he turned pro out of the Olympics. So definitely,
they need to bring that shit back. I feel like a lot of black fighters would get a lot more buzz if they still had like
free TV
fighters on BET and shit like that.
For sure.
Friday night fights, absolutely.
Yeah, free fights, man. Because everybody doesn't have cable and everybody doesn't have these streaming apps, so they definitely should put fights back on regular TV.
And then too, if you not
Mayweather's first 5 fights, Mayweather's first fight professional against someone that had no matches was debut also. He knocked him out. So who is Roberto Apocada? That motherfucker ain't better than Tyron Woodley. Okay, Reggie Sanders 1-1, Jerry Cooper 6-3, and Mayweather's 4th fight, he fought another dude that was making his debut.
Did you watch
Edgar
the Jake
Ayala.
Paul? Did you watch the Jake Paul versus Tyron fight?
I watched all of his fights.
Okay, bro. Now you saw that, bro. I've seen lots of journeymen. But listen, I've seen lots of journeymen that are horrible fighters that are still worlds ahead of Tyron Woodley and Jake Paul. That was some bullshit in that ring, bro. I'm telling you, that was some sloppy bullshit. I'm not even being rude or trying to downplay it. That was that's a horrible display of boxing.
If you want to talk about Jake Paul's skill, hey, go for it. I'm not saying he's a top fighter. I'm not saying he'll beat anyone that's like a top 10 ranked opponent.
But I'm saying,
no.
Look, I can't go and prove it 100% that these guys, that Floyd or Jaron Ennis or whatever were fighting at the beginning of their career. I can't prove that. That's why I said, they don't get credit. But to be honest with you, I would be shocked if Tyron was better than those guys. I would be shocked. That and Jake Paul, they were that bad, bro. They really were. Now these dudes, Tyron and Jake Paul happen to be like big, strong guys, and maybe they may have that advantage, but those guys probably or even a little better than those dudes in skill, even just by nature of only being a boxer and having probably, I don't know, done it on the weekends for a couple years.
Bro,
just
one of those
been around it.
0-7 get knocked out 7 times by nobody that had more than 2 fights. Like,
okay,
I don't know about that. I wouldn't say they're better than Tyron.
Don't you think any boxing, look, okay, if any boxing prospect, right, say like when Jaron Ennis started off his career, Do you think Tyron Woodley would go 1 round with Boots? Like 30 seconds. Give him 30. Do you think Tyron would go 30
Probably
seconds?
not. But Boots is a top
That's what I'm
talent in today.
saying.
We know that.
Even with the even in the logic that you're saying, where okay, Jaron Ennis fought these low-level guys. Jaron Ennis was blasting those low-level guys out the in in 5, 10, 20 seconds. No, he's not. He went like 6 rounds with Jake Paul. I mean, he went with like how many rounds did he go with Tyron? He went to decision the first time.
Yeah, he went decision first time.
And then
knocked him out. Okay, how about I'm saying it? Let me say this. So if I right now, 35 years old, got the fuck up off my feet, got a boxing license, went to the gym 2 times a week, and I have 6 professional fights under my belt, and I got knocked out every fucking time, y'all gonna be like, but Mex is still better than fucking Tyron Woodley.
I mean, depending on how you do
not.
it. Yes. No. Okay.
That's what half of these dudes
let me give you a hypothetical, right? Let's say 2 guys, they both have 0 fights, and they fight some dude who's 0-5. He's been knocked out 5 times. The first guy with 0 fights fights this guy, and he gets clipped here and there. He looks a little sloppy. He gets flustered here and there. He's missing shots. He's slinging them all over, but he still knocks the dude out in 2 rounds. The other nigga teleports across the ring and uppercuts the nigga's head off and uppercuts it into the fucking roof on some Goku shit. Now, are you gonna say both these guys should get the same amount of credit because they fought the same opponent?
As far as the opponent they fought, yeah, but as far as you're comparing skill sets, then that's a different story.
Okay, but do they get the same amount of credit for the fight as a whole?
I mean, I prefer disastrous knockouts myself, so probably not. but they get the same level of credit for a level of opposition. That's
okay. The level of opposition isn't all that matters.
All too long, but the original conversation was, I need everybody's top 3 prospects right now. Give me your top 3 prospects, and I define a prospect by somebody who is still fighting 8 rounders and has less than 20 fights. And Megs brought up Jake Paul, which we had an interesting.
Jake Paul is my all 3. 1, 2, 3. Jake Paul. That's for me. All right, go ahead, Nick.
Lorenzo Truck Simpson. Probably damn, what's that nigga's name? He's from Philly. He's tall and he's bald.
Half of Philly.
Does he got a beard?
What is that dude's name?
Y'all stupid, man.
Damn, bro, I'm not gonna lie. When you said prospect, my mind just wanted to say Jaron Ennis 3 times, but then you said that stiff fire and that
8-round fight.
Yeah,
so
they still
it takes it away.
Jaron Ennis is ranked in the top 3 or top 5 at all 4 sanctioning bodies. He's a contender.
Man, I had somebody earlier on Twitter. He was arguing with me. I was like, bro, Jaron Ennis is like, first of all, he's a mandatory for a belt already, and he's top 3 in every sanctioning body. And bro was like, oh, that don't matter because Spence and Crawford did way more, so he's still an up and comer. And I'm like, nigga, what? Like, do you know what up and comer means? And I'm like,
it's a weak division.
He just redefined up and comer on the spot.
My top 3 right now are, in no particular order, Xander Zayas, Troy Isley, and Bruce Shoo Carrington. Those are my top 3.
Troy Isley's nice.
Hey, no, Keyshawn Davis. Well, now, Keyshawn Davis.
Give me 3. I said 3.
Okay,
3. I ain't sold on Keyshawn.
I'm gonna make
I ain't sold on Keyshawn.
Where you at, all Pod?
I think Keyshawn. I don't really have 3, man. I really don't have.
Oh, Pod, you remember random ass motherfuckers from 1976.
Bro,
you can't
what y'all gotta do? We just got a pot storm. We just got to think of every prospect we can think of and throw the names out so we can all refresh our memory.
All positive note. Billy Bob Johnson that fought Tuesday night in 1974 for 3 rounds and can't come up with prospects.
No, but the 8-round thing, you got me with that, man. I'm trying to think of guys that really just turned pro. That kind of got me, you know. 8-round thing. So let me see. I definitely got Keyshawn. You know what I'm saying? I follow him. I would say, oh my God, man. Oh, man, I'm trying to think, man. And no, I'm not. I'm sitting in the door. I'm not near a computer, so I'm trying to think. I'm not Googling, so I don't know. Let me see. Do boys count? Dubois, does he count?
He already got belt.
He just got a belt.
Okay, I know. Okay, I'll be.
Hey, I'll pause it. If you need to, bro, you can use mine, dog.
Okay, I got Troy.
You can use Jake Paul if you need to, dog. Just right
I got
now.
my three. I got my three. So I got Troy Isley. I got Oteef Overton. Y'all really need to check him out. And then I got Oteef Overton. He probably spars with Boots. He probably got beat the fuck up by Boots a whole bunch of times. They fight just alike. And then probably Lorenzo Truck Simpson. And then that's it.
Okay, next.
You got somebody else up here?
I was waiting on Picasso. Okay. What about the chat? Who y'all got, man? Who y'all got? Give me your top 3 prospects right now in the sport. Notice nobody. I brought this up earlier. Notice nobody said Nico Ali Walsh.
Definitely not.
I hadn't heard.
Nico's solid though. I mean, for his name and for what he represents, I feel like he's solid.
Man, line it up with Jake Paul. Line it up.
Come on, stop it.
Nico Walsh would beat the shit out of Jake Paul.
Come on,
Nico Walsh would beat the hell out of Jake Paul.
I'll shoot you my cash app if that fight happens. And I don't even
Bro,
bet.
we can bet on that. We can bet on that for sure.
I don't even bet.
Nico's a solid prospect. Like he's not no Javon Ennis. He's not no Shakur Stevenson. But he's a solid prospect.
Who was his first 5 fights?
We've been over this.
Professional boxers who had actual professional boxing records.
Yeah, I agree with that. Got you, man.
Well, so far, Paul got 1 because Woodley was 0-1 professionally when he fought him the second time. So.
Yeah, Woodley also. Next enough. Paul's not a fucking rabbit hole with you, man.
Yeah,
I'm gonna draw you back in.
You keep something going, man. You keep something going.
Jake Paul, that's trigger alert right there.
I swear this dude keeps something going, man.
What?
You gotta stop.
Isn't there some dude like Tiger Johnson or some shit like that?
I'm trying to get
that's what I was saying. I hadn't heard anybody say Duke Reagan or Tiger Johnson.
Oh man, yeah, Duke Reagan. That's a good one. That's another good one.
I ain't never heard of him. I'm ready to look him up right now.
He's an Olympian, Haven Brady Jr. You got a lot of nice little prospects, man.
Hey, is Joey Spencer still doing 8 rounds?
Oh, I know one. I got one. Well, what about Andy Cruz? I just remembered his name. Andy Cruz that beat Keyshawn Davis.
Oh hell yeah, Andy Cruz is nice. I mean, we got to see how he does in the pros, but
yeah,
still.
You know, Andy Cruz is probably about 30 years old, really. So we don't know.
Hey, what's up with that? Why are Cuban fighters like old as fuck for?
All of these guys are old as shit, man. They
got fake birth certificates
overseas, especially the Eastern Europeans. Like Lomachenko was like 26 before he turned pro. So
them Cubans got them Cuban birth certificates, man. You know about that?
Yeah. I was spoken about this several times. You don't know how old these Cubans are.
Hey, DJ. Since we're on the talk of prospects, did you hear about the fight that's being lined up between 2 of the top? Well, it's not top prospects, but 2 good prospects. Blueface versus Swaggy P, baby.
Oh my
God! I'm paying to that celebrity boxing mess. Like I just saw.
Did y'all see Black China fight that other IG thought?
Man, I seen the highlights. Man, that was disgusting. I'm glad I didn't look at that whole fight.
You talking about Boot game?
No. Black China. She's like an IG model, basically.
That jump was garbage, man. I'm glad I didn't look at that fight, man.
That shit looked like majority of all the other female fights I've seen. So about on point.
Hey. About on point. As far as women's boxing, bro, y'all know who Savannah Marshall is?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Of course, still gonna beat her ass.
Chris still gonna beat her ass.
No. Savannah finna knock her out, bro. I'm telling you.
No, man, she's too slow, man. She's too slow.
She's slow. Don't get me wrong. She's slow as hell, but it don't matter because
it does.
She's
matter.
smart. She's smart. She can set. She can set up counter punches. Man, she's
I
a
got 20.
dangerous
I got
counter
20.
puncher.
I got 20 on Shields. I got 20 on Shields.
Clarissa Shields is not gonna stand in front of her. That's gonna be the problem. And,
I mean, she don't gotta
Clarissa
stand.
Shields actually moves and throws punches and punches. Like Clarissa Shields is gonna blind her with the jab.
I got
She's gonna
20.
touch you to the body.
Clarissa is so athletic, bro. Clarissa's
in her face all night,
like,
and Clarissa Shields is gonna throw 5-6 punches at a time. So if it continues like that, Savannah Marshall don't stand a fucking chance. Savannah Marshall's best chance is to knock her out. She's not gonna outbox Clarissa.
At all.
Have y'all seen Savannah Marshall box? She has an amazing jab.
Yes,
I've seen almost all of her fights.
When she went over with the Furies, I've seen her box.
But the thing about Savannah Marshall is that she once you put she can't fight on the back foot. You put that pressure on her, she has a problem with that.
Man, she got some nice counter uppercuts. That's not true. She has nice counter uppercuts. She's nice.
And check this out. Another thing too, if they're doing drug testing for the fight, that's another big thing.
Which is what Clarissa has been saying. That's
Man, everybody's on steroids. Jerron Ennis is on steroids. Clarissa Shields is on steroids. David Benavidez is on steroids.
No, I don't think Clarissa's on steroids.
Man, do you see how athletic Clarissa is, bro? That bitch is on steroids.
You know she's also a 2-time gold medalist, and they don't play that in the Olympics.
Exactly.
So you might want to think about what you say before you say stuff like that, bro.
So
man, I don't care what.
I want to go back to Jerron Ennis. So Jerron Ennis on steroids now too?
My favorite fighter in the world. I think he'll beat the shit out of Arrow. I think he'll beat the shit out of Crawford. I think he'll do it easy. And I think that nigga's on steroids.
I don't think he beats Arrow and Crawford right now. No way.
Have you seen Jerron Ennis work out?
I don't know if I want to say steroids, but you can say PEDs probably, yeah.
Hey,
some type of PEDs.
No. You
for weight cut, recovery. Hey, until motherfuckers are signing up to get tested, I'm gonna assume that they got something in the system they don't want people to know about.
Bro, everybody's on
steroids. I don't think Jerron is on PEDs.
That's one of the most asinine comments that I hear. I know everybody's on steroids.
Oh my gosh!
You can't say that.
Any pro boxer will tell you everybody's on steroids. Everybody. Any promoter will tell you everybody's on steroids.
You're totally wrong. When the last time you laced a pair of gloves up and been in a gym?
Like 2 months ago.
Okay, with professionals or
I ain't talking about. Yo,
I'm not a pro.
I'm not talking about this little gym. You go to the neighborhood and pay your little money and go in there and get your little training and just exercise. I'm talking about when you're really working for something. What gym have you been in where they were really working for something in the sport?
I go to House of Warriors in Louisville, Kentucky. It's a very good gym. There's lots of fighters there.
And I'm gonna see what's up there at that particular gym. You said the House of Warriors.
Yep.
And you saying everybody on PEDs, including yourself?
No, bro, I'm not a pro fighter. Now, when I say everybody's on PED, I mean everybody at the championship level is most likely on something. Everybody. Bro, and that's in every sport. Do you think boxing is just gonna be the one sport where that doesn't happen? Like, are you serious? It's a known fact.
I don't feel that every fighter's on PED. I don't believe it.
Okay. All right, man.
Yo, who making a sandwich in the background though?
Look.
Oh, my bad. That's me. I was eating some chips. My bad.
Yeah. Go on mute if you're gonna eat, man. It's cool. We ain't gonna,
No, my bad. I didn't know. I forgot what was on mute. My bad.
AJ64. I think Frank Martin is like 15-0, but I think his next fight is going to be a title eliminator. So you got to put him up there in challenger status, contender status.
Oh, Jared Anderson. That's another great one. Yeah. That's the next great heavyweight.
He's in my top 5, but not my top 3.
Man, I think Jared would beat Usyk right now.
Think so, huh?
Yes.
I don't think he has the experience yet to beat Usyk.
No.
He'll probably beat Usyk, bro. I'm telling you. It's just stylistically, it's a horrible matchup for Usyk. First of all, it takes away Usyk's southpaw advantage. He's just as smart with his jab. He's more athletic than Usyk.
That's another good one. Go ahead, my bad.
Brian Norman. I heard he worked. I heard it. I heard he worked. It's House of. I'm not like no pro fighter, bro. I just train sometimes, but it's called House of Warriors.
You say everybody on PEDs, so we're gonna find out.
Okay, do you think I talked to them, or do you think I've done research about this subject and then came to that conclusion?
From from expertise, so I don't know what you're about.
I've heard from experts that everyone's on steroids, and it would be stupid to suspect otherwise. This is a life or death sport where people, they put their lives on the line. Of course, they're going to do whatever to give themselves.
But you spoke about it like you do emphatically instead of opinion. So if it's
not an opinion. If you talk to anybody who knows anything about the sport of boxing, they will tell you any sport. I mean, come on now. Just because it hurts your feelings that people are on steroids, it doesn't mean they're not on steroids.
See, there's some I probably know that you don't know. So I know it ain't true that 100% of them are not on steroids or PEDs or whatever. But
well, obviously nothing's definitive.
If it was me, I would have said my opinion, not stating a fact, because your facts are wrong.
Look, nigga, whatever you want to say.
All got shit in their system, man. All
these niggas got shit in their system,
or otherwise. Ain't nobody
you can say whatever. Facts. You think these niggas?
It's just legal.
Just because it may take a supplement that helps the body.
That's a performance enhancing drug.
No, not necessarily.
It's just legal.
Okay,
it's just legal.
Okay, if you take a multivitamin, then that's a PED. Then
those are vitamins. That's not a drug that helps enhance your performance.
Not performance enhancing.
That's a vitamin.
If it ain't something that your body creates itself, then you trying to say it's a PED, basically. You saying everything else is.
Yeah. Your body doesn't create food. You still need food, nigga. That's not logical.
Yeah, but you gotta have it to have strength too, right? And energy.
Yes, but that's not the same as a PED.
So is Devin Haney on steroids?
I think we should say PEDs because steroids is pretty specific.
Your gym is so weak it don't even come up on Google.
They can say EPOs. There's a lot of things.
What does that have to do with anything? Did I say everybody on my gym is in steroids? There is not one pro fighter at my gym. Not one that I know of.
Oh, you said is it House of Warriors or House of Wars?
I don't even feel comfortable giving this information out on the internet. It's Warriors. I don't even know why I said this.
You don't even name your own gym. That's how good y'all.
Is that what I said? Warriors. Can we drop this guy? This guy's an asshole, man.
Yeah, they know me to be the butthole. Because I'm a correct.
That's coming for you, bro. You gotta be careful.
He's not coming for shit.
Let me see what
That's gonna find your yearbook picture.
My nigga's mad because his favorite fighter's on steroids and he can't handle it.
Yeah. Like I said, man,
that's really what it is.
Fighter that's really pushing for drug testing.
All these you up in the gym with all these foreigners, man. You ain't even met no black gym, bro. In Louisville, Kentucky, a black city, you ain't even met no black gym.
What are you talking about?
I'm not going to waste no more time with all these photos. I ain't seen a brother yet. I got one brother, a little brother about 8 years old.
That's this guy.
Yeah, I figure.
Either way, Santos, come on, man. I know you older, bro, but you can't be that closed off to think these fighters ain't taking shit, and because they're not getting tested. So why wouldn't they?
I don't even know what to say. I mean, think logically about this. There's millions of dollars on the line. You think they're not going to give themselves the best advantage?
I don't consider a multivitamin like a PED. Now, if you saying
I don't either. I don't either.
You got the stuff some of them are taking is on the level of multivitamin.
I'm saying niggas are taking shit that adds muscle fibers. Niggas are taking shit that helps brain development. Niggas are taking shit that increases reaction time.
Most
niggas are taking shit.
Too much muscle. They trying to be lean with the muscles.
You know what we're saying, Santos?
He said muscle fibers. Muscle fibers add to muscle mass.
I mean, as in more fast twitch muscle fibers.
They need quick twitch. They need quick twitch muscle fibers. They do. That's response time. That's reaction.
This lets me know you don't know anything about steroids. You haven't even looked into the subject.
That comes natural.
Yeah, but they're taking shit. But they're taking shit for recovery. They're taking shit for stamina. They're taking shit to cut weight. They're taking a bunch of shit.
Cutting weight, yeah.
Some of it legal, some of it not. But it is performance enhancing.
Use something to cut weight, yeah. I don't agree with that. I'm talking about a supplement that doesn't make you something. Athlete, something that's going to give your body the nourishment that it doesn't get on a daily basis normally.
Or look at
That's one
Canelo. Why did he
though.
just suddenly turn into a power puncher out of nowhere? Why did that happen?
See, we can prove that Canelo's tested positive for something. I'm talking about the guys who hadn't tested positive for anything.
But these guys don't get tested at all.
Most fighters aren't getting tested.
What was y'all level? What was y'all level of success in the sports that y'all participated in when y'all were coming up? That's maybe that's a better question for you too.
I was on traveling teams in soccer.
Man.
I was on traveling teams in soccer and got a semi-pro offer in Germany, but I didn't take it. That's probably the height of my.
Okay, were you on any kind of PDs at that time?
Nope, I was 16.
Okay, then it don't matter. You were 16, it don't matter.
But if I went to Germany, I probably would have been in the locker room and probably would have been encouraged to take it if I really want a career in this shit.
It would have been your problem if you had chosen to take them. It would have been your problem.
Nah,
but that don't mean
I don't even take fucking Tylenol, man. I'm weed, honey, natural herbs.
Your athletic ability and gift that you were given from God got you to the point where you were, and you did not take any PEDs. But yet, every athlete around the world in every other sport is on PEDs.
Bro, any scientist will tell you this. Any sports analyst will tell you this. You're debating us like we're the only people saying this shit.
You know what? Most of those scientists are nerds who couldn't make it in athletic sports.
Hey, you're such a good guy, Santos. You really don't want to believe that people do that shit, and you still have faith in humanity.
You got me totally wrong. I know a lot of folks on PEDs.
Nah, you just stupid, nigga. That's what it is. You're just a dummy.
100% of them? No, that's disrespect, bro. I know better than that.
No, not 100. Nah, not 100. But I would say probably 75% of the top 10.
I say 99.9% of legends that we think of they probably took something.
What's the
difference? Yeah, 90s and 80s for sure.
Marvin Hagler, that nigga was on something. Floyd Mayweather, he probably took something. Anybody who's like really good,
Floyd had third-party drugs.
Floyd actually did fail a drug test once.
Well, Marvin Hagler was on cocaine. He was on cocaine. But this has been confirmed.
The 80s cocaine was a PED.
Yeah. This is
everybody who did coke in the 80s and 90s was way better athletes. That's fact.
Yeah, this was confirmed in the book that Marvin Hagler used cocaine. No, I'm telling you, that was actually confirmed that Marvin Hagler had cocaine issues back in the 80s.
Marvin Hagler thing, man. Marvin Hagler was a pretty good athlete.
Yeah, he was dope.
At the same time, I ain't talking about the cocaine and all that. I ain't talking about that. I'm just saying this thing that everybody's on something. That enhances their ability.
I can't say everybody, but I will tell you this much. I've said this about my favorite basketball player of all time. I think my favorite basketball player of all time was on something, because I'm not gonna say his name, but let's just say in 2010, my man's career was over. It's 2011, his career was over. He got eliminated in the first round. Career was over. Next year he comes back and he's playing out of his mind. I'm like, this dude is playing out of his mind. 2013 he comes back, turns back the clock like he's 38 then, 39. He turns back the clock playing like he's 25. I'm not now. What happened from 2011 to 2013?
And then here's the other thing. Why shouldn't fighters be able to use steroids? If people are going to use it anyway, and the richer people are going to find ways to skirt around the system. Hold on, let me finish. But if niggas is going to find ways to skirt around the system anyway, and some of the people, especially the people who have money, like the Canelos, the Floyd Mayweathers, the Roy Jones, they're going to have a much easier time doing so. Why wouldn't we just legalize it so everybody can do it? Not only that, steroids can help you protect your brain. They can help you protect your body. They can help you. We'll see better fights. There's just so many other reasons.
You don't want to fight on steroids punching another fight in the face. You don't want that.
Okay, if they're both on steroids, what's the problem?
Still, that's bad, man. That's bad. You don't want that.
No. Steroided athletes are more durable.
Dude, you don't want a man. Would you want to be punched in the face by a man on steroids?
If I was on steroids, I wouldn't give a fuck. If I was on steroids, why would I care? I can punch him just as hard.
Nah, I wouldn't want that, man. I can't do that.
Hey, Pride Championships, baby, that shit was lit, and that's because everybody was on steroids.
Exactly. That shit
But
was
y'all
in the
you
80s.
guys are making statements like it's true, and you asking us to disprove. You're asking people to disprove something that you haven't
It's
proven.
logical.
And that's wait a minute. It could be. Wait, you're making a statement that you have zero proof of, and you're asking people to disprove it. Is that logical? I can say everybody outside is getting high off the air, and it's up to you to disprove it now. Is that logical? Since we being logical, you have
It's
zero
just
proof that everybody's using drugs. You have zero proof that everybody in a particular sport is using drugs. If you had any proof of that, then you could argue that argument. But you're not
I
being
do have
logical.
proof.
There's no proof
I
of
do
it.
have
Where?
proof.
Where?
Now,
Everybody's using it. Where?
yeah, there is proof. And I'm not. I'm not. I don't know what he's saying. I'm not saying illegal. I'm saying they're all using shit. Some of it is legal, but they're using it. They're using shit. They're
Using
putting
what?
in their body. Like snack itself, all these enhancements, all this legal shit you get from GNC is still not natural shit you're putting in your body to improve your performance.
Wait,
I'm
do
not
you
saying
know
I won't go.
No, but that's different, brother. Do you know ZMA and what you're saying is you're saying steroids. Steroids and
No,
ZMA
I
is
didn't
two
say steroids.
completely different
I
things.
said PEDs. I didn't say steroids.
But that's still okay. So PEDs. Let's go with PEDs. Let's forget
Performance
steroids.
enhancing drugs.
Okay, let's go with that. Okay. So
It can
now
be as
where's the
simple
proof
as
of that?
creatine.
If that's the case,
Creatine would
water
be
is
included.
Gatorade is included in. If that's what you're doing,
It is. That's why
What do
you
you mean
can't have
Gatorade?
Gatorade.
yeah, Gatorade is enhancing your body. It's giving you
Yeah,
salt
that's why
that you
they
don't
make you use
dehydrate.
water. That's
Oh
why
yeah,
they
yeah.
make you
Yeah,
use water when you're
Yeah, you
fighting.
can't have
That's why
that in
you
your
have to
corner
drink
when you
water.
fight. You can't have
yeah.
electrolytes in your corner when you fight.
That's why they make you drink water.
But you're training with PED. So if you drunk, okay, let's say you drunk.
Yeah.
If you drunk Gatorade last night
Which
and
is
then
the
you
point.
get in the
That's what
ring,
I'm saying.
that's
There's so
performance enhancing.
much out there.
Come on, man.
There's
Y'all making up
so,
stuff, man. That don't make sense, man.
bro.
That's
What do
not
you can look it
It's
realistic,
up.
just
man.
legal. Gatorade's just legal, so we don't care. But it is
Like,
like they
you can't
invented
have it.
Gatorade. They literally invented Gatorade to help improve your performance. Literally,
Yeah,
that's
like,
the
what the
point of
fuck?
it. That was their whole campaign.
Your
Was to
food
drink
is
Gatorade instead of water.
listen. Your food is a performance enhancing drug. Most of
But
your
that's
food,
natural.
no, it's
Canelo's
not. What
food
food is
is
natural? Where you get your food from?
If you
From the
get
Mexico.
supermarket,
organic,
right? Did you grow it?
raised,
Did you?
grass beef.
No, I don't. No, not unless you got some damn cows in your backyard and you killing them and you chopping them up. That's not true. Your meats are most of those meats and those animals are being fed all kind of stuff, including steroids. So that's not even
But they don't get into the
argument
meat
that you
though.
can
Not
even
in
make.
America. Not in America. That shit don't get into the meat.
What do you mean it don't get to the meat? You ever?
It
I
it,
mean, you
it
ever watch the
doesn't.
food? You ever watch those documentaries that they have on food?
Like, it's a lot
Those
of shit
food
that does get
documentaries?
into the meats, but steroids isn't one of them. That's a problem in like third world countries. That doesn't really
Listen,
happen
brother.
here.
I'm not talking about to the point where you finna be Arnold Schwarzenegger, but they putting stuff. Okay, so how do you think they
Yes,
preserving these meat
in
so long?
Mexico, you will be Arnold Schwarzenegger. That's what I'm saying. It's not the
That's not
same thing.
even. No, it's actually the opposite. In Mexico, think about it like this. Think about it like this. In America, when we make food, because most of us aren't close to any farms, we don't have no damn farms in our backyard. Our food
I do. I
has
live
to
in
last
Cali.
longer. Our food
Wait,
has to
nigga,
last longer.
Mexico is still an industrialized country. Not most people in Mexico aren't killing their own food. What the fuck?
Their food don't have to last as long as us. What I'm telling you, man.
I'm saying, but they still get their shit from the slaughterhouse, like the same way we make our shit.
Exactly.
And over there, they have way less regulation. That's why they
They
end
don't
up with
need
so
it.
much extra shit.
No, they don't. That's not even true. See, now you going off of TV stuff. You been to Mexico before?
No,
You
I
ain't been
haven't
there,
been
but
to
so how would
Mexico,
you know
but I've
that?
heard about the
I've been to
country.
Mexico.
How would you know
Hella.
that? I go there 3-4 times a year. How would you know that? I want to know how you know this. Where you get your information
You're from
from?
Pittsburgh, so how you be going to Mexico 2, 3,
Don't
4
worry about
times
that.
a
I
year?
travel all over the place. I done been a lot of places. See, that's the problem with you guys. Y'all sit there and y'all watch TV and
Yeah, I doubt
everything
it.
that's on
I doubt
TV.
that.
I lived in San Diego
Everything
for a
that's on
decade.
TV is not true, my
I've been in
guy.
Mexico all day.
It's not
Yeah.
They
TV.
are.
It's like just researching and learning about the world. I don't know if
From
y'all
where?
don't do that.
I actually go there. So that would be the best research is actually
Okay.
putting
Okay.
How
feet
about
on
this?
ground.
Okay. By logic, you would think that more fighters would speak against it, right? Like openly, they have an open platform. You think more fighters would demand testing for their fights if they didn't want to fight people on PEDs or if they themselves weren't and they wanted to even fight. But nobody does.
None of them
no one
say
campaigns
shit.
for this shit except
That
the
doesn't mean
fighters
that they're
every
taking
now and
it,
then.
bro. That don't mean that they're taking it.
Okay.
That
If you
doesn't
know
mean that they're taking
PEDs
it.
are out there, if you know PEDs are out there and you're about to fight your opponent and he looks
And you're not taking
real
it.
good, and you're not taking it, why the fuck would you not push for testing every single time?
There's a lot of different reasons why you want to pay for testing. Who's going to pay for it? Manny Pacquiao ain't never had
So
one.
if steroids, if steroids are so bad, why would they accept the fight?
Who's going to pay for it? First off, who's going to pay for it?
Well, I'm pretty sure they just have to do testing if you ask for testing.
No, that's not how that goes.
Testing, they just have to do it, right?
That's not true. Somebody got to pay for it. Who's going to pay for it?
I thought that there was like a whole company that just does it for boxing, like pro boxing, like VADA. Don't they just do it for anybody who asks?
That's not true, brother. Think about it. What company would do anything for free?
No.
What company would do anything for free? They do not. You have to pay for that.
Who has to pay? The promoters?
The fighter or the promotion, depending on how you have the contract.
Exactly.
Okay, so if you're in a promotional company, okay, most fighters, especially the ones that we talk about, are with a promotional company. How come none of them push for testing?
Because it's gonna pop their own fighters.
That's not true. It's a cost.
That's my point.
That's not okay. Think of it like this.
Okay, how much can it realistically cost, especially for a promotional company?
But you can't say that.
Who's clearly multi-million-dollar deals?
Well, listen,
all
when you
sorts
go
of
to
shady
Walmart,
shit going on in the background that even make more money.
That's not true, brother. When you go to any store, any store that you physically walk in, they've already marked off a certain amount as going to be straight up theft. They already marked that off on their books. They account for that. That's accounted for. That's a loss that they're willing to take because of the cost of it. Cost has everything to do with it when you're dealing with business, not fantasy land, but real business. When things have costs, businesses have to figure out, is it worth the cost?
Okay, if we know how big of an advantage steroids is, like they can turn niggas into super athletes, like way better than they were before. Why would you agree to sign up to fight someone like that? Just I don't understand it. I mean,
but
you can
how
say
you know that this person is on steroids. That's the from where I started from. You're making assumptions that you haven't proven.
Exactly.
Why do I have to prove that somebody is when you haven't proven that they are? You haven't proven that the people are on steroids.
Why wouldn't they be? If you have access to it, especially people who like the Jaron Ennis's and the David Benavidez, the people who have been boxing since they were like fucking 4 years old, man.
So they've been taking steroids since they 4? When did they start taking steroids?
That's a common thing.
13, 14.
They put kids on PEDs. That is a common thing that happens with pro athletes. That is shit that happens.
That's your assumption.
Pittsburgh. And here's the other thing. Pittsburgh. Here's the other thing about it. So PEDs, as like most of them, or not even most, but a lot of them are permanent. They give you a permanent advantage, meaning you could take it once, it's out of your system, and you're still forever a better fighter just for being on that drug.
That's not true either, man.
Yes, it is. It's like okay. The reason why it's true is because there's lots of them. There's new ones being made every fucking day.
Which drugs do you take? Okay, which specific drug? You making statements that we can run down. Which drugs are you stating that we can take? Anybody can take that's going to give you a permanent advantage?
Give a permanent advantage. Just look that up, and it's going to say yes.
No, you saying no.
Just look it up. Just look it up. Just look it up. Do PEDs give you a permanent advantage?
Like, wait a minute now. You jumped out on this ledge and you said that there's something you could take that could give you a permanent advantage. Name one item that you could take that'll give you a permanent advantage.
I'm looking it up right now.
See, you can't make these kind of statements, man. That's detrimental to the sport that you like when you make these kind of statements.
Before people know about them.
That's not even remotely true, man. I'll give you a prime example. In the 90s, that baseball was the thing back in the 90s.
This is from the Scientific Daily. Brief exposure to anabolic steroids may have long-lasting, possibly permanent performance-enhancing effects. Shows a new study. Brief exposure to anabolic studies may be long. Okay, you already said it. If you just look it up, there's all sorts of information telling you. Yes, PEDs
man. Wait a minute. Time out. Wait a minute. Did you just look it up?
It's a known fact.
But wait, did you just look it up?
This is like asking me.
Wait a minute. Time out. We going in a circle. Did you not just look it up, brother? Did you not just look it up?
What?
You did look it up, right?
Yes.
Where's your proof? You should have proof
Okay.
if you looked it up. It should be very
Okay.
accessible.
Okay. Antibiotic standards misuse.
You
And
can't
I
find
got
it.
another one right here from the Globe and Mail. It says
Global
it says
Mail,
right
come
here.
on, man. Y'all stop it, man.
According to
Global
experts
Mail,
who study muscle physiology, the use of anabolic steroids may lead to changes in the body that last for a
Global
duration of
Mail.
one's athletic career, potentially even a lifetime.
Man, wait a minute. Do you know what the Global Mail is? See, y'all got to understand what the resources that y'all running off of and the foolishness that y'all these. Just because somebody got a website
What about
and they
USADA?
post
What
something on
about
their wait a
USADA?
minute, time out.
USADA work
Just
for
because
you?
somebody got a
USADA work?
website and they post something on a website doesn't make it a fact.
Does
A fact
USADA
of
and
any
VADA
kind
work
of
for you? Because they both say the same
steroid,
thing.
PED would be some kind of
USADA,
USADA,
WADA,
scientific
and VADA
study
all
in
say
a
the same
controlled
shit.
environment.
WADA,
VADA,
USADA, and all of them say the same shit, bro.
that
Where?
steroids have a permanent effect.
When? Where? Where's your proof? You still haven't cited any proof
On the
besides the
USADA
Daily
website,
Mail.
USADA.org.
Come on, man. Stop it, man.
Bro, so you
Stop it.
come on, you really think that once you stop taking shit, your body just that's it? You have nothing. There's no side effect from that shit.
It cycles out of your body, man.
It does
Okay, so
not.
let's
Not
say
everything.
Hey, Pittsburgh,
it cycles out of your body.
Pittsburgh. I'm sure you probably heard what I was saying earlier about that PED statement that my man made. But I will say this: I have a personal friend that has used PEDs. I won't say what PEDs he used for lifting, and he said he stopped using them, and he still felt some effects of it, and he still does to this day. And he said he's been off
And
of
he's
it for
still
several
stronger
years.
than the average man right now.
No, but okay. So it's going anytime you take any kind of steroid or PED, it's going to inflow something out of your body, and your body's not smart enough not to produce it anymore.
Okay.
So you're going to
Do
have
you
a
know
chemical
why?
imbalance behind
You may
that.
not get the
Listen.
potential of it, the maximum potential of it, but you still have a little something in it.
I don't.
Well,
Once you stop
look.
taking it, it's out of your
Here,
system
do
now.
you know why? Do you know why? Like
It may
trans
not
people,
but
right?
it's not totally gone.
Like whenever you know, like when a trans person, like they transition and they go on female hormones. Like a man, he goes on female hormones and then he gets a lot weaker,
No,
et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So the advantages that he have, they aren't only, or she, the advantages she have aren't only physical. Even having testosterone course throughout your body for however many years gives you an innate advantage in reaction time, mechanical understanding of distance. Just because you remember being a man, you remember having those things in your body and being able to think in that way. Like steroids is like a whole world of things that you can do.
Okay,
Man,
so let's go with steroids. Steroids, most of those things, and the ones that are powerful, it's going to be some combination that even when you say that the people who are trying to change their gender, a lot of that is estrogen blockers, and you're not going to swallow one pill that's going to be an estrogen blocker. You're going to take that over a period of time, and what's going to happen? Your body is not going to it's not going to produce estrogen, which is going to increase the testosterone in your body. So if you take that over a period of time, you're going to have to take something to restart your to reverse that, because you're going to have a chemical imbalance behind that. That doesn't mean you got when you stop now that your chemicals all screwed up in your damn body. That doesn't give you an advantage. That just means your body's smart enough to know that you got an overload of something and it's going to stop producing it. I mean, unless you can cite some kind of science behind what you're saying, it's a theory.
All right, I'm looking. I'm gonna find it. It's a known fact. I'm looking.
I mean, it's such a known fact. We can't find no proof.
I mean, it's a lot of things that's not easy to just search up and prove right off the bat that are still
science,
true.
though. That's science. Like, we can have our theories about a lot of things, but science is provable.
But we have to also be careful how we make statements. When thousands and thousands of people are listening to, we have to be accountable for what we said. Now, if you say something that you feel is your opinion when you don't have solid facts, that's your opinion. So, okay,
he wants you to go get your degree and say exactly what chemicals.
No, you should have a study. You
the
should have a
problem
study behind
I
it.
have with all
You should have a study.
early.
But everybody knows. You can go on YouTube right now. There's ex-bodybuilders
I'm not
talking
saying
about
no
they ain't used
everybody
steroids in
knows.
40
That's
years.
elementary, bro. Listen, we talking about science. Science, when you do any type of chemical, there is a study before they
All right,
release
bro.
pills,
All
even
right, good. All right.
steroids. There's gonna be a study in a controlled
Does
environment where they
BBC
have
work?
somebody that they give nothing to, and then they got these people that they've
Can,
given things to, and they're
does
telling you the
BBC work?
results.
Does BBC.com work?
Yeah, if they got a study, yes,
All
absolutely.
right,
If they got a
bet. All
study,
right, then
absolutely.
argument over. Here, I'm ready to send it to the chat right now.
Yeah, do they have a study?
Uh-oh. He ain't going to be able to get back on.
If they have a study, absolutely, because that's scientific. You can't just throw those kind of statements out, and like, you can't have those kind of statements thrown out there with
But
nothing
I'm
back.
saying us layman civilians do not know the scientific jargon to explain it, but we've heard it. I've seen Jeff Nowinski sit down with Joe Rogan and explain the science behind metabolites and steroids and how it fits in your body.
You don't have to be a scientist, but how does that testimony weigh in court? It doesn't.
Yes.
It's third party.
They were the number one leading drug testing authority in the world. Who's better to speak on it?
I'm not saying that's what he's trying to tell you. Just bring some evidence. That's all he's saying.
Yes.
That's all
Yes, if you got proof, bring it. You got proof, bring it. If you got a study that says that.
Not about what you heard, just some proof.
Because when you say stuff like that, you know what that does? That says that everybody's using steroids. You're discounting the work that these athletes put into it because they all on steroids. They just pop
No
and
one's
they
trying
just
to
hop in
discount
the
the
ring.
work or the skill. No one's trying to discount the work or the skill, but we know that people bring in nutritionists, that people are taking these shakes, these protein shakes, and all these other things.
We all,
you know what I'm saying?
So
like,
we all used to have the knowledge of a nutrition, or we should have a nutritionist. You get the right balance of everything for your body, as far as what you're eating and putting in your body. And that's what you let me tell you something.
I'm not against that. I'm not against that.
When God put animals here on this
earth,
earth,
y'all really think nobody's on PEDs is insane, bro. That's insane to me.
We didn't say
that's
no
not
one
what we
was on
saying.
PEDs.
Majority of athletes. Majority of the top athletes. I'll say that from my own statement.
You can eat your way to have these same nutrition in your body instead of just taking a pill or shooting up or whatever. There are animals on this earth. Their diet contributes to what their athletic abilities are. And so I agree. I agree. You can eat to that. That's why nutrition come in place. There's a girl that I kick it with now. She's a nutritionist. She get on me all the time about what I'm eating. So
I agree, Santos. So we're agreeing on. We're making the same point. We're agreeing on that. But I'm saying the strategy behind bringing a nutritionist into your gym when you're already a top level boxer is what? To gain a natural advantage. No, I'm not. You're not letting me make my point, bro. I know that's not a PED. What I'm saying is you made a conscious decision to say, hey, I can eat better, get better shit in my body so my body feels better, recovers better, I get more strength, whatever the case is. Naturally, that's a thought you're making. So now the next step would be, hey, maybe, I'll take these vitamins. Maybe I'll take a little more creatine. Maybe I'll see what... Because you're constantly looking for ways to improve.
Nutrition is going to have you take some vitamins. I promise you that.
I'm saying, yeah, of course. I'm not against vitamins either. But even creatine, that's a legal PED. Testosterone is a legal PED underneath a certain limit you're allowed to have it in your body. Even in sports, like you can go get testosterone, you have to get tested and be at a certain level unless you get an exception.
Yeah, but Max, you guys are making elementary arguments, man. Like when you start saying
they're basic though.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Like when you make these general assumptions, that can be swung on either direction. When you state things that are about things that can be proven and you cannot prove them, you can't prove them. You're just going off of your emotion. You have no proof of this.
No, I'm using facts.
What facts though? Well, okay, where your facts at, Max? Let's go.
Okay.
Where your facts at? Go ahead.
Facts. Top fighters usually do bring in nutritionists, strength coaches, all that shit when you get to a certain point, right? Facts. That has nothing to do with PEDs. It has nothing to do with PEDs. I'm making a point. I'm building my point. All right, go for it. Santos. Go for it. Tell me what I'm gonna say. Then.
No point, man. Come on, bro.
Go for it. Go for it.
You like.
Tell me what I'm gonna say. Go.
Come up with these
Tell me.
conspiracy theories just to have good arguments at nighttime, man. That's what you do, man.
All right. So, all right, okay. Nobody uses. Nobody uses. You're right. Everyone's all natural.
Nobody said everybody. It's not.
Just birds
You can't go to these extremes.
Everyone's all natural.
No, but you're going to extremes. We ain't saying everybody is or everybody ain't. It's a mixture.
No, I'm not saying
we don't
everybody.
know the mixture.
I didn't try to say everybody. I said 75% of top athletes. That's going to be my number.
We don't know that.
And that's why
we
on
have
the low end.
no idea.
We have plenty of ideas. Because you have to use the facts that you have to come to a conclusion that you might not know. That's called that's a hypothesis.
Max, where your facts at?
That's not a fact.
Where your fact at? Where's the fact?
I was getting to him before I got interrupted because.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead. I'll put myself on mute. Hit your facts.
Just overall in general, top athletes are always looking for a way to make themselves better. I'm not saying that they're purposely trying to do illegal shit, but I'm saying sometimes they might not even
where's
fucking
the fact
know.
at, Max? Get to the facts. Get to the facts.
Mentality of an athlete, the mentality of top athletes is to constantly do shit to get better. That's natural. Now, whether it's natural or illegal, that is the point of sports. Constantly try to get better. You get more money, bring more people into camp to help you be better. Now, that mentality will lead to a PD mentality of like, what else can I take? Now, whether it's natural, it's on because there's lists. These fucking doping agencies give you a list to let you know what you can take and what you can't take. But what I'm saying is, even on the list of legal supplements to take, they are still supplements. I'm not saying steroids like the other dude. I'm not saying illegal PEDs like the other guy. I'm making a different point. I'm just saying that these athletes take supplements and take things that are not natural, that are not found in food, that is not something your body produces, and adds it to their body for training so they can get an advantage. And after the fight is over, they take other stuff to help them recover faster. Like, that's PED.
So you saying most of them cheat, right? They say,
it's not cheating if it's legal. It's not cheating if it's legal.
I don't put. That ain't what you're saying though. You said that they
Yeah,
all.
it's not. You changing the argument.
You said they all doing something to get ahead.
It's not cheating if it's legal. I'm saying they're taking performance-enhancing drugs, legal or illegal, both.
If it's natural for your body to consume, I don't look at it as a PED or none of that stuff.
Okay, so do you think a fighter that has naturally low testosterone, because we do produce testosterone, you can get it from food, but his is a little lower than everyone, so he takes a testosterone supplement. You think that still is cool because he naturally produces it and it's found in food?
I'm gonna tell you what I think. I think if he's an athlete and he's training like he's supposed to and eating like he's supposed to, his testosterone should be lower and poorer than everyone else. That's what I believe.
But it happens, and these guys write to the doping agency to ask to be allowed to exceed a certain limit or to get something to boost their limit that is not a natural way of boosting.
Let me tell you something. When I look here, by the time my metabolism slowed down and my testosterone started weakening, I was in my mid-30s. And I'm no elite athlete, but I stayed in the gym quite a few years trying to keep my body conditioned. And I ain't never studied none of that stuff. And I'm just telling you, mine was all natural. So I don't believe that, and I ain't never believed in putting nothing in my body that shouldn't be there.
I'm there with you, personally.
I'm just telling you, anytime a boxer in his mid-30s, it's about time for him to hang up anyway.
But these athletes are going into their 40s now, early 40s.
There's only
and these guys are taking testosterone to a certain limit.
Name 10 of them. Name 10 40-year-old fighters.
I say athletes. You said fighters.
Because there's not that many of them. There's not that many of them. Name 10
There's
athletes then. Name 10 athletes. Many sports. Name them.
Right now, they're not top athletes. I mean, they're bench warmers, but they're still playing. I mean, Vince Carter was 40. Vince Carter was 40. Kobe was 40.
Broadly, though, Max, you act like it's a lot of 40-year-olds out there competing at high levels. And they're not.
No, I'm not saying at a high level. When did I say high level, Santos?
You didn't say that athletes in their 40s.
I said there's athletes in the 40s still playing. That athletes nowadays are playing at an older age than they were in the past.
That was a broad statement.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the top of the top. I'm talking about MVPs and championship winners. I'm just talking about they're still playing. Like, they're still on a team.
We all
and
know
they're
they're still
old.
playing, but you made a broad statement. Is what me and
But there's a reason for that because they
Christopher is
have
talking
better
about.
drugs and recovery processes now
Man,
for your
but wait a
body.
minute. Some people, wait a minute. Some people have a different DNA makeup, better genes. Like Vince Carter, that's a once in a lifetime athlete.
He still
Allen
got
Iverson, that's a once in a lifetime athlete. You know, Michael Jordan, a once in a lifetime athlete. Some of the LeBron James,
The
once
NBA
in a
has the weakest
lifetime
drug test
athlete.
Kobe Bryant was Michael Jordan's little brother.
Yeah. Some of those guys, like, it doesn't matter. Like, you're not like some of those guys are Giannis. I can't even say the dude last name. I ain't gonna try to say his
I
motherfucking last
totally
name.
agree. But okay, look at Giannis. Giannis had a crazy transformation from when he started to now. Like, and the NBA has one of the worst drug testing protocols of all sports leagues.
That doesn't mean that they're on drugs, though, man.
But it would lead to believe that if you were someone that wanted to do it, that would be the league for you to do it.
Okay, I'll tell you what. That, you know what that's equivalent to? I can tell you that FedEx or UPS has a terrible. They have the lowest rate of testing people for DUIs. Does that mean everybody who jump in the truck and riding around drunk? No. That you're making false comparisons.
But okay, but would getting the DUI help you in your profession?
What do you mean?
No. PEDs
Shouldn't they be testing it for it? By your logic, shouldn't they be testing for it? Shouldn't they be testing for it? Why wouldn't they want to test for it?
PEDs help you become a better athlete. Having a DUI does not help you become a better fucking driver.
But doesn't the company that you said the company, wouldn't that harm the company? Why wouldn't the company want to do it? We going by your logic. Why wouldn't the company want to do it? That's going to cost them money if they get a DUI, right? Or if the person out there smoking weed and doing coke, right? Because it might not just be, DUI ain't always alcohol.
A whole different analogy.
Nah, I'm going by your logic. You said the company
comparable to PEDs.
The person might be on coke. Wouldn't if you were a delivery driver? If you on coke, if you on coke,
you want to keep it real? I know a bunch of people that work for FedEx and UPS, and they are on drugs after they get
all of them. See, that's what I mean. So you making these crazy.
I didn't say all. I never said all, bro. I never said all. Don't put that on me. That was old boy. I didn't say that shit. I said 75%.
Okay, so you're not saying all. You're not saying all. Okay, so you're saying most.
And I'm only guessing. I said probably 75% of the top athletes. I'm not even saying the whole league. Because if you're a 16th man on the bench, you don't even got money to get fucking drugs. So, and you're not getting no PT.
9.5% or something like that.
No, that was old boy. That was him. That wasn't me. That wasn't me, Santos. That was him. He said 99 or 98.
But you co-signed him though, Max. You co-signed.
I said most, and I said most of the top athletes.
You co-signed everything he was saying, bro.
Yeah, you got to requalify that one, man. You can't make them kind of statements, man. That ain't right.
Most of the top athletes in sports are on PEDs of some sort, even if they're legal. Because let's take Canelo as a perfect example. It's not illegal to do clenbuterol. It's illegal to do a certain amount of clenbuterol. Clenbuterol by itself, whether you take little or not, is a PED.
They only put that clause in there after he got caught trying to cover it up for it. That's not true. That's not true.
They had a level. No. They had a level. They raised the level.
Before he did
they raised the level after he got caught. They raised the level after he got caught.
They rewrote. They writing laws as moving, trying to cover up his foolishness.
We're agreeing. But what I'm saying is they had a level. He passed it, got caught, and then they raised the level for him, which is some bullshit. But what I'm saying is they had a level. You were still allowed to take that PED. You're allowed to take that PED.
But he got caught.
You're allowed.
But you're only disproving your own point. He did not get caught for using it. He got caught for exceeding the level he was allowed to have. Well, what are you saying, Max? So he didn't get caught? He got caught, man.
Okay, to use your DUI fucking analogy, you can drive at a certain limit of alcohol in your body. It doesn't mean you don't have alcohol in your body. You're allowed to have a certain amount of PEDs in your body.
He even exceeded the amount that they said he can have. He exceeded that.
I agree. We're agreeing on the same shit. But you're avoiding the point that you're allowed to have that in your body up to a certain limit. Clenbuterol is a PED, but you don't get caught for it unless you exceed the amount they allow you to have. So you can keep taking it your whole career as long as you stay under their limit, and it will not be considered illegal. You will not fail a drug test. You will not be put on front street for having it in your system, but these fighters have it, and they're allowed by the agency. They give you a list of drugs you're allowed to take that say, hey, you don't think these give much of an advantage, or if you see a certain limit is too much advantage, you're allowed to take it though. It's not just water and veggies and meat.
But where do you think they came up with this level from? You think it's some random level that they just came up with, or do you think that they did some research, some science to figure out what levels would be effective and ineffective? I mean, that's not a random level that they came up with.
That's a good point. Yeah, for sure. But it's more effective than not taking it at all, right? We can agree on that.
To a certain
extent, it might not be
yes,
enough to give you a major advantage. I agree. It's not like
I don't know how much of it. I don't know how
Yeah.
much of an advantage it'll give you, because even if we go to the 90s in baseball, we go to 90s in baseball when a lot of them dudes was using, some of them dudes was using, that well-known guys we know that were using steroids in baseball were using it, right? And you still at the end, if we want to say everybody, we just go blanket statement. Everybody in the 90s was using steroids.
I'm not gonna say everybody.
No, but I'm just saying, let's just get crazy and let's say everybody in the 90s was in the baseball was using steroids. It was only a handful of dudes, steroids or no steroids, that was at the cream of that crop. Everybody wasn't knocking no 40 and 50 home runs out of there. Even if you wanted to go blanket statement and say everybody was on it. So steroids, yes, is it enhancement? Yes. Does it make you a better person? A better player? It would depend on the individual person, how that affects you and other things.
If you're trash, steroids are gonna make you have skill. Like, you're trash. You just be more athletic or recover. Like, just physically, you might get an advantage. But yeah, if you're skillful and you have it, then you do become cream of the crop. But I'm glad you used baseball, because look at Barry Bonds, right? Everybody's like, he was using. Barry Bonds never failed one drug test. He was the #1 most tested athlete in all sports in any league at the time this happened. He never popped dirty. But what happened? When they saved his piss and 5 years later tested his shit, he had drugs in his system that at the time he took them were not on the ban list and he was allowed to take. But 5 years later, after research was done, they said, wait, this drug is performance enhancing, but he was already retired. So they tried to taint his name because he had something in his system that the doping agency didn't even know wasn't banned yet. They didn't ban it to the future, and then they went back and tested his shit. So it's like, yes, was he on PEDs? Yes, he was. Now, was he a dirty player? No, because he was allowed to take those PEDs.
But you know who dirtied up Barry Bonds and a lot of boxing and a lot of athletes, period? Victor Conte. Victor Conte had a lot to do with that shit. They couldn't find anything on Bonds. They tried to roll his homeboy up and try to send his ass to jail. He wouldn't say anything one way or the other about any of that. They went and did as much research as they could. They went to Victor Conte. He is the one that created that mess. And Victor Conte, even if, let's say, drug tested, so Victor Conte would disprove any testing that we have, because he actually helped an Olympic team beat Olympic testing during the fucking Olympics. Yep. So you have to be careful when you start making certain kind of statements. And those are things that happen, and we learned about that years later.
So
nobody
again,
had an idea.
Right? That's a fact. That's a cold, hard fact you just spit, which also brings to the whole culture of PEDs. The dudes making the PEDs are always one step ahead of the dudes testing, because they have to be created first and know they're out there to be tested. So as long as you're getting the newer shit, that shit will never be on the ban list because they don't know about it yet. And that's what Victor Conte was doing. He was making shit up that USADA didn't even know existed. And that's how he was constantly staying one step ahead. It's like, how can you test for something you don't know exists?
Nah, but Victor Conte was working hand in hand with the people that was testing. That's how that was working. That he wasn't no genius to no shit. He was working with the people who were doing the testing. Yeah, he
knew what they were testing for. He knew what levels they were testing for and all that shit. Yeah.
He knew it. Yes, he knew exactly. So don't make it seem like Victor Conte. Victor Conte had the inside track to all that shit. And there's certain people that have the inside track to that. And that was a whole fucking country that decided we fucking cheating. We probably ain't gonna win, but fuck this shit, we gonna damn cheat, and we don't give a damn. That's what happened with Victor Conte, and he had the backing of an entire country backing him. So who knows what he had access to and what information he had.
But the way the Olympics do it is the same way. They save your piss and they test it years later when new drugs do come out to see if you were on those drugs back then. They're the only leagues that will still hold the consequence later in the future, even if that drug was technically not illegal when you took it.
But that don't mean nothing, man. Because think about it like this: if I'm the person who's the quote unquote nutritionist, and I'm giving you supplements, and you might not even know this shit is illegal, but I know if I can do this drug up to a certain level, and you're not gonna pop dirty, it don't fucking matter. It don't matter if you test it 10 years from now, because 10 years from now, it's still gonna be the same fucking level. Because I knew that I could give you this to you, and it's not gonna exceed the level that it called for, that's gonna make you dirty. So
But
Victor
now, like in the
Conte and
Olympics,
those kind of people are different.
but in the Olympics example, it's like if I'm an Olympic athlete now, 2022, I'm gonna think twice about taking this PEDs because I don't know in 5 years if this PED is gonna be illegal and they're gonna take my medal away. Because that's the thing about the Olympics. They're like, yo, we have your piss on frozen for all these years. We'll test it later. So yeah, you might get away with it now, but if it's illegal later in 5 years, if taking this random Scooby-Dooby-Doo drug is illegal, well, you're gonna get popped and lose your medal. So are you really willing to risk it and hope that one day that drug don't become illegal, or are you just gonna say I'm just not gonna take the drug?
But remember, Victor Conte was the guy. He was the nutritionist for the whole the Olympic team. So if the nutritionist for the Olympic team and say, "Here you go, Max, take this, this, and that." Next, the next guy come in here,
you're trusting
take
that what
this,
they're
this, and
giving
that.
you is
Exactly.
you're trusting what they're giving you is legit. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Because most of the time it's like,
so
here's your shake. You don't know what the fuck is this shake. Oh, they're like, oh, there's kale and some protein, some creatine. Here you go. It's like, all right, cool. I trust you. Like, why wouldn't you as an athlete? But then the real athletes, the ones that really know, say, hey, I know everything in my body. I make my own shit. If anything, I tell them, give me the shit, and I'll put it in my own shit. I do my research. And those are the athletes that have a conscience to say, not only do I not take PEDs, but I don't ever want to accidentally take PEDs, and I don't want my name ever attached to possibly even being PEDs. So I make sure that everything I put in my body is legit. But then you have those athletes say, well, I don't got time to check my own shit. I got a chef and I got a cook. Just of course I didn't know. But at the end of the day, whatever you put in your body is your responsibility. It includes that if you trust someone to give you some shit, and even if they do fuck you over and it's not your fault, it's your fault for trusting this person when you're on the pinnacle of the sport.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's your fault no matter what. And then at the end of it, like you're gonna have a certain trust with a person that's their job is nutrition. Like we can say we know as much. We can do all the Google searching we want to do. We can kind of look into some stuff. But somebody who went to school specifically on that, they will be an expert in that field. So you lean more to trusting that person than you would to your own knowledge off of some websites that you might have got some information that could or could not be true. So those people, you're always going to lean towards a specialist. Even when you go to the doctor, that's, he might deal with needs. He might do ear, nose, and throat doctor. You're going to lean more towards that doctor no matter what internet search you want to do. You're always going to try to get another opinion. You're always going to try to do your own research, but you're always going to lean towards the expert. But if it's your due diligence, if you only go to one expert, and if the expert has a bad reputation, and you get with that expert, that's completely on you. That is 100% on you.
Fact.
100%. So I mean, some of that, some of these guys, they don't know, but they kind of don't really care. They don't want to get caught, but they don't want to, like you say, they don't want to take responsibility. Does that mean that they're taking it willingly? I don't know about that. I mean, it depends on how you look at it. That's a moral thing, how you would look at it.
But like I said, sometimes dudes just, and this is an example I had recently too, is like sometimes people purposely turn a blind eye just to say they didn't know later.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Saying. Like,
they purposely don't do their due diligence and be like, well, I never knew. It's like, man, come on.
Man, I mean, that's
negligence is part of the fucking problem. I mean, but this is me. I'm not even a top athlete, bro, and I don't like putting any kind of pills in my body, especially now what I know about prescriptions and shit. I'm like, yo, I don't put none of this shit. I will try everything I can. Manuka honey, teas, lemon. I'll try any natural herbs and anything before I ever take medicine.
Max, you're not going to be a professional athlete in any sports without
But if I was, I would be
vitamins
even more conscious on what I'm putting in my body, though, because I would never want that to be my cloud.
To a certain extent, like, okay, I'll give you an example. If you play basketball, you're going to have a team doctor, a team nutritionist, and you might go out and hire your own. Same thing with football, baseball, all of those sports, they have team doctors that rock with the team. And that kind of works at your disadvantage, too, because when your ass get fucked up, that's the same person that has to give you the okay or no he can go or no he can't go. So they're always going to have the team's interest first. So a lot of those guys who making decent money, they go out and hire somebody who they think is in their corner, and most of them end up hiring the same fucking person. So at some point, you just become another number amongst other people who are going to the same fucking people. Because you look at basketball or you look at any sports, all of them have the same agents, all of them have the same nutritionists, all of them have pretty much the same set of trainers.
Yeah, word of mouth will get you further.
Exactly. So at a certain point, when it's not going to be one person, if that trainer is dirty or that nutritionist is dirty, it's going to be more than a few people that's going to blow up. But behind that, because some of them just went there because such and such went there. You better believe wherever LeBron is going, everybody else is going. Wherever Tom Brady is going, everybody
Yeah.
else is going. That's just what it is.
Just like
They're not
Tim
doing the
Grover with
research.
the Jordan, and he worked with D
Yep.
Wade, with a lot of other people. Yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
and if Tim Grover to take something, you gonna take it. Tim Grover say, "Hey, go over here, holler at my boy Victor Conte. He gonna get you right with the nutrition." You gonna turn that down?
Yeah,
No,
of course
you're not gonna turn
trust the
that down.
source. Yeah.
Yeah, you're not gonna turn that down. So
But
I
my
mean,
thing
some
is
of it.
when he tells me, okay, look, these are the shakes I'm gonna give you. I'm all right. Let me see, and I'm gonna get those tested. I don't trust no one still at that point in time. Like I'm gonna trust you, and then once you've been proven, like, hey, you gave me shakes this past month. I tested all of them. There's never been one dirty. Now I trust. Like you got to build the trust. I still can't go off of word of mouth and say I'm gonna trust my whole career in this random stranger's hand.
It depends. Now, basketball is more of a smaller circle.
When it comes to food, no problem. Nutritionist, a chef or something like that, no problem. When it comes to someone handing me some type of supplemented something, first thing I'm doing is get that shit tested. And the athletes that really care, they do. They send it off to USADA. Anytime they try a new supplement, they send it off to USADA first. The athletes that actually care. They have a program like in UFC. If you have a new supplement, or say you just started something, you found something at GNC, you send a sample to USADA. They'll test it back, say, yeah, you're good. But sometimes those supplements are tainted just from the factory or whatnot, whatever, and you don't know because that's happened. Take the supplements, but then you have to prove it. You have to give them the batch. You have to do all this research, and they do it. But because there was an example of a supplement actually that where they had it manufactured previously, they were manufacturing a different supplement that did have PEDs in it, and there was still stuff stuck in the bins and stuff like that, the mixing bins and shit that got mixed in. So they found the batch, they tested it, and that athlete got cleared for being dirty because it really wasn't his fault. But then you have athletes such as, I'm not saying Ben Askren is a top level or anything, but his mentality as an athlete is, I don't take anything other than food. Period. I don't even take creatine and protein.
That's not true, man. You don't believe that, do you, Max? Man, there's no way you really believe that.
I'm saying at the same time, he wasn't a top like superstar. It wasn't like he was it wasn't like he was unbelievable because he wasn't that athletic. It wasn't like he looked like he was on PDs either. And his style of fighting.
That don't mean taking nothing, though. I mean, just because you're not a top athlete, don't mean you're not taking nothing. Like there's no way you're a professional athlete and you're not taking anything.
That was his statement because he said he'd just rather not even risk it. So, he don't need explosiveness. He's just a wrestler. Like you don't have explosiveness to punch and move and stand. Like he just I just do what I've always done, wrestle.
But if you take ZMA, if you take multivitamin, if you take vitamin C, if you taking ginkgo biloba, I mean those are all supplements. Like you're gonna take something. There's no way you're not taking anything.
Yeah, vitamins. I think
that's ultimate nonsense. You're taking something. You're taking something to a degree. Now, to get to the line of PED, that's a whole nother level of something else that you cross, like knowing or unknowing. But you're taking something if you're a professional athlete. There's no way that you just roll out of bed, drink water, and just go to the gym.
That's all the point we're trying to make is like nobody's all natty. Like nobody at the top level is all natty. Hell no.
Nah, but steroids and PEDs is completely different. Like
and that's
when you're
why I
taking
told them
something,
not to say steroids. I told old boy, don't say steroids is a whole other thing. That's why I said PEDs are just non-natural. Like PEDs, performance-enhancing drugs, whether they're legal, a lot of them are, but they're taking them. And I'm saying they have them in this era that they didn't have back in those past eras. There wasn't this many options. There wasn't no GNCs and CVSs you could go in when you were in the 50s, 40s, 60s and shit. Like you had a smaller batch of things to choose from to put in your body, which like back then was cocaine for probably a lot of them. But like, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, even when creatine first boomed, I mean, creatine is not something that's been around forever as a supplement, as a powder. Like it started the 80s, I think. So it's like even when creatine first came around, it was legal, but it was something that did help you like get bigger and stronger. And it was like, but it was legal. Anyone could get it. You weren't gonna get looked down upon if you were a creatine user. Like it was just one of those things, but it did help people. So
well, it depends because remember all those guys who really do that stuff. Like, okay, now you know Ronnie Coleman, that big ass black dude who was the Mr. Universe. Everybody knows Ronnie Coleman. Now, Ronnie Coleman, when you watch any of his documentaries or whatnot, he always say that he actually went to a doctor, got his hormonal levels tested, his testosterone levels tested. He got all that stuff prescribed. He ain't just at home, doing the mix up of whatever they could do. most people who lift weights on that level, now that's one sport you can actually say that those people are actually actively taking stuff, but they're
It's almost
actually going to a
mandatory.
doctor. Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes. But then at some point, it goes back to what, no matter what you take, your genes gonna pop out with that. Like, I don't give a damn who, because it ain't no more Ronnie Coleman's walking around here. He was a once in a
Nah.
lifetime dude. That's a big, and he
Yeah.
all fucked up right now because of that.
Yeah, he has
I don't
that
know if
little
you've
walker.
seen.
Yep.
Yeah, you seen him lately, but Buddy is, man, he got problems, man.
I actually follow Ronnie Coleman pretty closely, man. When I was younger, I used to like all them, like Dorian Yates and Ronnie Coleman, you know, all that era, like that was that 90s, late 90s probably era of bodybuilding. But those dudes were monsters. But you knew you were all on shit, you know. But and when you look at some of these athletes, just their natural progression, it's like you see the jawline, you see the hair loss, you see all the symptoms, but once again, there's no proof, right? Because there's no dirty drug test, there's no certified anything that says these guys took shit. But you can kind of use your brain and be like, I mean, it's all something. That's not all natty.
Those dudes told you that. All those guys told you that they were on that shit. Like,
no,
you
I'm
didn't
talking
have
about
to
athletes.
test it.
I'm talking about athletes. Do you look like, if you look at Giannis's like physique, if you look at, I mean, I hate to say it. I'm gonna hate to say this. Jordan is my GOAT. But you look at that shit, there is some characteristics of like he probably had a little extra something. And in the 90s, they weren't testing shit. Sean Kemp, if you look at a lot of the NBA back then, those dudes were insanely athletic. And then when they stopped, they took a hard dive down.
Oh man, Sean Kemp was on that shit, man. That's what happened to Sean Kemp.
Yeah.
Sean Kemp was on the other kind of drugs. He was on the unperformance enhancing drugs, the opposite of the shit that enhance your drugs. Whatever you can put in to swap out that heat. Yeah, he fucked himself up. That motherfucker fucked himself up major. Like, I had never seen a motherfucker do that kind of crazy shit to himself.
But I mean, you see, like even Shaq's transformation from Orlando to LA. You know, Bron shit and D Wade shit. Their jawlines, their receding hairlines, their shoulders. Like now that we have professionals that have been studying usage for a long time, there are certain symptoms and characteristics. But once again, you cannot say anything without proof, and that's why I understand your argument is if there's no proof, then technically you can't say any of these guys are on shit. Even Pacquiao. Even as much of us say Pacquiao, there was never no proof.
Never got caught. You can speculate because he never wanted to take the drug test, but he never got caught. I mean,
there's so many things like his power carried up, his head got bigger, you know, the acne, all this other. There's those things, but once again, he never got caught, so you can't say he did it. You know, but if you were to get all the steroid experts in the nation to say, hey, in your professional opinion, what would be your hypothesis based on here are the evidence we have presented? Most people would say, I would conclude that he probably did. But once again, there's no way of knowing unless you test. But that's what I'm saying. So we're trying to make hypotheses. Like, I feel what you're saying, to not make blanket statements and not make definitive statements and saying all and none and never and always, right? I try my best to not do that because not everyone is on the shit. But it's like when you use like logic and you use the information we do have available to us from certain experts that are in the field, and now that the internet and YouTube is up, you have these guys doing interviews, you have these guys breaking down people's failed drug tests that actually did fail drug tests. You know, like when Jeff Novitzky came on Rogan and broke down John Jones' situation, and he is the top dude at USADA who actually caught John Jones, and he broke down metabolites, down to staying you're fat even after you're done using all this extra shit. It does give you a better understanding as a layman that we didn't have in the 90s.
But remember, he got caught though. He got caught. Yeah. So like most of the people but we talking about like Canelo's and John Jones, they actually got caught. Like the other side is the people who never get caught. That's a whole different black. You just speculate. We have no idea who did and who didn't. You know, you kind of have your assumptions, but who
you can't put that jacket on them. Yeah, you can't put that jacket on them without any proof.
Yeah, it's hard to say because steroids and now they got HGH on top of you got steroids, you got HGH, you got remember now you also what you got too is you got Adderall. Is Adderall a PED?
Yeah.
You know, so you got different shit going on. You have there's some stuff that you can document. Like Adderall is some wicked shit. That shit is so fucking crazy how they have that shit. Even like the psychiatrists that prescribe that shit, there's no other drug that they can prescribe. There's no other two drugs, that combination, that can even come close to that because I believe it's based off of 2 salts. And those salts, not only they supposedly make you more focused, but it hits your endorphins inside of your brain. That stimulates it, makes your mood change, it's supposed to make you happier. There's nothing else that's going to do that. Now, are athletes taking that shit? I'm pretty sure some taking it. I mean, so it just depends. It depends. You have an argument when you say PEDs, but it's the way that you case it up when you put that
No, old
blanket
boy
up.
was saying steroids, and he said all of them. So like that's why I was like, hey, I don't say all of them. Don't say just steroids. The steroids is just that anabolic steroid. And I don't think I don't think hardly a lot of people use that at all anymore in sports because it's too simple. That's the introductory basic. Like if you're taking anabolic steroids in 2022, then you're just trying to get caught. You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying it's these other things, these new supplements, and some shit me and you've never heard of that only makes its way around in gyms until it becomes a thing and gets on the ban list. Like, that's what I'm saying. The dudes that make the drugs are always one step ahead. They're always like, yo, we got some new shit called XYZ, and this shit's not detectable yet because they don't know it exists. Take it for a cycle. Let me know how you like it. Come back. You know what I mean? These dudes, these are scientists creating drugs on the underground, like on the black market, to not get caught from the scientists that are trying to catch them. So it's like, it is a game. It's a cat and mouse game, but the drug manufacturers are always one step ahead. Because if I was to create a drug today, but you banned it tomorrow, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna go find a different one. I'm gonna go make another one that you ain't banned yet. I can't just keep making that because it's banned. I'm not gonna get no athletes to get it because it's banned. So these dudes are always just creating new drugs, create new combinations of drugs. But like you said, Adderall is something where you can just be like, I got ADHD, get a prescription, use it while you play sports. You have a pass for it. You know, it's the dudes that don't have a prescription that get caught and get drug test violations. But if you have a prescription, you're allowed to take it.
I'll give you another one. In baseball, they had, and even in golf, they had these glasses. Remember the blue blockers? You know, the commercials for the blue blocker sunglasses? Well, they had a similar type glasses for baseball where it had a certain tint on there and a certain hue that would help you pick up the thread on the baseball. So obviously, if you can pick up if you can pick up the thread on the baseball with these glasses, then you can figure out if it's a fastball or a curveball or a sinker, depending on how the thread is spinning. You can kind of figure that out. So is that an enhancement? So there's things that people do that try to always gainfully enhance the system.
Yeah.
Or I give another one.
Pine tar, all that shit.
Yeah, well, look at basketball now. All these guys now, they wearing Under Armour, they wearing arm sleeves, leg sleeves. You know, all of those. Yeah, they're using all this stuff. Yeah, so I mean, it's just like when you say you have to quantify what you're saying, and then it has to be like to a point where you can actually prove it. But we see these guys with all this compression stuff on all the time. Now I don't know how much of that, you know, what that helps with, and what's the science behind that. I'm not even gonna sit here and act like that's something that I know. But it's
blood flow, muscle tightness, all that shit. Yeah, it's a lot of things that does enhance for sure.
Yeah, and that happened in what, like the 90s, right? That was around AI. AI started that. Allen Iverson was the first
Jordan
one.
used to wear his North Carolinas under his shorts.
Nah, but that was a regular knee brace. He just like kind of flipped it upside down. It was a sleeve.
The shorts he wore.
But I mean, like the compression shit. Like he had a brace on.
You're talking about the sleeves with the pads all they're wearing today. AI had the sleeve.
Yeah. He had the sleeve, and it was like one arm. He started off with one arm, and you know, all that. And then like the league is monkey see, monkey do. He was the first one with the braids and the tattoos and all that shit. And now you look around, they all look the same. You know, that's like a rite of passage now. They all got to do that shit. It's kind of like you look odd by not doing it.
And that's why when I compare eras, it's like, once again, these are factual statements you just made. So when I compare an era, I have to bring those facts in and be like, okay, so what would it be like if Bill Russell and Will Chamberlain and Jerry West had hyperbaric chambers and compression sleeves and this tape, you know, this new tape they got? You always see their shoulders and arms taped up and all in the better shoes, you know, and just all this shit, you know, the better technology to know what's going on with your ligaments and your knees and knee pads and shit. It's just like they would be even better athletes. You would have to assume they'd be better athletes. You have to assume
the core to be better.
And then vice versa, if you put these players back then, and especially the injury-prone ones of this era back then in chucks without this shit, you would assume they probably injured more and probably not. Now, I'm not saying they'd be worse athletes. Probably wouldn't be on the court as much, though.
So I mean, it's hard to say, because especially when you deal with them bigs. When you deal with the big man, most of those big guys, they had leg issues. They all had like knees, hips, you know, something going on. They can't. And then it's always
Lower
like the
back.
potential. You waiting for him to get better. He going next year. Remember Andrew Bynum, like for fucking 6-7 years, we was waiting on that dude from the Lakers. Oh, he gonna do it. Wait, just wait till next year. And next fucking year never came with his ass. Grant Hill, same shit. Like Grant Hill was a prime example. He was like getting fucked up left and right. He was getting the screws in his ankle and his arm and his shoulder, all kind of shit he was getting fucked up with. Hurt more than he was in. But, and then he came along in an era when this shit kind of shifted with science and stuff, when athletes were playing longer. They were a little bit stronger. Because, Vince Carter, he wouldn't have lasted in the 90s. The early 90s, late 80s, early 90s, they would have destroyed that man's bodies. He came in on the back end of that shit. And even him being so athletic with the way he is, if he would have came in because they had like 60-point games in the 80s and 90s. That was the fucking, on either side, it was 60 and 60 or 50 and 60 or 40 and 60. So they just down there just beating the hell out of each other. So those games are completely different. Even the NFL. Look at the NFL now. Look at Ronnie Lott. Those kind of guys, Lawrence Taylor, they can't exist now. They can't exist. Can't exist. What was the dude from the Steelers? What was his name? The dude. Harrison. Was it Harrison? Fuck was his name? The one that was fighting with the commissioner.
James Harrison. Yeah.
James Harrison. Yeah, he was fighting because the way he played that shit. Once they changed the rules up, he just couldn't slow down. He was, I think my man was paying out more in fines than he was actually making at some point. He was getting fined like every fucking week. So those guys can't, the way that they played, and he's a prime example. You can't, once that's in you, you can't even kind of switch them because those guys couldn't play in this era. Now those guys, the guys that are in this era right now, they could play in that era. Now how good they'll be, I don't know. But James Harrison is a prime example of those guys couldn't. It would take them some time to change their whole approach of them. Some of them can't do it.
Yeah, so when it comes to basketball, the main one that I'll knock when I say defense, I say, okay, so if there's a great defensive player now in 2022, he'd probably be even better then because he could be more physical.
Which one?
And
any of them.
I'm saying, like, if in basketball today, if you're a great defensive player today by today's standards, like if you're a Pat Beverly, Marcus Smart, maybe a Draymond, maybe like Giannis or whatever, you'd be probably even better defensively in the 90s because you'd be able to be more physical, you could hand check, and then the offense didn't get as many calls. So you'd probably be a better, and then vice versa. If you're a really top defender in the 90s, you'd have to relearn defense to play in this era because you wouldn't be able to hand check, you couldn't be as physical, you couldn't even bump dudes. Like, it's a whole new different style of defending now. So that would be a pro versus con where it's like, yeah, the old era, the defense was more physical, but if you took the top defenders of that era, they would have to relearn defense for this era. For this era, they're already good at defense in this era, which means that they probably already have their footwork in order because you can't be as physical. So now you're saying Draymond can go out here and forearm dudes and push, hand check them and ride their hips. Oh, he's going to be even better defensively.
I don't know. But see, sometimes when you take certain tools away, they kind of make you sharpen other tools. It's like a person who can't see, and then all of a sudden they can hear every damn thing.
That's how Kareem developed the skyhook when they took away his dunk, when they made it illegal to dunk. Yeah. Yeah.
So like, it's kind of hard to say. It's a fun thing to do, but it's kind of hard to do it. Like you never. And then look, even Kareem is a prime example of like a complete skill that just got lost and nobody picked it up. Nobody picked that up. Nobody picked that up. They won't pick it up because it's not cool.
Imagine if Giannis learned the sky hook at his size and his athletic ability, he would be unstoppable. And that's why when everyone was trying to get Giannis to shoot threes, I said, fuck that. Teach him how to work the post, get the footwork, and learn how to just dominate in the mid-range to the hole. From 15 out. From inside to 15 out. You just dominate that. He could learn a sky hook like Kareem. He could learn footwork like the Dream. But instead they want to have him out here shooting three. Like, no, he's fucking 7 feet and athletic. Let him be a big.
They do that because they know a lot of these guys have figured out that makes them last longer. So if they stay out there on that perimeter, they can have a longer career than getting down in that post and banging. They ain't really trying to do that. You know, they could be 7 feet tall, and it don't matter. Them boys ain't, because remember, a lot of these cats, they ain't just magically appear. They paying like that AAU ball. And if you go to these little kids that's 13 to 14s and their parents and pay for them to play a ball, ain't nobody in the post. They all on the wing hollering for the ball because they open.
Well, then too, it's like they got zone defense now, so like it's harder to work in the hole because you have zone, you have doubles, and different techniques, and it's easier to work on the perimeter because there's always gaps in the zone. There's always going to be a hole that someone's not covering that you'll be wide open. You can overload a zone. You can do a lot of different things. You can break a zone. You can mid-range. I don't know. There's ways to break a zone that if you have a man on you all the time, you don't have the same opportunity. So it's different. It is different. Like that's what I say. The game has changed. But to compare, now the thing I love about boxing is really, other than the equipment and the round size, nothing's really changed, bro. There's not really no major rule changes as far as what you can do in the ring.
Nah.
You still can't bite. You still can't headbutt. You still can't low blow. It's been the same rules forever. The thing is, the gloves change. Obviously, the training camp, how you train, nutrition, all that shit. But as far as like in the ring, the sport of boxing hasn't changed much other than gloves and round size. That's it.
Well,
and like your shoes.
Yeah.
Like a hook is a hook, a jab is a jab. You know what I mean? Like there's not no new rules where it's like, well, now you could just hold him behind and hold him in a headlock and punch him. No, nothing's really changed. All the rules are still the same. No fouls. The fouls are all the same fouls that were hundreds of years ago.
But don't they got better gloves, Max? Don't they got better gloves now than they did back then?
Yeah, they like definitely
even
do.
10, 15, I'm saying even 20 years ago, don't they have better gloves, or they got the same fucking gloves?
Absolutely. They have way better gloves. But that's what I'm saying is, other than the equipment, as far as the rules of the game haven't really changed in boxing.
Yeah, but boxing equipment is everything. Them gloves is, because remember Mayweather, they always said he had his hands was fucked up. Like he couldn't, his hands was always fucked up. Him along with a couple other fighters that their hands were fucked up. You know, they couldn't, their hands were always breaking and shit. And some of those guys just didn't get no credit. Like you look at fucking Holyfield, like how serious that dude was. That dude was a fucking beast. He was kicking everybody's ass left and right. But his personality is almost like that Terrence Crawford's personality, where he ain't really got no personality that you can attach to. You know, but he was a hell of a fighter. But he's not gonna get that credit because people remember the show of the Mike Tyson coming in with the cut-up towel and the no socks on and beating the gloves and all that shit right there. People remember that. And his post press conference, post and pre-press conferences that he had, people remember all that crazy shit. Like Holyfield don't really have those kind of memorable moments. He kicks people's ass, but the other part is people remember the other stuff that before they remember that part of it.
People remember him getting his fucking ear bit more than they remember his
career. I mean, but yeah. And outside of that, nobody really recognized. Don't nobody even acknowledge that point of him. Foreman the same way. It's some hell of a fighters that's been going on from back then that they never really got no credit. And these cats now is getting paid. Even like from the mid level up, all the contenders or the tops. Anybody that's on that top 10 pound for pound, all them boys is getting paid for the most part. They're getting paid, and they squabbling about 5% here or 2% here, but majority of them, especially if they pay-per-view fighters, they getting paid, and it ain't that many of them either. Because how many pay-per-view fighters you got in boxing that actually, besides Canelo and Tank?
Like fucking maybe 5 if you're lucky. If you're talking about just like one fighter that can consistently sell pay-per-views no matter who he fights.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of them.
Because
for Tank to sell out the fucking Barclays fighting Rolly Romero, bro, proves
exactly. Come on, man. Deontay Wilder, I don't even know if he's fighting anymore. You got Tyson Fury.
He'll sell. Yeah.
Tyson Fury,
he's still fighting.
Yeah, Fury fighting it. Fury he got a certain following no matter who he fighting.
I mean, Joshua too over there overseas, even off the L's and all that shit.
Is he pay-per-view though? Is he pay-per-view?
He's overseas pay-per-view, not American, but he's overseas.
Okay. I don't know about that market over there, but it ain't that many of them. Like even all the fighters that we like and we love, it's not that many pay-per-view. And I think that a lot of times with that boxing shit, that's what throw everything off. Because you got a guy who's a really good fighter, but he's not pay-per-view, and he's going against a dude who is like the pay-per-view Canelo, a box office dude, and they getting mad about the numbers. But I mean, that's just what the numbers is.
And then you got someone who isn't a good fighter and barely started fighting, and he's selling pay-per-views like Jake Paul.
Well, look at Ryan Garcia too. Look at Ryan Garcia. I mean, is he a pay-per-view fighter?
Nah, he's not. But that's the thing. Ryan Garcia's fan base is female, so when it comes to his fighting, it don't transition. Those females aren't paying to watch him box.
So he's not pay-per-view. I'm asking, is he pay-per-view?
No, he hasn't even had a pay-per-view fight yet.
Oh, okay. So he just got a lot of followers and a lot of shit on the internet that they be hyping up.
Yeah,
they be hyping up because they be hyping the shit out of that dude. I'm like, man, is this dude really?
Like when it comes to his
Instagram
and his YouTube, he gets hella numbers, but that doesn't transition to when he fights on TV. Those same people don't tune in because they're females. They like him because he's cute, like they're young. He's a young dude. Or like someone with Tank, it's like, Tank might not have as many followers, but the people that follow him by his fight. Because they're dudes that like to see people get knocked the fuck out.
But when he sold out that Rolly, and Rolly should be suing them. He should be suing them because remember they had that first site set up and they pulled it back because of accusations. Like that, like when they start doing shit like that, I don't know what the fuck the motive is because they should have had the first fight. I don't know what was going on. He didn't fight him. Who did he fight in replacing him? I can't even think of who the fuck he fought.
Eastside Cruz.
Eastside Cruz and that's still sold. Like it don't matter with Tank.
Yep. That was a last minute replacement that nobody knew who that dude was really.
Yeah, he's still sold though, and nobody asked for a refund.
Tank can fight anybody. Yeah, Tank can fight anyone in cell. He's a true superstar. Same thing with Canelo. Canelo can fight anyone in cell.
Anybody.
I know the Bivol numbers were low, but they were Canelo low. In the sport of boxing, they were still decent pay-per-view numbers.
Yeah.
And I thought he was gonna mop Bivol myself because I was like, Bivol, who's fucking Bivol? Like, I didn't even watch that shit. I watched it the next day or later that night, but I didn't watch it live.
How old is Canelo though? How old Canelo been in the game for a minute?
I want to say he's like 31. Like 31. He's younger than Bud.
But how many? But fight has he? You think has he had more fights than Bud or less fights?
Oh hell yeah! Because remember when he fought, he was like 40-0 before he was even on the mat because he fought all those fights in Mexico.
That's what I'm saying though. So he got a lot of fighting years. He been in the game for a minute though.
He's been in the game for a minute, yeah.
Because that's like Devin. Like Devin been all those Mexico fights. Right now he young. Those things don't add, but on the back end, those gonna add up on him. It's helping him right now with the experience, but on the back end, that's gonna take its toll. Those additional fights that he took down in Mexico, because he done had some extra fights that nobody else had. They give him an advantage earlier, but on the back end, you got to pay for that. I don't understand why the guys still they don't. I don't know. Boxing is it's funny because the box office dude have leverage and he flexed that leverage out, and you kind of hardly ever get those fights because he gonna lever down and try to get as much money as he can. And it's almost to the point where I want to fight, but I don't really want to fight because I can go over here and make $20 million no matter what. If I fight a bum, it don't fucking matter. So it kind of keeps you from getting that fight.
Because you have that there where it's like, okay, you're like how you said, like I can make $20 million fighting a bum and get an easy win, or I can make $25 million and fight someone I might lose to. So why would you take the 20 on an easy dub and then you get another highlight reel knockout, you go viral, then the next fight you could get 25 to fight a bum and still avoid that big fight. Like that's how the game goes now. Once you become a star, you can do whatever the fuck you want.
But you got to be, but these guys got to want to fight. Like you watched that Kings that they had on Showtime when they was talking about Duran and Sugar Ray. Yeah, with Duran was paying somebody to follow his wife, and as soon as his wife would come out, he'd talk shit to the wife and say, "I'll beat your husband and fuck you" or something crazy, and just play that. You have to do that. You have to call out his mama. If you got publicly went out there and you was a fighter, you called out somebody, mama, daddy, uncle, whatever, and you made that shit personable, you could get that fight. But these dudes really don't want no fights like that because secretly, I think they all trying to get the Mayweather record. That's like a thing that these dudes really want.
And because a loss does hurt your shit, where like you want to make as much money as you can before you take that chance of taking that first L, because depending on how you lose, you might not be able to make that money ever again.
Remember AB, he gonna make money no matter what. He gonna make money. His fights is gonna sell.
He's got a personality. Yeah, he's got a personality, but we'll see. We'll see. This fight, I
don't know about the boxing part of it, but I'm saying like as far as selling and being
like I said, I'm looking forward to the
that,
press conference more than the fight.
Yeah,
When it comes to
yeah. But that's what
AB,
it's about. But that's
I
what
want
it's
to see what
about now.
Chizzy's talking. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it's about though. Because like right now, if AV fought Bud, and they bought off pay per view, that fight would do better
Yeah.
numbers with them two than Bud and Arrow. It's probably not even close. It's probably not even really
I
close.
don't know. I don't know about that.
Pay per
Man,
view, nah, man. That's
I don't
gonna,
know.
yeah, because AB he gonna sell. He gonna sell. Personality sells, man. Nobody look. Ray Allen, awesome NBA player. But you're not certain people. You just not forgettable when it comes to outside of pure basketball people. And as the years went away, people forget about that. But that personality, people ain't gonna never forget about that. That's just what it is. I mean, we'll see what happened with AB. AB, he do what he do. I think he really needs to transition into something else. I think it's sad when these dudes they done got to the point where they know they should quit and they don't really have another skill and they just keep holding on and holding on. Like remember Roy Jones was making all them fights and getting knocked the fuck out every 8 months he was getting knocked out. He kept on with
his legacy.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's something else going on when you can't let it go like that. I don't know what it is where you just can't let it go. And Roy Jones was a beast.
I mean, Roy Jones got some mental issues for the way his father raised him. Like, that's why he can't let the fighting go. That's all he knows since he was a fucking child. That's the only way he knows of, like, proving himself as a man.
Well, you can say the same thing about Floyd, then.
Even right now. Yeah. Did you hear the latest news with Roy Jones?
Nah.
Because Klitschko was talking about how Roy Jones fucks with Russia, and he's disappointed. Roy Jones said, well, we can handle it in the ring. But he's down to fight Klitschko right now.
What? Which one?
Like, that's his
Which
mentality.
One? The tall one?
I think Vladimir.
Is that the tall one?
Yeah. That one that
stayed longer. Nah, he got to be giving up like 50, 60 pounds fucking with that too, man.
But I'm saying, instead of having like a regular response, he's just like, we got it in the ring. Like, you don't like that? You don't like that I'm cool with Putin because you guys are at war? Let's fight. Like, it's like what? Like Roy, bro. Like you're gonna get slapped, dog.
He tripping. He kind of got a little feel for it when he got in the ring. That exhibition he did with Tyson. He kind of, he got a little feel for that step up. Hey, he got that step up. That weight, them weights. That's like fucking Bruce Lee trying to fight. What's Bruce Lee? Probably like 130. He probably like Floyd Mayweather weight. Trying to fight Mike Tyson. That ain't no fight.
Yeah, don't
that ain't no fight. Yeah, ain't no fight. It's too much weight. You it ain't doing nothing. It's just way too much weight. That's why they got them weight classes, man.
But that's what I'm saying. That's why it's always way more respect to the heavyweights because nobody gives a fuck and talks about weight when it comes to them.
Nah.
Nobody ever does. No one cares if there's a 4-inch 30, 40-pound difference when you're a heavyweight. But when it's down in these lower weights, it's like, oh, he's a pound and a half over. Like, what the fuck? These dudes are fighting dudes 25 pounds heavier than them. Like, like heavyweight itself is probably about 5 weight classes worth of weight classes.
It is. So what is it? How many pounds they usually do? Like 8 pounds or something like that? 7, 8 pounds? They jump
7, 8.
Yeah, they jump a weight class. So like you say, them dudes be like 40, 50 pounds. So that's a lot of weight classes, man.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like when you look at the Fury and Wilder, I mean, those are both big boys. God. But the Fury's 2 inches heavy, 2 inches taller, and what was about 30, 40 pounds heavier at like 30. What was it? Because I think Wilder was like 215, and Fury's like 260, 270. And that's what they weighed in at. Who knows what they rehydrated to?
Man, Fury is a big boy. When he rehydrated, man, who knows how much he rehydrated up to.
He could have did damn near 3.
Yeah, I would be surprised,
so
man.
That would be like a super heavyweight if you, you know what I mean? But after a certain point, they're like, all right, if you're over 200 pounds, who gives a fuck about you? Like, this is between 200 to 300. Like, what?
Did they drug test for that fight? Them fights that he had, them series of fights, did they drug test either one of them guys for those fights?
I don't know, but I don't remember it being part of the talk on the promotion, so I doubt it.
Yeah,
But then
I
again,
just don't.
I think they might have because of Fury's past. I think Wilder was hit to it. So and this is once again, I'm assuming based on what you know of Wilder's character, I would think Wilder would be like, this guy used to do PEDs, make sure he's tested. I would think that would be a given part of the contract, but I don't know. Maybe not.
I don't know if they, like they don't do a lot of. But I just brought that up. There, I don't think they do a lot of drug testing. Period. I just don't think they do.
They don't. They don't, but
Now,
I
if
feel
it's,
like if they did it, I think Wilder would have said something in the press conference, like, and this guy don't even want to take a drug test. He's a cheat. You know what I mean? Like, I think that would have been part of the promotion if he didn't do it. But
I don't.
I
But
don't
he
know.
looking at that
I'd have to
money
look
too,
back.
man. Like
Yeah,
for
that
both of
money.
those guys, those are the biggest paydays they had. So drug tests or not, I'm finna get in this ring with this motherfucker, and it's gonna be what it's be. Cause I'm finna make in this one fight. He gonna make 3 times. He gonna make 3 fights in this one. Because of the amount of money they made on those fights is probably crazy. That's probably the most money both of them ever made. Because Fury wasn't fighting no damn body.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, so both of them brought their names and they brought their people. And it's always good when you got a black and a white guy fighting against each other. That sells. That shit sells. And they don't like each other, that shit sells even more. They get a little personal, that shit sells some more. I mean, the animosity is what fucking sells. People like animosity, like conflict, and the stories behind it. So those two
Hell yeah.
fights, man, shit, they could have ran that bitch back another time and still made some money. At this point, they can't do it. But when it was hot, they could have just kept on hitting that bitch. Look at your boy Triple G and Canelo. How many times they ran that old mediocre ass Triple
They're
G
running it
ran
back.
himself
They're
in the
running it
ring.
back
Yeah.
again. Running it back again, right now. Nobody wants to
Yeah.
see that fucking fight, dude.
Yeah, Triple G ain't never been no world beater, man. Nobody want to see his raggedy ass fight, but I mean, he cashed in. He cashed in on Canelo, and then Canelo, he got into a fight that he should have been kicking his ass and got credit for barely beating the dude. Like, I don't get that shit, but I mean, it is what it is.
Everyone knows he
Those,
lost that first one.
but those weren't pay-per-view fights, and that all came as a surprise, and they kind of, boxing gonna try to capitalize whenever they can make as much money as they can.
I mean,
off
at the time that fight happened, it was definitely a pay-per-view fight. At the time it happened, Triple G looked like, he was being at least touted as an unstoppable force, and Canelo was coming up, and it was just like, but I remember because I still to this day believe that Chavez fight was a thrown fight by the way they announced Triple G fight. Because I don't know if you remember, he fought Chavez Jr. It didn't look like he was trying to knock him out. It kind of looked like a sparring session. And then at the end of that shit, Triple G was sitting front row the whole fucking fight. When that fight was over, the lights in the stadium went off. And then they introduced Triple G. He walked down the walkway. He came from the back. So he was in the front row the whole time and somehow went to the back, came out like the locker room entrance, and made a walk to the ring with the lights off with the marquee playing for announcing their fight. So that fight was signed and was ready to go before that fight. So it's like, that's why I don't like the fights that are signed in advance, like when they're supposed to be super fights, because it's like whatever fight you're fighting at that point, we know it's probably you're not supposed to lose that. Like,
but look at Chavez. Look at all the sons. Chavez Jr. Didn't Hagler's son fight? Hagler's son. I think Hagler's son fight.
Holyfield's son just got knocked the fuck out.
Holyfield's son, Muhammad Ali grandson. Like, all the motherfuckers get their ass whooped. Like, that's not a sport that you could go in as privilege. You got to go in there with some kind of desperate. I don't believe you can go in there with that kind of. It's not like basketball or football where your daddy was XYZ, he put you on. I don't think that works with that sport, man. It just don't. For whatever reason, them juniors ain't really doing it. Now, only way it works is if your dad was like a mediocre or he was a journeyman. Yeah. Then, look at Floyd Pops and them. They can put you on.
I think that's for any athlete. I think the closest we've ever seen. Well, shit, I don't know, bro. I don't think there's ever been. Because I guess the closest would be the Griffeys. Yeah. Because they both made the Hall of Fame. But Junior was still better than Senior by a lot.
Nah, but Senior was a beast, though. Senior was a legit player. He wasn't like a journeyman. Yeah. He was a legit player. Like, you're not. I'm saying the journeyman.
That might be the only example, though. Yeah. Like, Floyd Senior wasn't. Roger
he was okay.
Better than, yeah.
He wasn't bad. He wasn't great. He was okay.
What else you got? Juniors and seniors. Fuck, it's not really a lot of them. Kellen Winslow, his son ended up not being shit.
The guy from the other baseball player would be the black guy that went to Japan that had all the home runs. Fuck, I can't think of his name. That was a son duo too. Mostly in baseball. It's only like two of those guys I can think of. Basketball, that never happens because like the window from
Yeah.
you having a child and then that child playing in the league. I mean, maybe LeBron's able to do it, but that's such a long fucking time. You got to play damn near 20 years.
Oh yeah, I'm not even talking about playing together. I'm just talking
Yeah,
about both of them being good players. I mean, because you got Tim
yeah.
Hardaway Jr. I mean, Tim Hardaway Sr. is clearly better. I mean, Gary Payton, GP Jr.
Wait a
Gary
minute, you
Payton's
think
clearly better.
you think Tim Hardaway Jr. better than Daddy? Nah, man.
No, I
Get outta
know.
here.
I think Senior's way better.
Oh yeah. I was gonna say
Yeah. No.
like they'll make it to the league, but they're not gonna get like that level. Nah.
Yeah, they're not. They're not. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think it. I don't even think it doesn't happen, man.
Nah, not in basketball. Not in. I have never football.
Not in any sport. So I'm trying to think of any senior, juniors, or father son that where both of them are like Hall of Famers, or both of them are at least perennial All Stars. We'll even lower the bar. Perennial All Stars. So you make, y'all both have 2, 3, 4, 5 All Stars on your belt. A decent career. I don't think there's any.
Nah. Well, I mean, baseball. Baseball, the only one I got. You got baseball. That's
Griffey's.
it. Yeah, but it's another set. I can't think of the other set. It's a set of two other father son that they didn't play in the same. They didn't play at the same time, but they played baseball. You kind of get that. It's baseball. It's athleticism, but it's skill too that goes with it. It's a lot of skill that go with that. Because you look at the baseball players, a lot of them, if you get close up on them, they ain't the most chiseled up people in the world.
Yeah.
So, that's more of a skill thing. So you can kind of do that. But basketball, look at Michael Jordan's sons. Magic Johnson. Magic Johnson's son. That don't.
Yeah, Shaq. Let's not talk about Magic Johnson's son. Let's not talk about Magic Johnson's son.
I ain't gonna touch that one. I ain't messing with that, man. I don't mess with man channel, so I ain't gonna mess up this man channel talking about that. I ain't talking about that. I ain't gonna mess up this man channel talking about that dude right there, man. I'll leave that 100%
It's their
alone.
month, man. We're just gonna leave it alone. It's their month.
You got Shaq. You got who else? Was Shaq's son? Did he have heart surgery or something? Yeah, some kind of surgery or something. The one that was in college.
Yeah,
was supposed to go to college.
Sharif. Yeah.
Yeah. He might be. I don't know, man. Carmelo's son trying to play too.
I mean, we'll see how this next generation of players sons do, because all of them are. But I just think AAU is trash, man. So.
You kind of forced though. Like if you got a kid,
you have to.
Yeah, for him to be competitive and get that kind of competition,
or go overseas. That's it.
Yeah, you got to go to AAU. Like you can't go to the park no more and do none of that. Even football, they play 7-on-7 in those little leagues now, man. Those kids are playing 7-on-7, and it depends on, you got to actually move to be competitive. Like you got to be in Texas, Florida, California, where you got year-round good weather, because these kids is playing that stuff, and their families are invested in that stuff all year long. Now, are they good or not? That's a whole nother thing, but that's what they doing.
But it's hard to really learn how to get better when it's like you're just on a super team your whole life. Like, and now the players have so much power in the NBA that it's professional AAU ball. That's what it turned into.
Nah, but that's kind of good though, Max. Think about it. Well, without the players having the power that they have now, you don't get the backstories and you don't get the personal stories that you get, because some of their guard is let down, so they'll leak a story to their friend who will go run and tell a reporter something, right? You wouldn't get the kind of information that you got on LeBron if it wasn't the comfort level that he have and the quote unquote control that he have. You wouldn't get those stories. It wouldn't happen. Those guys would be so petrified that they're going to be fired if they say anything wrong, that the GM can get them out of there. You would never hear none of that stuff. So it's kind of good. It's good on one end. Some of the stuff they do now is not that great, but some of the stuff, it's kind of good because you can get like more of a personal level. Like we don't really, like Michael Jordan, they would have destroyed that man in this era, man. Going gambling and doing all the shit he was doing. All of them dudes, Charles Barkley, Michael Jordan, Oakley, man, them dudes would have got destroyed in the media right now. Every single last one of them. So I don't even know if they could have even made it.
Yeah, but
through the era
mentally,
that
but
they
my
were.
thing is like Jordan has showed his mental toughness. You know what I'm saying? Like where a lot of things don't get, and he uses it as fuel to get better. Where like a lot of these players now, you got people crying because people in the crowd are saying things. Like, are you
But
serious? You know what they had to deal with in the '60s? What the crowd was saying to them?
yeah,
Them
yeah,
motherfuckers didn't get to cry about it and complain to the ref and kick them out the stadium. And these motherfuckers are following them home in the '60s. They were following them home. Because
yeah,
these motherfuckers are driving their regular cars to their house. Like, they have all these superstar shit that they have now. There's motherfuckers making death threats, following them home. People had to put their families in hotels just to make sure they weren't home. Like, but you're talking about somebody said, someone called me a bitch in the front row. Kick them out. Like, fuck out of here. The fuck? That's crazy. And that's what I'm saying. They're mentally weak. And we also need to, we can't fail to forget that we're getting better. But this era of basketball, these kids are raised without fathers. They were raised without men in their homes. A lot of them. They have the same story. It came from an era of it. So a lot of these dudes are raised by women, and they're emotional like it.
yeah.
Like look at KD. KD making whole burner accounts because he can't take the fucking heat.
Yeah,
like that's a characteristic.
But we don't know how these do. That's what I'm saying. But that's kind of hard. It's one end we can say that, but because we have that model to compare it to, but we don't know what the '90s players would have did with the internet. We have no fucking idea.
Hey, now some of these '90s players are censored as fuck and were mental midgets. Like we've seen that too, just even on the court. So there's a lot of players in the '90s that I'm with you with. Like if social media, they probably would have broke under the pressure and never made a superstar status if they had to deal with this constant 24-hour surveillance. But then there's some dudes that have shown that no matter what happens in their life or their career, they always push through this shit.
Yeah, I mean, some of them do. And KD's the best example of somebody who really, that whole internet saga that he had going on with the reporters and going back and forth. Because at one point, he was going back and forth with regular people. You know, not even like it's ESPN, dude. We ain't talking about nobody on ESPN or Fox Sports or none of that. Just regular ass dude who decided to talk shit to him one day. He like, oh, you gonna talk shit? I'm jumping on my burner account and getting you. Like, come on, man. What you doing, man? Like, dude, like, what the fuck are you doing right now? But I think he kind of evolved though. I mean, he evolved a lot from that. He learned a lot. Once he got burnt out, he learned a lot from that. You know, then we got to give him room to learn, to grow too, because he learned a lot from that. He kind of stand on the shit he say now. So he done got a lot tougher. LeBron too, man, he learned a lot too, because he made some mistakes. Because a lot of that stuff that LeBron and KD, they were like the first of that to have all that kind of pressure on them like that, where it's 24 hours a day and people, because like here in Miami, right, when LeBron came here, man, when that dude came here, this city made so much fucking money off of that guy. It's not even funny. Like they have a Bayside Marina, they got a marina here that goes out into the ocean, and they have shops that are around the arena. It's all set up. Once he came here, the price of everything just skyrocketed, and it was so bad because they had way before this. And I'm gonna tell you how I know this. They had way before this. They used to have this friends and family shit. You could pay $40 and you were able to sit in the lower 100 section because they wanted to fill up those seats for TV time. Any TV game they had, you could do like friends and family, pay $40. Man, once LeBron came, for them same $40, you couldn't even get the nosebleeds, man. You was out of here. Like, nah, man. Nosebleeds are $100. And they got a section where you literally stand up the whole game, and them tickets was like $100. So like,
I'm on a walking stimulus package.
Nah, man, he came through there. Whatever the Heat paid him, it wasn't enough money, man. Because he made them people a lot of money. And then when they had them playoffs, oh man, them tickets was so crazy how much people was paying for them tickets. I mean, when those people come to your city, you see how crazy people get about sports and how much money they're willing to spend. And you're like, huh? You spend how much? And these regular fucking people, like, spending like $3,000 to go to a playoff game and be in nosebleeds. Like, you fucking nuts, man.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And then they got these black seats. Now they got the black seats down there. When you get down to the NBA, get down close to the floor, they got these black seats. And I think those are by invitation only. You can't buy them motherfuckers. Because even if you go on like, your local little ticket channel, you can't get those tickets. Those are all those special people that they want down there at the bottom. So you can only imagine what them motherfuckers paying for them seats. And those are annual tickets. Like, shit, look how much money Spike Lee done gave the goddamn Knicks over the years. And they've been fucking trash. Fucking trash every year in New York City. I can only imagine how much them goddamn tickets is. And they threw it. Then they throw his ass out too.
Who?
Spike Lee. He got thrown out of the.
Oh, he got thrown out once. Yeah, he got thrown out once.
Was that New York or was that Boston? I
That's
forget.
what I'm saying. When we get to the point that you throwing out Spike Lee for talking shit, come on, man. We in a soft ass era.
Yeah, that's Dolan, the owner, Dolan. You know, the one that threw out Spike
Charles
Lee.
Oakley?
Threw out Charles Oakley. Who else he threw out? He threw out a couple fans because they were talking shit to him. Like, Buddy was just on the rampage. Them tickets got to be stupid how much money you pay. Spike Lee, I don't even know how much. He probably don't even fucking know how much he paid for them goddamn tickets, I'm pretty sure. He don't even keep up with that shit. Them motherfuckers got so much money, they don't even fucking know, man.
You didn't even know it.
Yeah, Buddy. But, you know, those teams, man, they just print money. And then that's why, I don't know if they do an expansion. If they do an expansion to the NBA, I don't even know where they're going to get 2 more cities besides Vegas. I don't know what other city they would get to have an expansion into it. Because they haven't talked expansion in fucking forever. I don't know where the hell else they would put another team that they could be profitable. Because Charlotte was struggling. Remember when they had the Charlotte? I was a teenager when they had the Charlotte Hornets, when the motherfuckers came out with Alonzo and all them cats. And they were struggling. They wasn't good. Like their ticket sales and all that shit, it wasn't good initially. They was kind of struggling in the beginning. It was like a big boom and it kind of struggled off. So I think that's why the league never really tried to expand anymore, because they don't really want to go through that. And them teams worth so much money. It's like the NFL. All them teams every single NFL team, no matter how shitty it is worth damn near $1 billion. It's crazy shit, man.
NBA got guap.
You hear about your buddy Troy Aikman? Did you hear the story about him? Was it Troy Aikman? No, John Elway. Did you hear the story about John Elway? Yeah, John Elway. Pretty sure it's John Elway. See, I'm pretty sure because John Elway works in the front office, right? I think it's John Elway.
Yeah, for the
Broncos. Troy Aikman don't work in no front, so it's got to be John Elway. Well, John Elway, his last contract, they were going to pay him out like 10%. He can take his money. They still owe the money. They were going to give him shares. They were going to let him buy in at a certain percentage, or they were going to pay him out his contract. Well, he denied out taking a percentage out, and he just wanted to pay out. And man, the amount of money that dude could have had by that, it's unreal. So it ain't just regular stupid athletes that you be thinking of, because that team like tripled, and then they were giving him the team shares at some stupid evaluation to, I think it was like, man, I can't even think of the numbers, but whatever they owed him, he automatically was gonna double or triple that, and he didn't want it. He just wanted the money. And then whatever now they selling the team because the guy, I believe the guy died and the kids don't want the team no more. So now they're shopping the team around and selling it. That's why they're talking about the value of the team. And the value of the teams went up so much, it's fucking stupid. And that's just the Broncos. But he's been there for a long time.
Yeah, fucking. This is, it's all hindsight's 2020, you know.
Well, look at Magic Johnson with the shoe deal he did with what do you do with Converse instead of Nike? And they tried to give him like some crazy share percentage because he was gonna be the first major athlete, and he was like, "Nah, I'm good, I'm straight." Like how much money he could have made. Like, you know, it's always like that. All those dudes always do that. You know, because you got to have the vision with the person. But look at Jordan and Spike Lee. Spike Lee made Jordan a lot of money with those fucking commercials, man. A lot of money. Jordan wouldn't have had all that back end money if it wouldn't have been for Spike Lee hyping up those commercials.
Oh yeah, that was clutch. That was essential.
Yeah, Nike, Jordan, none of them would have really had no money. And you know, Jordan, all that money he make off of shoes, you never can really figure out what percentage he gets off of the shoes. They don't never really disclose that. They just tell you how much money he's a billionaire, but you can't really figure out what percentage he gets. So they pretty tight-lipped about those shoe contracts. They'll tell you the front end money, but they never tell you what they're getting off the back end. Him, LeBron, Chris Paul, none of them. You can't really figure it out. You don't know.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Back end money, we don't know at all. We don't even know the percentage of what they could get to try to calculate.
Nah. I mean, but it's kind of like Jordan's shoes, the amount of shoes that dude sold, for him to only be a billionaire, it's not a giant percentage, but it's enough that he making plenty of money that nobody's ever seen. But it's not like some crazy, it's not like he getting a 30% split or something crazy. It's got to be single digits. But that single digits has got to be something crazy amount of money that he sells. Because even right now, his shoes sell like no matter what. And they keep bringing back all them retro shoes. Anytime they want to make some money, they just bring back them retros and they put them at a limited amount, and the people fucking go crazy. Shit, we need to get some shoes, Max. We can get some shoes and get a sponsorship, man. People buy that shit, man. Yo, Max, hear me? I'm going in now.
Oh, my bad. Is it better now or no?
Hey, you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, now them shoe deals is lucrative. Now what need to happen is one of these boxers, if a boxer get a shoe deal, now then you know that sport, any sport that the players can get, the athletes can get them shoe deals, that's when they rolling. That's when they rolling to get it going. Outside of that, they kind of transcend everything. Cause shoes, everybody buy fucking shoes. Look at Kanye shoes. Everybody buy them damn shoes.
That's what I'm saying. Look what LeVar Ball did with the ball, with the BBB.
Oh, yeah. You don't get no credit for that. The guy that he initially went in business with, like he ended up suing him, and they were fighting in court about that whole situation because the guy then LeVar Ball. I don't know if you know the story. It was another guy that was with him in the beginning, and they ended up falling out because LeVar Ball didn't want to pay the guy. But it was the other guy's initial money that started the whole situation. And then LeVar kind of took it and started doing everything himself. But the whole idea started with him, and he backed up backed up the project with the whole idea of the shoe. That money came from him. He started it. I don't know what ended up happening. That then eventually, once he started suing them, then the news, they kind of leaked that Buddy had like a record and he had like a little shiesty pass. It kind of like leaked out. I don't know if that was like a hit job piece they did on him, but that kind of leaked out. And remember, the shoes was crappy. They was falling apart and all kind of shit. It was like one thing after the other with that thing. He still got them shoes, or the shoes? I don't think he still has them. I think the son, the one that played that Melo, I think he went and re-signed the deal with like Nike or somebody else. I think I don't think he signed with them. I think the dad and them kind of parted ways with that business. I don't think they signed no more. Nah, they probably not, man. Can't be.